this competition.
That is right, everyone. I hope you are ready for the games to begin and our players to come out, everyone. So let's join together. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
さあさあ始まりました FMCS インビテーション Day2。 もうこんな会場にいたらもう俺漏らす自信しかねえわ。2022
Carolina, how are we doing, world? Excellent stuff.
It has been absolutely amazing. I'm Kelly Ling. This is Adam Savage. And guys, this is the final day of the FNCS Invitational. 50 of the best duos from around the world representing 7 regions duking it out for the lion's share of $1 million. First place walking away with $200,000. Not just that, they're fighting for the pride of the bragging rights. And of course, that trophy right there.
Oh yeah, that's right. Now, of course, Kelly, we have set the scene here. Obviously, we have the amazing audience. We've got you guys watching at home. Everyone is ready to rock. We're missing one key element. Of course, the players, the stars of this show. We thought we'd try something before bringing them out here. So if you'd like to, by all means, you don't have to. If you want to, though, do stand up, guys, okay? You can stand if you like to. We're going to ask all of you guys to follow me in a clap. All right, we're going to start slow. I'm going to get faster and faster and faster, and then we're going to go absolutely bonkers. Okay, here we go. With me. You ready? Here we go. It's time to meet the players.
同接何人くらいいるんだろう。同時接続9300人。もうまあ大体あれか1万人ぐらいか。そんなもんか。スイッチの方が人気か、どちらかというと。エピックワイル&リーグ。おお、さすがに昨日みたいにテンションは上げないでおこう。体力が持たないが。ツイッチ5万くらいやね。いいね。やっぱ海外はツイッチメインだもんな。配信は特にね。なるほどね。俺なんかさ、昨日 Day1 さ、選手紹介やったからさ、2回目、2日目はないだろうと思ったけど、あるんね。Chinese and Badiar.まあザゴーたちが巻き返すでしょう。ベノ&クイージー。危ない危ない。持たない持たない。こんばんは。いやもう本当にかっこいいな。
Put your hands together for Basil and Jace. Improvement is the key for these guys. They have to show up today if they want to take that trophy home here in the FNCS stage. Stand up and get loud.
Yanis and the ping.
Average elimination rate of 3.5 per game on day one. They're all set for keeping the points coming in hot today.
緊張してんね。
If you say Poland, I say Cammy and Seti. These two legends had 2 victory royales yesterday and are the front runners for the trophy. Can they make it happen?
Let's hear it for Aqua and Reason with challenges right off the drop. This team might take a different approach today to get to the top of the leaderboard.
Absolutely incredible. Once again, just our first 10 duos coming back onto the stage after 6 games yesterday. I feel like we can't not talk about them, right, Brazil? PH Zin, Kitos. That back corner over there was going absolutely ham for them, and I want to know how you guys expect them to do.
They're still there. They haven't lost their voice yet. I don't know how. I don't know how. It's been amazing, right? PH Zin, Kitos, 25 FNCS finals appearances. PH Zin, 4 championships alone, 1 for Kitos, total of 5 FNCS championship titles for the duo. I mean, they're incredible.
Yeah, they really are. They're playing so good. They're getting to the front side of zone. I'm excited to see them today.
That's right. Let's go ahead and meet the next 10 players. Let's run it.
ザゴーたち立ち回りは特に大きくは変えないと思うかな。
Give it up for
Oh,
coming in hot on his birthday run
Savage.
yesterday. These guys faced a huge obstacle off spawn. Will this change?
普通に俺サベージさっき見ました。マイポリからのテレビ通話によって。すでに見ていました。
This is cold and scented, holding the NAE's banner high with the victory royale in an 8th place after day number 1. This team is going to try to make it happen for real today.
Make some noise for Runa and
Luna Pepper!
Top 15 finishes on day 1.
楽しみです。スキルムーブが。
Are looking to climb to the ranks in day 2 and take home the crown.
Let's put our hands together for Noah Riley and Bad Sniper with an 8 elimination game yesterday and an average of an elimination rounds of 2.7 per game. They're hot.
Give it up for Threats and Alice. This Asia and NAE's combo needs to focus on the end game today to boost their leaderboard placement.
ルナペポはしに行くだろうね。間違いなく。
The W Keyers have arrived. Malabuka and Mustache with a total of 13 eliminations. This duo, it might be looking to change things up today and go for the comeback.
Put your hands together for Trulex and Chicho with some great performances on day 1. These guys have already proven that they belong in this lobby and they belong at the top.
Welcome to Bailey and Alex battling it out at the Coney Crossroads off spawn. These guys can still make it today, but it will take a hero's effort.
Pablo, Wingu, and Swag with a bumpy start to day 1. These guys are in full focus mode for the comeback. Watch out, because it might get dangerous.
いやルナペポ昨日の時点で結構グリフ並みに行ってたからね。
Your 8th place team out of day number 1. And Scented, we got to talk about that victory royale run that you had yesterday. What was the recipe for success?
You know, we just played our game. We got some good loot. We're getting half of our loot taken, so we were able to find some refreshes and put ourselves in a good spot throughout the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, you know, you guys are in a good spot right now. 8th place is a great place to be in. But what's the strategy for today? You're changing things up or still sticking with what you did?
Just sticking to the same thing. Just playing our game out. Hopefully, just hoping for the best.
I love it. Thank you guys so much. And one last thing, is there anything that you want to say to the audience right now?
Enjoy, I guess. Like, I don't know.
Guys, make some noise for Sinton and Cold right now. Let's head on over to the next part.
Please welcome Clown and Refscard with a total of 78 points and currently 25th on the leaderboard. These guys will need to climb the ranks today and pop off.
Let me give you
音楽かっけー、雰囲気がかっけーよ。
Yesterday, these guys are looking to keep it going for the best possible placement today on the day.
こんなとこ行ったらもう気分がもうなんかテンション上がりすぎて冷静な判断できるのかな。もうニコニコしながらミスりそうな自信あるわ。楽しみだ。これ終わった後全員のリプレイ見に行くの。1位から10位のリプレイ全部見よう。ピーコ
On one and Baka, everyone, with an off-spawn contest from the very first second of each game. They're looking to take over day 2 and take
なんか2人とも
over
似
the
てるのは
top
兄弟
spot.
か。
Let's hear it for Wox and Robom. They had a strong showing to close out day number 1 here at the FNCS
ジャイアンじゃん、かっこよ。
Let's see what they can do today.
This is Groves and Rifty. These guys got fired up on day 1 and will look to continue that streak today and take home the prize for EU.
ガム噛んでるねみんな。
Let's get a big welcome for Larson and Smite, battling it out at the top of the leaderboard amongst the best of the best. This duo had a lot to say before closing out the evening.
Put your hands together for Falconer and Hellfire. This NA West and EU cracks the code towards the end of day 1, and let's hope they can keep it going today.
そうか、今日みんなあれか、学校だから見れないのか。なかなかね。
20 duos left to introduce, but we have a little moment here. Let's talk about Smite and Larson sitting in 7th place.
結果だけしか知れないのか。
How are you feeling about this duo coming to the competition today? Because I have really high hopes.
Look, I'm on your boat, Zeke. They're looking strong. They're looking powerful. Winning 4-2 off spawn against Muzz and Looter. Currently in the 7th place spot. I mean, they're doing great.
Yeah, they're doing great. Another duo that's doing great as well is, of course, Vico and Marine. We thought they were going to land Tilted Towers yesterday, but they switched it up. They went to the reality tree, and it's working out for them. Of course, Vico with the highest solo eliminations of the day. A 10 elimination game in the final game. So they can they pick it up?
We'll find out, but first, let's meet the next 10 duos from the FNCS Invitational.
Yeah!
Peter Bot and Jepper. These guys are looking to make that great comeback today. We all know they have the potential to do it, but they will have to step it up.
Make some noise for Pam Stu and Fatch. Currently finding themselves in the top 10. These guys are running for the trophy. Now is the time for them to shine.
Yesterday, they find themselves as the 6th best team in the tournament.
めっちゃ方々言われとるやん。
They are here to make
これたち人気なんかな。
the region proud.
6位だったからかな。
Let's give a warm welcome to Bevy and Vortexers, coming out with an average elimination of 2.6. These guys are amongst the top fraggers in this lobby. Let's see more of this today.
And a big welcome to Retake and Novice, finding themselves in the bottom half of the leaderboard.
あとザゴーたちだね。出てないのアジア勢。ルナペコアリスさんは出たから。
A single game can change it all.
お楽しみか。順番昨日と一緒か。
Give it up for Scram and Chimp. showing they belong in this lobby with a top 3 finish in day 1. Will they keep that momentum going?
ミリムザゴ
Rusaku and Marine with a great day 1 and several fantastic late games. Will they, can they repeat their opening success from day 1?
かっけー
A fantastic welcome to Ju and U3. Today is the chance for a comeback for this team, and they are looking for that opportunity now more than ever.
This is Z Andy and Joe FN, everybody. All eyes are on the prize for this team here as they are currently coming into the competition at 5th. What a showing it was for day 1.
Give it up for Cool and Yumi, finding themselves close to the top 10. Everything is possible for this team. Today is their final chance to make it happen.
I am joined right now here in North Carolina by FaZe Replays! Replays, my guy. What an amazing experience this is. You were at World Cup. Here we are at FNCS Invitational. How has the vibe been for you?
Oh man, it feels great to finally be back at an in-person event. The vibes, the atmosphere is feeling absolutely amazing. So, shout out to all of you guys coming. Honestly, let's make today a great day.
Yes,
I'm
Replays!
excited.
I mean, speaking of the community as well, what does an event like do this for the community? You're a huge ambassador of the game here. How great is it for these guys?
Honestly, this is like I said, it's being back again after like 4 years. Like I think this is great for everyone to experience. Like just seeing all the players here from around the world. One of the best, some of the best players around the world. Being able to watch in person is such a great experience. So let's have fun. Let's see how these players do today, and let's see who takes it all.
Let's do it. Enjoy the show. Replays, everyone. Let's meet the next 10 duos.
まあここからザボたちっていうかもうアジア勢出ないんで
This is King and
キング
With a strong ending on day number 1, the Brazilian duo has to show up and perform even better here on day 2. Can they do it?
アジアを有名にしてくれ
And Spy, the amazing Middle Eastern duo.
さあもしさアジア勢がさ
today.
しっかり3チーム出ててさウィケチさんも出ててトップ1位、2位、3位とか独占したらさなんか賞金総額とか上がりそうだよ賞金総額変わったらマジで変わりそう世界大会の結果でいやトーマス HD イエー
With an average of over 13 points per game on day 1, they show they are consistent, but now it's time to pop off.
And let's hear it for Acorn and Edgy. Consistency is the key word here.
ザゴミリムがアジアを有名にしたんだな
Yesterday, they secured themselves a solid 4th place coming into day 2.
4位だ末どこのサーバーの人なんだろうね
Make sure to get loud for Hand and Vortex. This incredible duo showed they belong in this lobby with an amazing second place finish with 7 eliminations yesterday.
And a big welcome to Commandment and Avery with an amazing victory royale on day 1. Commandment and Avery are focused and
いくらしてでも16位だもんな
here for day 2.
ワールドカップ厳しい実力が拮抗してるからみんな
With the clash of the European Titans in Cloudy Condo, Tayson and Chapix are looking to take over.
Let's give it up for Moz and Looter with the contested drop spot at the Grim Gables. I am sure we are in for a treat today. It's going to be a hero's effort to take it all.
And finally, let's hear it for Booga and Miro. The fan favorites are ready and looking to make a comeback of a lifetime.
モングラールのお兄ちゃんが日本へえ
My goodness, it'll never get old. I'm telling you. Watching these duos make an entrance like that is always going to be incredible. We want to highlight a duo for you here. It's a lot of, probably a duo that we're all hoping, and we kind of touched on, hope does well, Acorn and Edgy. Edgy having a series of second place finishes in the FNCS, still hasn't seen that first place. And man, he wants it, and he wants it here.
Look, he wants it. He's not the only one that wants it. Thomas and Edgy both competing for that trophy, their first trophy. But talking a bit more on Acorn, I couldn't emphasize enough how important their day one is and was for them. I mean, Acorn having the most damage dealt in the first
右一回も喋ってないのに本当に喋ってるようなね。
shows that they prepared
常
beforehand
に動いてる。
for this tournament. But the question is, in day 2, will they be contested? Will the
こういう
change in
話し方は
zones
海
cause
外の
them
方
to
が
not
多
do
い
as much
イメージ
damage?
がある
There's
な。
so many factors that come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. And their worst game was a 42nd, and it was when Haijo and Belusi rotated in from that west side. It kind of made things a little bit difficult for them because they had so many teams in the area already. Of course, we have no Rayleigh there as well. It's very, very difficult for them to all be there at once, and unfortunately they did fall victim to that. But their other games have been really, really consistent. They've been very, very solid, playing the end game layers really well, and I'm excited to see them perform today.
That's right, Kelly, standing by right now with Acorn and Edgy as they prepare for the competition.
Thank you so much, Zeke. I am joined by Acorn and Edgy. And guys, make some noise for this team right here. You guys are currently in 4th place. What is that like to be in the top 5?
It feels pretty nice, especially one of the only N8 teams up here. But it's not over till it's over, and it's just going to come down to the last game.
Well, with how you guys have been playing, 1 second place, 1 third place, what's standing in your way from grabbing that VR?
Honestly, we just need to keep getting kills and refreshes and stuff. And if we just get mats, play with mats, we'll do good. It's really just we run out of mats, that's why.
I mean, good luck to you guys. You have 6 more games to go. But everyone, it's time to head on back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly. As incredible as always, but it is almost that time to kick off the competition. So why don't we go hang out with Monster, D-Face, and Jacob PR. Heading into the action. Let's go ahead and start gearing up, of course, for that first game there, Jacob.
Yeah, first game of the day, but it's the 7th game overall in the competition. The FNCS Invitational has not disappointed one bit.
That's right. A 2-day competition leaves a lot of stress, of course, on the shoulders. You get that first day out the way, and then you have to think about everything and how to play out.
Yeah, and luckily for them, this is a 2-day competition. For some of these teams that might be on the low end of the leaderboard, don't count yourselves out yet. It's all about that mindset, but the mindset has to be ready.
10分ぐらいに1回は知ってる単語が出てくるぐらいで。
Here it is. The players are
始まんのか、おいおいおい。
all play out. This is it, folks. It's day 2 of the FNCS Invitational.
マジでザゴンミニム頑張れ。
Moments away from jumping off that bus. Let's get it.
まあまあまあ、効果はちょっと不利ぐらいか。ちょっと不利というか結構不利だね。ルナペコも不利だね。てかあれが全員、そう考えるとアジア勢1日目かなり有利であれだったのか。きついな。1日目のアンチさくらんぼさんがまとめてくれてたんだけど、上にめっちゃ固まってたのよ、雪山らへんで、ミリム君たちがレイブケーブ寄りのルナペコがデイリー寄りのアリスさんたちが 3P の下側だから全員上寄りなのよ。で、上アンチめっちゃ寄ってたからね。1日目アジア有利だったんだなと思った。さあ、カーミセッティたち相変わらずフリーです。秒が距離が仕方がない。いいね、画面とディープキスはしない感じか。誰か被せに来るのかな。いや、ないと思うな。被せるとしたら1位潰しだと思うな。初動は引かないか。プライドとプライドの戦いですね。
Didn't always go their way. Although they did manage to end inside that top 10 window, it was still very much a competition for them.
始まった。早速盛り上がってまいりました。ビコ。
Over here towards Vico and Moran. Vico has been going off as a solo all day long yesterday. And you can already tell, it looks like they're on the hunt, trying to catch somebody off guard. And that's a lone player that they're surrounding.
The first thing Vico told me was, did you see me pop off last night? I was like,
I think we all did.
You were going crazy. And we get to see how they're feeling. And you can tell the confidence is there. Look at the surge in confidence to walk in with no builds and really try to make this a play here. But that build from Grawl is going to go ahead and discover that there's an opponent down here, and up he goes. Yeah. Oh!
What the?
Player on the other side. What?
お前には何が見えた？ウォールハックか？
That was a perfect read.
狙い撃ちかよ。
A book of the library. It didn't even return him back. That is huge, and you can see Vico and Moran, the only team currently in the top 10, playing in their first
これが EU の対面最強。もう未来を読みます。とても気分がいい。相手はもう歯茎むき出し。ニコニコしちゃいますね。
They had one of the victory royales yesterday, a couple of top placements, and that put themselves in contention to take the title.
And lucky for Cold and Scented, they've managed to go ahead and find themselves a little bit of room to play the drop there, and that's why we're noticing them in the end game. And just think about the dynamic that's playing out right here for Larson and Smite. They have a huge decision to make. Do we go ahead and risk it all and take the fight to allow them to have a piece of this drop spot so that we play smart, play safe, and earn points?
Yeah, I think both these teams realizing how dangerous
さあ、
they
トーマ
can
ス
be.
HD トリッペ
They're in the
ン。
top.
またアンチが上に寄りました。ミリムザゴ選手一体どうやって動くのか。楽しみで仕方がない。おっと、ミリムザゴがいないですね、これ。この中に。ミリムザゴもすでにあっち側に移動しております。なんなら詰められた。いや、ミリムザゴこれムーブ変えたぞ。ムーブ変えたな。ムーブ変えた、ムーブ変えた、明らか。早すぎる移動。これだけはするつもりか。
Savage stepping up to the wall. Let's see how quickly he can turn this around.
Yeah, right now it just seems like the aggressor is off his spot.
What?
Mr. Savage just
Mr. Savage.
done up by On1 and Baka.
いやー、まあさすがにね、甘えたね、仕方ないね。今のはそう甘えですね。ワールドカップだったら死ぬんじゃねえかっていう動きだね。ワールドカップじゃなければ死ななかった。これがワールドカップだよ。
Smell the fear right now, and they're hot on the chase. This is 2 more points. This is a great start. More storm surge, everything for On1 and Baka to keep it going and try to get that top spot because they know with the second place finish in NA West last season, anything is possible. But Hydrop, he doesn't want to be a part of it, but they're just not wanting to let him get away.
I like that they're chasing this one down here, though.
さすがにハンマーじゃないと落とせない
Very
か。
much worth it. Get those points. Make up for the games that you were bested out on. And this time around, Baka with the display. Everyone close your eyes. You saw nothing. We move on.
ウォーって言われてる。
Right in the feed though. King gets credit for the knock on the Baka. I don't know where they're at, but you gotta know an aggressive team coming from Brazil.
いやー、さすがのフェイスキング、ビッグラポンです。
They have to weigh their options at that point. Like, what just happened? How did we?
緊張ですね、間違いなく。
Luckily for us, we get to jump on over to Janice and Vadil here at the Reality Falls. This has been a very interesting position for them to play out of because Vico and Moran have found so much success, and Vadil and Janice are such a
いや、
great
さすがに大丈夫だと思うんだよ。あの距離は詰めれない。
This is what more we were looking towards seeing today. It may have started off a little slow, but Smite and Larson know how dangerous they can be, especially if they have the high ground against Muzz and Looter. But the longer this one takes, it looks like it was a little bit of a north zone. A lot of teams are going to begin to rotate in, so you know as well as I do, the longer you take, the more chance of a third party, and that's going to be Larson and Smite's job right there to try to disengage. But they don't disengage far, they just continuously hold that high ground.
Smart of them. They're showing us that they actually want to take this fight. Smite and Larson, some of the most confident players we have actually seen.
Yeah, he's not backing down.
Looter's like, what's up? You guys want to do this? I play better. Box to box. Come see me.
いや、このハイグラ頭いいね。頭いいというか、ここでジャンパーを使って終盤不利にするあたり、その倒しても俺たちはジャンパー1個減らしてるぞっていうのと、もし自分たちが勝っても終盤ジャンパーが1個減るから動きにくくなるぜっていう、まあそのあれでね、どこまでも対面だけ考えてるから相手からしてもとてもうざいですね。そして1人健在なくなったのがバレましたね。さあこれで使ってお互いにとってジャンパーを対面で使うっていうのは本当に嫌な手だからね。
much flexibility through the mid game as possible. And once again, it looks like Larson and Smite are trying to disengage.
ハイグラを捨てた。ハイグラを捨てるんだったらもう室内戦しかない。
At the top spot, and they know that you cannot fall behind. You cannot put everything you all have in all one moment. So for them, it's about re-matting up because you look, they barely have anything.
まあこの健在だったら上維持したら終わるからね。ここレンガうまいんだ、覚えとこう。ミリムザゴとてもムーブを変えました。やっぱ研究してきますね。間違いなくそのフリーなとこを当ててるね。やっぱミリムザゴは初動がね自由な方がね動きやすいんだろうな。
Thank you so much for that breakdown there, Taco. It really does give us the full picture about Joe and Zandy's journey in the game here, right? They're one of the few teams, like we said, they against all odds perform very well with the zone not landing.
Yeah, and you can kind of see a little bit of how they're getting that job done, but Smite in the feed, looking like he's already going to take down Muzz, leaving Looter in a 1v2 situation. I'm getting that feeling of deja vu from yesterday where they 1v2'd inside of the cave, but it got really, really dangerous.
It's a great angle for Smite here. He almost catches Looter off guard. He was so ready, but here comes the defensive shots from down low. He's got to be careful. That wall is not his, and now he has to break through. This is how a pro player turns things around. Larson comes from behind and throws tomatoes on the body.
いやー、ここの初動ファイトは。
Exactly
てかアジア誰もしないルダペパまだ試してたからわかんないししてそうだよね。エル君おはよう。あ、せーナイスパ。ありがとうございます。おはようございます。ハック入りました。11交換。非常に立ちが悪いです。さあ、クロックオンされました。さあ、ノーマーツ。
Way to kick things off. Raze is down, in fact, as well. So this is a one-on-one type situation. The question is, can he find his way to a reboot, Van? The longer this goes on, the tougher it's going to be for him to go ahead and turn this bad situation around.
Yeah, but if they're going to go ahead, and right now Alex has the opportunity with the med miss and the flopper, they can try to get a reboot that is in Storm, but you got to do it sooner rather than later. But it doesn't look like Fars.
さあ、また上アンチ。これはビッグなポンだぞ。
Northern zone. So the players that we were talking about, Janice and Vidil, Joe and Z, Andy, and a lot of those teams that are on the southern portion of the map have to go ahead and figure out a way to go ahead and travel as fast as possible.
ミリムザゴどうなってるだろうか。いやー、動きにくいこいつら。さすがにこの距離落ちきんないと思うわ。
One thing we do know for certain is so does Vino and Queasy. When the zone lands on top of them, they have turned all of those games around into excellent end games. We'll see if it ends up happening. Joe and Z Andy moving from outside the zone. They don't necessarily want to take the fastest course of action to the safety. They have to go a little wide here to give themselves some room. In the distance, Cammy and Seti, so they're hot on their trails as well. And then, of course, Macklin and Kanata here to the left. That's the resistance.
You see Joe and Zandy, 5 games, 5+ eliminations on day 1.
さあ、クイジー位置取りが早い。気色が悪いですね。瞬間移動でもしたんですかね、クイジーたちは。この辺りあれか、クイジーたち、そもそも檻が違うのか、檻が裏か。ここら辺なのか、檻が。ともう一人。いや、遠いですね。なみさん、どこに移動したんですかね。いや、最初の降りる場所は多分変わってないと思うな。
One of NA East's only hope inside the top 10 right now. Last game yesterday fell slightly short of their expectation, but one thing I did notice about Acorn and Edgy, they were in the player lounge late last night, VOD reviewing, studying how to adjust their gameplay to never drop another round. If they can put all of those rounds and learnings into play, game 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And that VOD review actually paid off, but we've seen this rotate from Cammy and Seti. Everybody's hitting that VOD review after day number 1. They want that free rotation, especially since they are in the storm. But I did see Booga go down. Malibuka getting a knock on to Andalex.
ブーストしない。
I love this rotate now. Cammy and Seti were in a different position yesterday. They were down on Surge, but for Truex and Ticho, they're over 300 above. They have absolutely nothing to worry about other than finding that sweet spot in zone.
ペロとクイジーすごい離れてますね。どんな試合し合ってるんだろう。いや、そんぐらいしないとサージがきついんだよ。信頼というかちょっと危険でもそんぐらいしないとダメなんだよ。 よかった、ここら辺にミリムザゴはいない。おおおおおおおおさあヘイトが食らってる間に、いや血がない方は逃げれないよ、詰められたらね。仕方なくやってることなんですが、いやまあそこまで言ったら俺には読めないけどね。でもそのアンチ気球、まずほとんど気球上に2人でいて、気球上に2人でいて、あ、アンチ決まったね、ここいいんじゃない、じゃあここを先取っといてくれる、俺まだここいとくわって感覚だと思うっていう会話だと思う。っていう会話の流れだったと思うな。俺まだここでさじかせとくわ。多分、ああこれ俺敵近いからもうちょいさすがもう合流できるっつって多分危険なやつがもうそろそろ出てる頃。もうみんな違い。おお。
Just outside of the zone as well. KBR and Zeet, they have plenty of heals to work with. And that's exactly why they're staggering themselves so far back, 290 above for them. That's a feeling of comfortability as Storm Surge begins to activate. And this is the thing, for the players that are comfortable on Storm Surge, this is an opportunity to look around the world and figure out who is struggling. Because when that Storm Surge takes their shields down, you hear that crack, you hear that audio cue, and for some of these players, that's a green light.
Now we get to tune in. What looks like a little hold up, right? Looking at the
pink
options, nice little pick up there.
ザゴミリムね、全然映んないね。ルナさんが落ちた。ペポさんとアリスさん落ちた、マジかよ。さあ2日目は人の減りが早すぎる。いや違うか、全然早くねえわ。サジ発生中だからか。
The Brazilian fans on the other side cheering for P8 and Quitos. They jump up to 4 eliminations.
なんとチャレンジャー俺はザゴミリムが一番優勝すると思ってる。
I just preface that type of situation. If you're down on Surge, you almost have to beeline it to the first team, and Cool's even going down backside of zone. Struggles for them, looking like it's going to start early here in game number 7. Marim's going to go down to Acorn. Yumi is out. The team from NA West that took the
シールドバブルボートさ、昨日から見るけどさ、なぜ見るかっていうとさ、上とか、まあよくわからんけども、ボートが、あ、やばいこれ死んだ。
Joe and Zandy also feeling the pressures of a late rotate coming out the zone. Luckily, there is of course the edge right in front of them.
ジャンパスかい、ジャンパスかい。フルじゃんか。フルじゃんだな。フルじゃんしかないな。ミネさん落ちされた。嘘でしょ、嘘でしょ、嘘でしょ、嘘でしょ。ミネさん落ちた、ザゴさんも嘘だろ。マジか、本当にショックだなそれは。ガチか、ガチか、ガチか、ガチか。ガチか。ガチか。はい、じゃあね、アジア勢のいないね、中盤なんてね、見ても何もなんないんでね、一回ちょっとね、切り替わっていきたいと思います。サージ食らってたから、マジかよ。一回ミリムザゴたちが何を書いたのか見てみましょう。そして今なんか LINE 来た。マイポリだ。リプレイ今さ、バグってないの多分。切り替えたからバグってないはず。俺ね、レイブ警部、俺極めてるものとしてね、バスコールで大体わかんない。これトーマス HD だろ。シェッ。 わかんなかったわ。じゃあこれか、こいつらか。このバスコールだと、そっか。じゃあこれでミリムザゴ森自体は変わってないんだよ。ただそうだね、変えたね。よし、両が距離外。ここで毎回ファイトになってたから漁る順番を変えたんだ。いや、奥まで取ったの。そうだよ、多分やっぱ研究してる。毎回ミリムザゴ1日目はね、レイブケーブのこっち側、レイブケーブ増えてる。まずいな。多分増えてねえか。増えてるね。本来3パーティーだったはずが増えてますね。なのでミリムザゴたちが引いたのか。一回来るかどうか確認して引いて、ここら辺あさりに変えたのか。ハージを稼ぎに来ましたね。ハージというかもうボコボコにしに行ってるね。この建材の量でケーブワンパ増えたか。かぶせられたな。かぶせられてんだよ、しっかり。多分ね、一緒なんだろうな。稼ぐつもりが稼がれてるんだな。そうで、相手が悪いな。これはね、決まったムーブがないからフィジカルなんだよな。決まったムーブがないからリアリティ周りのフィジカルになるんだよ。そしたらね、リアリティ慣れしてないこいつらだったら今の当てれたくねえか。リアリティ慣れしてないからね、多分さらにきついんじゃないか。球数は結構ある。こいつらやっぱ初動がきついか。いやー、初動がきついんだろうな、これ明らか。そうだもん。建材20だよ。20、39。物資自体は悪くないけど建材がなさすぎる。いや、教えとかじゃないんだよこれ。立ち回りとかじゃないんで、まあ、敵の位置が本当に決まった動きしてないから。ワールドカップ特にザゴーミリブが来たせいで DMR これ結構熱になるだろうな、私からしたら。潰しに行く気満々だね。バレたね。EM。いや、これはきついだろ。しゃーねしゃーね。檻がしゃあない、これは。檻のせいなんだよ。マジで 100%。中盤で死んでるけどね、初動のせいなんだよね。まあ、ケグでちょっと耐えるつもりだろうけど。まあこれ死ぬわな。いやー、これ初動が悪いわ。初動が悪い。こいつでもね、レイブケーブかぶせられたらね、戦うことになるじゃん。でも周り多いじゃん。これ死ぬ。 あはー。違うんだよな。初動かぶせられた時点で負けなんだよな。フリー取ってた場所がかぶせられたとかいう判定じゃなくて、違うんだよ。レイブケーブなんて漁夫しやすいから。
It was just getting so
Up
and down these mountains. These players are going to have to figure out what they're going to do, especially Tripper, who is out of builds. Him and Thomas have to figure out something, but they have been through the ringer this game. If anybody deserves it, it's them.
This is crazy. Tripper and Thomas should not be alive right now, but they are staying up. Thomas,
he does it again!
TrueLex with a huge refresh, and he is back in the game. It will come at the expense of Tripper falling, though. But hey, they have earned points, and now we have another top 3 player inside the game here, keeping up with the pace. Scented, Cold, still alive. 3 Elans as well. Looking to take a fight there, but no. They want to make this rotate. They need to get to the zone. What a great layer change here from Scented, and it's all about smart play from him.
Yeah, he had 2 med miss, floppers on the back
トー
side
マ
of the
ス
zone.
順位伸ばしております。
Everything he can to stay alive, just like
ベロクイ
Larson
ジ
here
まだ
by
いってるの。
himself. 5 eliminations as a team, most of them coming off the back of Larson and that early
Aha!
game start. But
Aha!
Queasy and Vino holding on high to the high ground in the sky.
And Brazil is still alive in this game as well. So
いや、
we have
トーマスたち
EU
も耐えてるな。
and Brazil all in the same game. You can see the heals coming out from Kitos and PH in there. They still have so much to work with. 2 of our top 5 teams already out.
ちなみにトーマスたちね、初動って勝ってんだよ。初動ファイトじゃないよ。初動ファイトだよ。わかると思う。ハイグラを固定にしたんだよね。なんか結構ね、そういうイメージがあるんだよ。アジアも昔さ、クローザーさんたちがさ、上位取った時、グランドファイナル1位取った時のタコさんとか、ちょっとでもハイグラを固定折りにしたんだよ。折りというか、ハイグラをね、固定にしたんだよ。ハイグラはもうこいつらのもんだっていうイメージなんだよ。そう、クイージーでのハイグラはあいつらがいるから無理だっていうイメージをね、1日目から無理やり作りに行ったんだよ。多分クイージーベの本来なら行かないけど、無理やり行って結構グリーフ気味にでどかしに行ったんだよ。だからこその巻き返し。最初の 1,2 試合目ぐらいはあんまだったけど、そっからずっと上位取ってんだよ。ずっとハイグラ最初の直後にめっちゃされてたのに、全然今されてないんだよ。なぜかっていうと取ったんだよ、1回目から。
Genesis Video feeling the pressure of the high ground, running out of builds. This is basically Queasy and Vino's game.
1日目で取りに行ったんだよな。
Queasy's down to 1 build as well. This is looking very dire. They're gonna have to cap off. Janice and Video know better. They need to continue the pressure. Vino goes down. He takes a shot. Video blocks it. Beautifully done. Janice stuck up from behind.
気を取られてる間に1人やって。
Oh my gosh! It was so close. Queasy touches out in the end. EU, Vino, Queasy.
だからそれを意図してやったわけではないんだよ。ただ意図してやったのか分からんけど、ハイグラは俺たちのもんだっていう、まずそのまあ間違いなく意図してないと思うけど、ハイグラムーブでワールドカップの前の大会、ワールドカップ前ラストのエリートカップ予選7ビクロイハイグラムーブっていうので知名度がついたじゃん。こいつらはハイグラで予選7連ビクロイしたんだなっていう。でワールドカップも同じようなムーブで決めてくるんじゃねえかっていうのがみんなの頭に入った。それで実際でも勝てるんじゃねえかと印象をつけていて、でもそれでも 1,2 試合目はこけてたよこいつら。最初から健在少ないけど取りに行って、でも直乗りされて直乗りされて取られたり途中で落ちてたりしたんよ。だけどそれのおかげででも最後まで粘ってたから、もうハイグラちょっとあいつらいるからきついんじゃねえかってことで引いてったんよ。そう、初動ファイトみたいに。だからこいつらが巻き返す。 誰もハイグラいけなくなる。
Shoutouts to you, Adam. Thank you so
あ、もう
much.
こいつら
And
どうせ
massive
1位取るじゃんっていう
shoutout to Queasy and Vino. We
イメージを
interviewed
つ
them
け
at
ち
the
ゃ
end
った
of
から。
yesterday, and they said we want to take a moment. We need to go back. We need to review a couple things and come back stronger tomorrow. What a better way than just go ahead and win the game? I mean, to come out and in zone 2, be zone favored, to be sitting in zone on height, basically max materials, basically
だから
max
こそ気
heals.
色あり。
They're not going to lose.
They're unstoppable, Zeke. We saw it yesterday, and I don't know what's going on. Another North Zone for this duo with the potential they have, how confident they are, how well they play. We saw it going into the late game. I think it was Queasy almost had 12 splashes, almost max materials, and they knew exactly
いや
how
で
to
もトーマス
capitalize
HD
on
たちも
an
な
advantage
全
like
然
that,
ついていっ
and
て
they
るけ
did
ど
it perfectly.
ちょっ
You
と
know how
離
the
され
new
た
has capitalized. Game number 5. The zone was almost in the exact same place yesterday. Today,
それ
it's
が
in
分
the
かってて
exact
も
same
何も
place
できない
again.
の
It's
何も
just
できない
deja vu. It's Groundhog Day for these teams.
何もできないと思う。その今さ現時点で最下位のやつは結構何でもできるからいいんだよ。だから初動をかぶせるみたいなもんだよね、感覚は。ハイグラを取られてるこいつらじゃこのままじゃこいつら1位取っちゃう。でも2位3位のやつは無理やりハイグラがなくてもなぜ2位3位かっていうと中盤中段だのローグラウンドなので順位が安定してるから無駄に慣れてないハイグラ行く意味がないんだよ。だからハイグラ行くとしたらね今現時点で順位がめっちゃ低いやつらなんだけど低いやつらが行くんだけどその低いやつらはそもそもクイージーベノにハイグラ勝負勝てるわけがないしそのねハイグラムーブ慣れてない無理だと思うんだよね。低いやつらがね今現時点で順位が低いやつらがハイグラ無理やり行ったとしても上位は取れないだろうしシンプルにクイージーベノはハイグラが最強だから現時点で上位のやつしか勝てる見込みがないけど現時点で上位のやつはかぶせる理由がないっていう。で現時点で上位のやつは無理やりハイグラ行こうって考えたとしてもその足の引っ張り合いになってお互いに順位が落ちるだけって分かってるからなおさらいけない。だからもうハイグラはあいつらのものだってなった時点でその対抗馬がいなくなるんよ。強いて言えば可能性があるとすれば低レートというか今順位が低いやつがかぶせてでもなんか結構ボコボコにしたけど一回ダメージもらっちゃってその間に誰かに振られて終わりとかその2位とか3位ワールドカップ現時点で上位のやつらは常に結局ハイグラ見てチャンスは伺ってるからだから雑魚がかぶせてそれを振る2位3位勢っていうので唯一順位が変わると思う。そういうのでクイージベロが落ち始める。でもそもそも今雑魚というか今順位が低いやつらは雑魚って言ったらワールドカップ行ってる時点で最強だからね言っとくけどマジで雑魚じゃないよごめんね全然高いだよ。だけどその今現時点で上位取れていない人らは初動とか中盤とかで詰め気味になるからそもそも終盤がいけないっていうデッドロック状態だからクイージーベノがねもうほぼ確定しちゃったんだよ。だからこういう理由でもうクイージーベノ優勝だって思うからいろんな人がだからさらに対抗馬がいなくなる。
From being the champions of Chapter 3 Season 2, Zeet being an all-star champion as well, to now on the main international stage performing, you'd love to see it.
Yeah, we talked about it at the beginning of the show, right? Can these teams pick up where they left off after day one? And Zeet and KBR were one of those teams that ended the day better than they started. Their final 3 games yesterday, they had one of the most points out of all the teams, and they're picking it up once more.
That's right, another duo, PH Zin, Kitos also alive there in the top 15. So real Brazil, they're showing up huge today. I feel like another duo that we actually got to see first time. They're kind of still under the radar. Badil and Janice, they've been relatively quiet, but they did make top 5 in this last game. So what are we kind of hoping to see out of this duo?
Look, they adapted. I saw Janice on social media yesterday. He was like, I don't know what to do. I'm landing in an uncontested spot. The zones are pulling north. I don't have time to get enough surge. I don't have time to get
そう
enough
だけど
damage.
ルナペポ
I
は
need to
そも
change
そも
something. And clearly, Janice
ここ
and Badil
3シーズン
changed
4シーズン
something
ぐらいずっ
because
と
they
デイ
got
リー裏
second
潰
place
すムー
now
ブだ
going
から
into today. It's a
結
huge
局
factor.
ハイキルビクライし上位狙おうって思ってるんだったらもうデイリー裏潰しに行くから終盤行きにくいんじゃないかっていう
Today is the day to bring it all. But as we prepare for game 8, let's go hang out with Monster D-Face and Jacob to get things started.
Thank you so much there, Zeke. Yeah, we really get to pick things up. It's looking like we're closing into a runaway train potentially.
Yeah, potentially it is so, but there's still 5 games left on the day. For some of these teams, right now, game number 8 is their chance to close the gap on that leaderboard and fight for the chance to call yourself the FNCS Invitational Champion.
Well, at this point, if I'm a team, I don't care where I'm landing, I'm gonna maybe think to myself, hey, let's slide on north. Let's play the upper side of this early rotate. How do we get to those general areas sooner rather than later? Well, now we get to find out, folks. Here we are. Game number 8 is kicking off.
Yep, got a little bit of a different bus path yet again. I'm liking a little bit of variety that
いや
we
ザ
are
ゴーたちは
coming out
ね
with.
今の
And for
で
some of these
ね
teams, we're gonna see a little bit of
リアリティ
Fort
周りは
Jones
不利だ
and
と思って
Peak
ね
and Nos. Almost all
あの
day
レイブケーブ
yesterday,
中入ってい
they
くと思うん
completely
だよ
split the
ね
POI, but they're 2 separate ways, and that's how they were able to get the spot they did on the leaderboard.
That's right, and also Jamper and Peterbot on that coast having a tough time.
Yeah.
Contested pretty much for
それかジョンジーズ周り見てあのハイドできそうな場所があってそこで一人持っていくとかかジョンジーズの隙をついてワンチャン奪い返
Yeah,
す説
because you
ってい
also
う
got
の
to
が
remember, there is 7 different regions being represented right now. Some of these guys are the top dog in their
ここでね
region,
20 ダ
and
メ
they're
ージでも
not
稼いでる
contested
のがで
on
かいん
the
だけど
usual.
ピス
So
トルは
this
す
is
げえ
a
当て
new
にくいんだけど
feeling and a new thing for some of them to have to work through as Cammy and Seti yet again trying to get that early surge down as Larson and Smite taking control of the entire house over at Grim's Gables. A split spot coming out from Muzz and Looter. But you gotta watch out if you're being this split against a team that is this active in Larson and Smite.
I did not expect Miro to fall so early, but it looks like Kanata might have
い
found
や
himself
クイージーベノが
knock
な
in the air. As now we get to look over at Chapix and Tayson.
普段からハイグラムーブできるやつができるムーブっていうかさ
teammate right
で
now.
きるムーブだよ
Reason
ね
is down and Aqua. I can just feel the desperation, the look.
なかなかできないよ
Tells it all, man, as they
そ
are
のさ
communicating with
みんな
one
分かってんじゃん
another.
グランドファイナルとかさワールドカップだのハイグラ勝ってるなって分かってんじゃんなのにいけないんだよなぜかっていうともうなんかみんな同じこと考えるから
The gap between each other. They want that off-spawn exchange for Muzz and Looter. They want revenge. They want redemption for what they've been going through the past 7 games.
That last game was
さすが
a
にショット
great
があ
one
るか
for
らね
Smite and Larson, officially jumping their way back up into the top 5. So if Muzz and Looter play spoiler here, it'll be a huge landslide moment for Smite and Larson. They can't afford
前
that.
のというか前の方
Lovely for them to disengage and play this one out. Tripper and Thomas HD so far. For me, the play of the day has to go to them. They have managed to turn that last game around with nothing. Arguably, probably one of the worst positions we'll see them in over the course of the day.
And they had one of the most performances yesterday, almost 20 points in all 6 games. No other team had even 10 points in every game. So you got to imagine how that really puts them on the confidence scale coming into day number 2 as Joe and Z Andy are going to have a little bit of a north pool yet again. It's going to be on the eastern side this time around. So for some of these teams, it's going to be a little bit of an easier game, but some of them it's going to be equally as hard as the last.
I'm happy we have to jump in with KBR here because he is down. We saw that exchange happen in the feed there. Remember, they are not completely clear here at the Lustrous.
ショットウェーブ帰ってくるわけないじゃんねさすがにないだろうとは思ったけどこのワールドカップでラストのラッシュ実力が出ないようなことをしないと思うけどな
So that is very much a contested area, and now he has to play for the save.
Yep. On board, Queasy and
いやまたアンチ追ってるじゃん
one of 2 teams in this event that has 2 victory royales so far in this tournament, and you're seeing how they're getting the job done. Going from balloon to balloon, the high ground, getting the surge, surveying the lobby is absolutely important. This is such a synergistic duo that cannot be stopped at the way they're going right now.
I don't want to call it too early, but the zone is leaning north. Is it going to end somewhere up there? Yes or no?
No. I want to bet against it. I want to bet against it because some of these teams have been just going through the ringer with those north zones. I'd be okay with an eastern one, giving some of our teams on that just a little bit of a chance to kind of climb up that leaderboard. But a team that doesn't need a chance because they take it by force is Wax and Robob. They're one of my favorite teams simply because of Robob's name.
めっちゃうまいからね。
Yeah, you
ワール
say
ドカップ出てる
it
メンバ
all the
ーは
way through every time. I have to. I don't have the heart to risk it. Bailey and Alex in a box fight right now versus Yusri and Jude. This is a long-awaited fight. It's been happening all weekend long. They're one of the few teams that have been contested, but not have really turned their winning fights into anything big in the end game, right?
Ooh, it's huge. Wave, Ju and Yusri not backing down here. This is a fight that I think kind of settled every single game yesterday. Or at least I'd guess so, between Alex and Bailey, Ju and Yusri. But Alex and Bailey, I was kind of talking to them. Anybody in this tournament, realistically, including them, can pop off at a moment's notice. You just have to find a way to do it while staying consistent at the same time. And they want to go ahead and get this elimination. They want to go ahead and fight this so that way they can get the surge that they need so they don't have to worry about it later on. Because unlike every regular FNCS of the past, our contested teams this side around are actually having very good tournaments.
I think what we're seeing right now is stage pressure kicking in. I had a lot of time to kick up, really catch up and get to know Alex and Bailey in the lead up.
影のせいで見にくいっちゅうねん。
What they've managed to tell me is they were winning most of their creative head-to-head. So I think when it comes down to raw skill, Alex and Bailey might have the edge over Ju and Yusri, who are newer formed duo in finals style settings. That's kind of what's happening here. Let's go to catch up with Miro, though. What's going on with him down south?
Yeah, him and Booga, I've been wanting to see more of. This is a legacy style event for them. And already, they're switching it up as Miro finding an early elimination onto Bebies. And that was a thing for them. They had such north poles, they weren't able to get the surge, so they had to go hunting just like so many other players in the lobby. And you don't if you're just forced to go for surge
Right, but luckily for him, he does find a little bit of success there. An Elam especially considering he can go ahead and rotate sooner rather than later. Thomas HD, Tripper, taking their destiny into their own hand this time around, really turning up the action. This is learning from your previous game. They do not want to find themselves in another storm surge position where they have to fight.
See that Thomas having more points as a solo than any other player in EU, but to me that's not too surprising because we talk about his accolades. We talk about how legendary of a player he is. He just needs to seal that deal with an FNCS championship, and he could really cement himself as one of the best players of all time.
You can see he also led all damage on day number 1, really earning that respect there. If you didn't believe it before, seeing him do it in person is exceptional. As Seti and Cammy, we can speak to the same accolades. What a great duo here.
神がバーストを持っております。何をする気だこいつは。
So well so far and continuing the trend. Last game, not so bad, right? They did enough to maintain the pace there in third place.
Where Tayson and Chapix, you can see a lot of those Cloudy Condos teams not able to get a ton of damage to put themselves up for a good mid game, but right now they already took
マリブカが読み合い負けたぞ。
They are hot on the heels.
と思ったけどあれかマリブカ一人かこれ。メルスたちが映されてるのか。それ読み合い負けるわ。
Luckily for him, a couple of players joining on the
読み合い
fun.
負ける
The
というか
tags
読
come
み合い
in
を
from
負
a
けた
third
人
party. That's going to allow Kanata just a few seconds to try to stabilize against this European powerhouse.
Kanata and Macwood are uncontested at their drop, so they're playing with fire right now as they pull south to the edge of the zone here to see what they can make happen. But Kanata riding his way around the builds right now. You can see Tayson now jumping onto all the loot. Some of it was already scavenged through, so Kanata should have the reboot card there. If the distance shots come in, that could be Booga and Miro at the hill there. As we know, this is their area. They do play those outskirts. They will not rotate early to center. It's not how they do.
いや、マリブが、あ、違う、キャナダ。俺見間違えた、俺素で。素で見間違えたな。マリブカだと思った。マリブカに一瞬見えたんだよ。あ、いや、ネームプレートは奥にある。
That's not where you want to be, but the fight continues, and Kanata is doing an absolutely fantastic job fighting back against one of the best teams in the region of EU.
Let's see it. Chap is looking for the wall here. Kanata demanding
奥にあ
respect,
る
but
の
gets
に間違え
punished
たか
first. 72 was a huge shot from Chapix there. And the edit comes through. He fights back. This is what
やばい落ちる落ちる落ちる
players
危ね
do so well. And Tayson still, against all odds, will turn that one around, but it was looking so dicey.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kanata Macwood, that's where that consistency of yesterday kind of comes to a halt, but there's still a couple more games on the day. They can climb back at any moment.
That's right. Let's get a quick update from Taco on how things are going.
Been a lot of action taking place over in the Tilted
Yeah,
Towers
meeting
area as
Zago
well
Taname,
throughout this
yeah.
game, but absolutely wanted to highlight the way that Acorn and Edgy have just managed to split their teamwork responsibilities. You've got Acorn just spending all of his time securing the loot, securing resources for this duo. Meanwhile, Edgy, he's making sure to take care of their surge management. The entire while, he's posted up on high ground, looking everywhere he can for as many tags as possible so that their rotations can be as free as they need it.
And those are the strengths of Tilted Towers. Center location, it doesn't matter where the zone goes. They have a strategy that has been so solid every single time. And again, as we gave you guys the updates, top 5 has changed as 4th place is now out of the competition. You see there the slight misplay from KBR. He tries to throw down a chug splash, but unfortunately sends one into the bush. And look at that, gets eliminated there by Wax and Robob. And the reaction, that's a tough one there because again, they were doing very well pacing.
Hopefully right now mentally, they realize that they can still do very, very well. They can still jump up a ton of placings in the next couple of games. You just have to buckle down. You can see the TSM duo far below. But now I want to go over to Larson and Smite. Is this the longest either one of these teams have not only been alive, but been in Grim Gables as well? But at the end of the day, they want to fight. And that fight they will get. And between Larson and Smite, they have a little bit of that high ground. They're only team contested in the top 5.
At this point, I don't even know if they know it's Looter and Muzz. How do they? You really... like, how do they? It's been happening for so long. Maybe they walked away, came back, said, hey, is this another duo? But no, it's just Larson. It's just Smite. It's just Muzz. It's just Looter. And now out of material, Larson trapped up. Boxed like a fish, almost. Smite turns it around, though. 2v1. They try to swing in, and it's not looking good. They are hurt. No HP, low material count. It's down. No. Goes Smite. Larson sneaks out the side there. And Muzz catches the first elimination, and the siphon is enough to get some mats there.
Yeah, 衝動ファイトが
That's huge for them.
衝動ファイトがここまで
Get as many placements as possible, but there's a couple other teams that are stacked up here as well, and it does look like the surviving member of that duo got out alive for a moment, but he cannot go back into the storm. Otherwise, he will get eliminated by somebody else.
And Thomas HD gets those 2 points. That can be a difference maker. 3 points for Thomas HD and Trippin, who are on the heels of Vino and Queasy, but now 4th place is down. 5th place is down. The top 3 have more of a runway to start ramping up here. King and Ed, though, under shots here. They are making the rotate. It's Avery and Commandment who's up above. Low on material count as well. King has to box up.
Yep, another team towards the north side of the map, on the western side as well, that has a little bit of a pull to go. I don't want to say I called it, but I wanted that little bit of an eastern side. We don't want to go all the way north anymore. We want to give a huge fighting chance. As Sentin and Cole, they're just a below surge, but barely below as they're continuing to find the tags, trying to get themselves above. Just like that, it appears. They did just enough damage, but for them, that's not a feeling of comfortability at all. They know their job is not done just yet, and that's why they keep surveying the field.
That is right. Great tag. Yeah. Is going to find down low. This is where you need to really hit your shots. When your team is just on that line of danger, when the storm surge is looming, and when the pressure is on, who can go ahead and put up the numbers that matter most? Noah Riley, bad sniper, very low on HP.
Noah Riley, stop! Stop! Oh,
the Japanese duo right there, Zagu and Mareem, they are champions of Asia, the most recent FNCS champions of their region. You have to put respect on their name. And these EU boys are learning very quickly as to why you don't walk up to that wall.
Yeah, and they're actually one of the teams that have some of the best
さあ詰められるノアレリ VS
They got a second, but Noah Riley doesn't
いやいいカウンター
Zagu gets dropped as well.
持ってくるイエーイ
The Asian powerhouse team do it again. Let's get loud for Japan.
Representing for Japan, we love to see it. It's a jammed house here in North Carolina. We love to see these teams stepping up under the lights, under the action.
今のでサージもちょっと余裕でしたね。まあ結局200ぐらいしか稼げてないけ
Look
ど。
at how they adjusted from game 1 on this day, from game 7 to game 8 now, right? All of a sudden now, they are so far above with the damage.
But historically, when it comes to Thomas HD and Trippin, I will say their second half team, their second day team, historically they just perform better
いや、
when they're
この移動ですら
backed
ジ
up
ャンパーを使わなきゃいけないっていう。
hopefully for North
こ
America
の移動ですら
altogether,
ジャンパー使わなきゃいけないっ
Acorn
ていう
and
ね。
Edgy can have that same fire. You talk about them being in 4th place on the day. It was only because they had a bad game 2. They had a 0-point game 2 yesterday. Other than that, they were among the top 3 in performances at the second half of the day. If they can continue that here early, they will be on the run to the race.
Vino's gonna find Hellfire in the feed there. That's gonna be a huge refresh for him, but Kitos and PHN holding on to dear life right now, just edging on the top 10 here as far as overall points go. Last game they were in 4th, they slipped way on down, and this time it seems like the Storm Surge has ran a number on them. Now let's take a look at the current game leaders. Rotates there. Cammy and Seti being a few of the bulk that are still in this
その
one.
他もろもろ
Pretty much dead center.
神の余裕
If there's any zone you want to be in the
この
middle,
レベルで
zone
バーストを持
3,
つ余裕な
as it gives you the highest odds
どんだけ
to
サージ
pull that
稼ぎにくい
fourth
か
one.
てか稼げないよ
Beyond
全くだ
that, it's
から
anyone's ball game.
セッティが稼ぎきるんだよこのハンマーだけで嘘でしょサージ以上だよしっかり対面してねえもんマリブが落ちたマリブが落ちたいやうま角度何今のもみつうわーメルスタッチマジでうめえじゃん
And we love to see it. It's
今の
usually
は
your
危なかっ
friends
たな
that turn on you, Joe. See Andy against Malabuka and Verstass. Tough one right there, but they will be
いや
the
クイ
EU
ズ目
team
の安
on
定
top
し
in
す
that
ぎ
engagement.
あザゴミルム死んだあ
team that's sitting comfortably in first place as Booga
いやザゴは通してる1交換だ
And that's what we want to see. We saw Miro getting a little bit busy.
ミリムが死んだ
Now we're seeing Booga
いやダウン
start to get
ワンチャン
active.
ダウンだけじゃねまあ
It's
各い
beginning to come
やでも各
online.
ダウンだけだったら
And for a team as dangerous as they are, they have never
あれか記録
placed
流れ
out
な
of
い
the
か
top 3 monster, and they want to keep that accolade
ミリム
intact.
だけ
It's
落
gonna be
ち
a
たの
tough
今
one though. They will have to continue to turn up. But Vico is in a fight up against Zagu
いや
and
ザ
Kareem, and
い
he
や
turns
落ち
it
た
around. Vico had the biggest
Vico
game
が
closer
2枚
yesterday
持
of
ってた
any other player on the day. This
マジ
man is
か
an animal.
Dangerous as can be.
マ
You
ジ
see
か
Pete and Us. Very, very similar
マ
situation.
ジかよ
Top of the mountain. They got some
うわマジか
teams around them as well.
マジ
They're
か
just trying to figure out where the rest of the teams
マジか
actually went. So right now they're trying to figure out what that
マジ
slow
か
side is.
See it.
かりんと
Joe
食い
by
たくなってきたな
himself.
非常に
See Andy picked apart on the rotate. No heals for Joe. What a tough spot to be in, but hey, at least he has Chrome Splash.
いやーマジかミリムザゴ巻き返してくれると思ったがさらにきつくなるのか
He is as well. You can see he's just biting his lip, looking around like, oh man, I gotta
きつい
time
の
this
か
perfectly.
きついのか
When do
初
I
動
go?
をかぶ
That's the
せられた
question
せい
he's
か
asking
な
himself second
それ
after
で動きに
second.
くくなったのかな
Thomas and Trippin 271 above the damage threshold. Not much to go.
フ
But
ル
they
じゃん
want to
した
get there
ね
as
フルじゃん
fast
した
as
ね
possible.
フルじゃんしたね
In a zone like
どう
this,
する
you
の
wanna
か
get
どう
yourself
する
that
の
sweet
か
spot, and it looks like they're going straight
いや
for the high ground.
Don't overcommit here. Shield bubble comes down to protect themselves. This will allow the builds to get to max HP, and now they can start to read the room. It's Epic Whale. That's not an easy duo by any means. But no, high ground cannot be claimed. There's still some
今まで降
natural
りてったとこ
terrain
ろから
off
ザ
to
ゴ
the
たち
side
引い
there.
てそ
They
こ
have
に
to
敵が来
weigh
て
their
る
decisions.
よくわからない状
Thomas
況ではあ
HD
る
so much better in this game here, looking so much better. Tripper as well.
I like this view of the lobby right now because it really shows us how stacked that right side actually is. We're gonna probably see some teams launch that early if they do not get the zone. As Hijo Belusi picking up a couple on the Brazilian duo of King and Ed. You see Epic Will, a player that usually is lighting up the leaderboard, having a couple struggles, but he is too a second half team. A lot of these teams are known with their backs up against the wall to come up big.
言ってない
Acorn and
全然
Edgy
言ってない
might have found some points there. That is huge, but
エピック
no,
ホエ
it's
ル
just
が
gonna be tackled.
核入
Actually,
れて
yeah, Edgy will get the Elim credit there.
ピンクアナスが落ちる。
Push them over. Cold and Sense it. They have done enough to go ahead
いや
and
ー、
continue to trade that 7 and
あ
8 place position. The
苦しいな。
top 10 is extremely competitive
いや苦しい
here.
な。
Booga, Miro, 4 eliminations. What a massive swing of points here.
And they're just continuously looking for the shots all around. Finally finding that comfortability here. Finally finding some sort of stride to work with. And you can see the chili chug splashes coming out. And that's how they're going to try to rotate across while all the other teams are stuck in that mess on the side. They did just enough damage to weaken one team to try to put them the focus of that lobby.
Vino and Queasy already positioned up at the north side here. Here comes another launch pad. It's down. And the heals are looking excellent for this duo, but the material count halfway. They will have to fight for a refresher. Vino is going to get tagged by Refscar.
いやベノが落ちるか。
Shield as well. And now split from Queasy. Queasy bases out wide here to put up a front on high ground. It's Scram and Chimp who land outside of the Lustrous Lagoon. All of a sudden trying to turn us around. Edgy is down. Acorn by himself. World of trouble. And he goes down to Avery from the side there.
That is huge because they're having a pop-off game right now. Seeing
eliminations
already. Chimp and Scram finding success here on the day.
こいつらがどう取り返す。
They're looking to replicate that some way, shape, or form.
昨日は第5円
You know what time it is. 5th into 6th moving zone. This is where they typically try to go for that high ground and hold on to it for the rest of the game.
Most of top 10 that we started this lobby with is now down and out, but you know who is consistent is our remaining first 3. Vino, Queasy, Thomas HD, Tripper, Seti, and Camis are still in this game. And somewhere amongst all that, you have the solo Joe, who was just picked up, and now Vico, one of the only few who can actually jump back into this.
健在以外はめっちゃ状態いいからワンチャンある。
some big placement points. It is going to be him, and if you look at his inventory,
さあベノたちこの資材量でどうするのか。さすがにハイグラいかないとは思うけど。
Like I said, they're right now looking, is high ground take going to be possible? As they're spotting all these players around, figure out who is moving, where to go is Tripper and Thomas. 33 below the damage threshold. They're going to launch pad, get ahead of zone, and as soon as they do, even though they're not in zone, they're going to be looking all around them to try to find the tags that they need.
The best part of what we're
さあクイージーベル飛んだ。クイージーがクイージーがねいけてないね。41いつますか分かんない。ザーゴンミリマシン出たね。とても苦しい。涙が出てきた。What the? あの状況からリフレッシュしてハイグラ取ってたけどどういうことびっくりしたけど俺。はあ、アリスさん死んじゃった。
6 moving zone. They take the high ground with a well-placed launch pad, but Scented and Cold, they find 2 eliminations on their way to the end game. And if they could just make it that far, they're trying to stay ahead of zone, trying to find some elevation to work with. But Chimp and Scram.
やーっと折り返しに来ました。あなた維持している。そうまともというか生半可なやつじゃクイージーベの相手にハイグラなんて取れねえから。さすがに降りたか。やっぱこっからそうだよな。2日目ない。おいテイソン！Oh my god!
In the mud toward below ground, Booga and Miro found 2 more eliminations. They're continuing to light things up as Andalix finding 1. Vino finds another on Robot Kebab before going down. Queasy left by himself, no build, just a few bandages. This man is trying to make miracles happen. Looking towards the backside of zone, he gets shut down by Pablo.
いやクイージーたちもしてトーマスたちももう自力だな。
Up, can they make do and take advantage of the fact that they cannot earn any points? Tripper still alive right now. No team's getting taken out, but no, he's hurt, and he goes down.
トーマスたちも落ちた。
1位、
2位が落ちたぞ。いやベノクイージーでバレたな。やっぱそうだよ生半可なやつじゃ取れないけどテイソンなら取るよ。テイソンたちはやっぱ1位を取りに行くんだよ。
いやソロ
ワールドカップチャンピオン。
the shots on this Graham, but he gets shot back by Chimp. This is going to come down to
いや、いい判断。
Chimp takes down Booga into the top 10 he goes though.
And look at Chip go. Look at the quick edits there as he manages to turn around. Now out of material. It's all or nothing. A quick edit down low as well to keep him in the game here. But the low ground, there's two, and it's a dangerous two. It's scented. It's cold. They're waiting here as the loot rains down the river. Unfortunately, slips away from them. Zeddy still alive here, trying to squeeze out as many points as possible.
いや、テイソンがハイグラグリーフレベルのグリーフされてる。さあ、荒れてまいりました。ハイグラウンド圧倒的にもうね、誰もが見てわかるようにね、わかるぐらいね、ハイグラウンド激戦区になってまいりました。そう、クイージーベノに挑む奴らがだんだん増えてきましたと。そう、この
It only takes one game to jump back into this top 10 here, and you're watching players fighting for it, putting it all on the line. 9 elims for Wax and Robab, 3 for Clown, who has a little high ground position here over the lobby, but they're still a duo in this game. It's Head, it's Vortex. They're the only duo alive standing right now. 1v1v2, Clown versus Wax here. Wax is looking up and high, a great jump shot there, and he is down. And now Clown has to take on 2 of the best here.
いや、それアンチラ行かなくてもいいんじゃないか。いや、降りたか。あ、ワンベツか。ワンベツか。ニコニコしちゃうね、非常にね。あー、ニコニコしちゃうね。ボルテックスヘン。
From 8 moving zone and all, the last duo alive, teamwork, really making that dream work. And off the back of Hen, that 2 eliminations at the end to get the siphon, that was the recipe for their success.
And they were just so close to pushing double digits there. A low ground win is not something we've seen, but let's get caught up in a little insight from the pros.
Hello, hello. I am joined here by Vortex and Head.
さあ、ミリムザゴーがなぜ死んでしまったのか。いやー、こいつら巻き返してきてんね。ミリムザゴーがなぜ死んでしまったのか。悲しいが見ていきましょう。あー、くそー。いや、あいつらならいけるんだかな。あと4試合いけると思うんだかな。いけると思うんだけどな。すげえ期待度があるよ。すげえ期待してるが。いけないの？あいつらで。いけないわけないよ。あいつらでいけないわけないよ。お前、アジアでいっちゃん強えぞっていう。初動がやっぱでかいなぁ。どかすとかじゃないんだよなぁ、まず。ムーブは変わってないんだよ。何があったミリムザゴは。まあ多分、漁夫ローとして、漁夫は成功したけど、さらに漁夫られてって感じが気がするんだよな。わい？対面してる？対面した相手が、まさかの、対面世界一位と思わないんだろうね。最初から見てるか。ビコは対面がいっちゃん強いって言われてるからね。EU で。まあ EU1 位は世界一位だから。で、あるからして。死ぬ。いや、もう状態が悪いもん。そう初動のせいだよ、これ。いや、ビコが強すぎるっていうか、ビコたちはね、見たらわかる。ビコたちはね、ほら、物資がいいんだよ。まあ、よくはないけど、ミリムザゴよりか圧倒的に。この状況やで。マジで。不思議なんけん。ここでもう物資やべえから対面仕掛け行こうってなって、先に削ったのミリムですね、間違いなく。今ミリムがシールド割ってましたね。ただ多分1人持ってって核入れて ビコが 1v2 というか、まあ完璧な 1v2 ではないと思うけど、さすがに完璧な状況からこいつら 1v2 できるやついないからね。だから1人落としてたまたま周りが敵を食べてとかだったら、ここでノアレイリーたちはあれじゃん、これ見たよ。ノアレイリーたちがサージ食らってこのカウンターもメンライマイブリー。おお、エモート。いや、ダメガチャしてる。いや、ミリムが2枚持ってく。この後か。さあ、白海がなんもない。この体力。いや、これ明らかに衝動が悪いでしょ、こんなん。衝動が悪いわ。いやー、ビコがいや、これはね、物資がきついっていうのはきついけどな。これしゃあないしゃあない。これは広げるあれもなければ。 What?184で返しますね、今。びっくら上点まである。潜在が0。見越して見ていきましょう。いや、間違いなくこれはね、この状況で1人持ってった時点でね、こいつらは世界に通用してるよ。最強だ。最強最強。これはね、雑魚が脳死したと思うな。ビコの読み合いがうめえ。でも、これは、ザゴたちは全然悪くないっす。さあ、次のマッチがまだ始まんないかな。まだ始まんない。おー、嵐めっちゃ来てる。次のマッチがまだ始まんないなら、ちょっとクイジーベのムーブを見ていきましょう。さっきの試合のね、クイジーベのね、ハイグラリティ。どうやらマイポリも知らなかったのか。ザゴーが書道書いてるの。始まるぞ、オッケー。まあ、言うて。書道は、特に何も見るとこないし、毎回戦ってるとこ一緒らしい。ミルムザゴーなんて書道ファイトしないし。あんま。ガチ書道ファイトはないね。なるべく上にかぶせればいいのに、ドロップアップあげようかな。 トーマス HD たちにかぶせに行けばいいのに絶対勝てる。こいつら一体どっちアイジェルだっけ。確かクイジーだったはず。飛ばしすぎたか。飛ばしすぎたね。この建材量で20、130、100、180、30枚。はい。300。この資材量で、さあ、アンチ外で待ちます。このわずかな回復を使って。で、いや、それでも当てられる。ただ、このままワッタのかこの体力で今、ボックスに入ろうとしました。さあ、ベノが落とす。意味がわからない。これなんで、リートがさ、体力少ないって分かったの？これでさ、まあ確かに一人っぽいな、これは。確かに一人ってわかるな。いやこれでめっちゃすごい。今回が勝利で維持されたかも気になるね。いやベノが早い。ベノが早い。ベノが早くて、でもまあそう、ベノが早いせいで持っていかれると。さあクイージーたち、ベノたち、ここでもうハイグラ取られてんの？取られてるっぽいね。取られてるっぽい。ワッタファック。レーザーショットガン。当てやすさがやっぱ異常か。シャグスクが出た。さあトマス HD たちは一体どうやって奪い返したのか。トマス HD じゃない。テイソン。ザゴさん初動変えてる。マジか。すぐ見よう。ちょっと待ってな。直乗りをもうしに行ったのか。ローグラだねまだ。ハイグラどういう状況？ What the fuck。 ぴったりだな。多分狙ったな、さすがに。この状況、最悪。ジャンプアップしてね。きめー。これきめー。ちゃんとぴったりなんだよ。どうやって測ったのかとか気になるんだが、これでまあ普通に直乗りでハイグラ降りていくか。明日からだな。さて帰るか。世界線を戻そう。間違えたね。それはゴリラである。ザゴ死んでる。倍速でちょっと追いつこう。ザゴどうした？ザゴ落ちたね。何があった？ジョンジーズとか言ったか。
see what they do with the amount of damage that they got. They want to go aggressive and try to take advantage. But you can see the feed. Mr. Savage and iDrop already getting busy, taking down on one first, leaving Baka as a solo.
That's right. Lucky for us to get the
Zagu
and the Reem. And this is very cool and also extremely interesting. They have officially switched up their drop spot here on day 2. We have not seen anyone as notable as high placing as them.
フリーなオリ行ったね、多分リプレイで。ただなぜ殺された？
versus Vico here. Little head-to-head action. First task coming for Vico. Looking good so far. They lead the points here, Jacob. And also the execution very much in their side.
For all of Vico's great games, it starts here, but a massive tag gonna have him back down in a defensive position. Ryan's gonna have to try to figure out a way to alleviate some of that pressure. And you see the sharing is there. He's getting around. Now he's going for the beat control. Unfortunately enough, missed opportunity. But that's not gonna stop him from trying again and again and again. He knows the amount of damage he just put on Vico cannot go to waste.
Now keep in mind, Vico and Ryan are inside the top 10. They cannot afford to fall now. That will have devastating impact on standings. And a huge side angle there. Ryan is hurt. Forced into the low ground position, forced to run away from novice and retake. They are proving why they were invited to the center.
これザゴが落ちた。なぜだ
Meanwhile, Zaku falls to Macwood there with a knock. So the changes, the adjustment, it is heating up in the south zone. It's heating up on the west zone. We have a lot going on right now.
I don't know if they just saw, but Macwood could not have jumped on him from shimmering
Mirim
shine
が
all
落
the
ちない
way
でく
to
れ
one of the highest spots on the map. Is Bad Sniper taking down both the NA West duo Pars and Raze. So you said it before this one. Action is heating up rather quickly here on day 2 as teams look to take control of their own destiny. Another prolonged fight. Ryan and Vico trying to catch Novice off guard. The shots to come through. That actually saved Vico's life, even though it wasn't a ton of damage. That would have allowed Novice
キャナダ
to keep going.
なぜ
Time here, this is why he took those zip lines out the side there, trying to find these new angles. There's something so special about watching high-tier players navigate the map. Very much a strategy type of situation, type of game, when you really break it all down. But Ryan and Vico are going to go ahead and settle down now, as they need to go ahead and recuperate all of these.
Of the leaderboard to try to get active, to try to pick up as many points as possible.
まあ後で何があったか見ようか
Look of focus on Z Andy's
あ
face
ここやん
here. He's got a lot of things to think about. Players to the left, players to the north. Very tough spot to be in. Acorn on the other side. Acorn and Edgy still housed up in their position. Remember, Noah Riley is here, but Edgy is down. So Acorn left to try to play this one out by himself right now. He is in 7th. Second highest placing NA East team currently alive in the lobby. Colin sent a lead with the points, but
いやマジかザゴミでも落ちたか
has done enough to go ahead and perform while Acorn is just behind them.
And right now, this time around, a little bit of a switch up when it comes to that zone. From northeast, looking like we're getting a little bit of a southwestern zone for some of these teams. And Cold Scented, they spotted that one right away. They moved a little bit south, trying to take that position towards Tilted Towers, where you know a lot of teams are going to try to travel through to try to get their own spot in the zone. So that's a good opportunity for them to try to pick up as much Storm Surge damage as possible. As Thomas Trippin having such a fantastic day number 2, but that should be no surprise to anybody. Like I said, the history shows that they're a day 2 team.
I'm a bit concerned about this position here, though. This is very much reminiscent to the Game 7 positioning where they took their time, played high ground. Yes, it's more textbook as they split up, but professional players are very much not willing to rotate through those open areas. Meanwhile, Commandment and Avery also hoping for the same, playing the high ground of the Rave Cave. You can see not a team in sight. It's very, very tough to play those positions out.
Yeah, I would love to see them kind of switch up their spot, because right now, they should know there's not too many teams above them. And the zone being on that edge, it's going to be a little bit of a slower side, slower opportunities, but Peterbot and Jamper trying to pick up some own opportunities for themselves, trying to make that sneaky play all the way from that far eastern portion of the map, slowly but surely trying to close in on some of these Cloudy Condos teams that are trying to go ahead and get their resources, because you know as well as I do, this has been a little bit of a split between all 3 European teams.
If you're looking for a highlight, we might just find one. We are just moments away from something big unfolding, and Murstache and Malabuka know better, but on the other side, there's another fight too.
ビコが落ちた
Moraine and Vico, top 9.
ピーターボットがミレスタッチ落とした
Fight. We have to see if Moraine can actually clutch up for his teammate. Yes, he will drop down and get on top of Vico's body. He doesn't even box him up because he doesn't have enough resource to do it. He would rather save it in case he has to fight his way out of this one. Falconer and Hellfire managed to execute a big elimination here, and now are extremely curious as to whether or not Moraine is nearby.
I think Scented and Cold just took out the NA West 3-time champions, Favs and Snacky, on their own way to the journey. Peterbot taking down Murstache as well. Everybody really trying to prove their own path. They don't want to have anything other than their own decisions really find out if they're going to make it to the top or not. But this one continues as Malabuka's trying to stay alive here as a solo. Peterbot and Jamper don't want to let these points go to waste. They know the Storm Surge here is so important to them, including those points on their way to the top.
Peterbot refuses to end this day in last place. He wants to fight for more points. Yesterday was a very, very tough showing for them. And now, what can they do? What can they earn? Jamper's gonna get hurt there, but he does close out in the end. versus Malabuka, and that ambush pays off.
Looter, Muzz, spotting out Vino, trying to put their own damage there from the distance.
いや、クイズ目の物資が安定しすぎ。
That is huge. That's a huge opportunity. As Robab also goes down to Andalex, this is an opportunity for everybody to take control of their destiny. Queasy, Vino, box to box, wall to wall, taking that peek and a great attempt on the Looter. Unfortunately enough, didn't find its shot.
Now, Muzz and Looter, the difference between this fight and their early game battles is they actually have had time to fully loot out Grim Gables. Vino is great. He shows us what he has. He puts a huge shot on Looter. Mind you, this is our first place current team leaning into Game 9, taking an extremely risky battle close to the edge, but he is not fearful at all. Vino's going to swing around, look for the angle to back up his teammate. Muzz opens the box, but nothing just yet.
He's going to be important in a fight like this as Vino finds yet another tag onto Muzz.
It's textbook. That's what you do. Right camera peeks. He's playing it very smart, taking his time. He knows what he's doing. Take a look at how he's trying to control the terrain as well. Muzz doing just that as well. But Muzz is playing off his left side right now, so he does have to be extremely cautious. Looter fully commits in. He tries to take on Queasy, but Queasy is quick. He defends, doesn't even get touched.
Yeah, this is a good trade of damage for both these teams, but it is a prolonged fight. You see another team closing in on the distance. Want to join in on this fun, especially if they don't have enough points to try to close the gap as well. 266 below the damage threshold, but not for long.
Things are going to update now. Vino and Queasy looking solid here. They understand they are good and they do not need this fight currently. And now they look for the disengage as they manage to not push over Muzz and Looter. Muzz and Looter have such an interesting history of how extremely respected they are, especially as it pertains to Muzz's mechanical skill and Looter's accuracy. So a wise decision there. It may not have a lot of points, but in that setting, I think they're probably on top.
And as we find out, the zone's actually going to be a good zone for a good portion of the lobby to have their fighting chance here. And this one is Cammy and Seti. Honestly, if you watch the beginning of their games,
ここに白貝貯めてアンチ貝まで打ってんのかこいつら。頭いい。
You don't have to fix it, and Cammy and Seti's early game is one of the best, and that's why they're currently in third place, only 21 points out of first.
See Andy, Joe FN already on the move. Very reminiscent to what we've seen before, these extremely late rotates. Somehow, though, they've managed to consistently find tags, so Surge hasn't been too much of an issue for them. Love this here, finding some leftovers over at the vault, a launch pad as well. Big decisions to be made here. Do they use it now or do they save it for later? Take it for the road? No, instead, they're gonna go ahead and look for tags.
And this is gonna be interesting to see what they're finding. As we see Acorn as a solo here. They see him go down to the feed. We're seeing fighting chance, but no O'Reilly. One and done, sends him back.
Did you see his face? He just blinked.
Chance, but no O'Reilly.
Decisions to be made here. Do they use it now or do they save it for later? Take it for the road? No, instead, they're gonna go ahead and look for tags.
リプレイのリプレイ入ります。
Gonna be interesting to see what they're finding. We see Acorn as a solo.
162です体力。はい。125。
We're seeing how it's happening. Fighting.
Oh,
no lady. To Storm Surge, Trippin is actually going to go down. 23 below Thomas. He's trying to do everything he can to find the damage.
What a huge engagement happening here. There's a lot of story unfolding. PH Zin is hurt as he finds what Kitos is going to go ahead and slide on in after the knock on Trippin, but they get out. That happened before our eyes, and now Thomas HD gets the opportunity to honestly try to play for a clutch here, but it's not going to be easy as PH Zin and Kitos have already said in their interview, all they are here to do is make Brazil proud, and there's no way they're going to let this one down, and they find Thomas HD.
That was second place. Second place is now down.
ガチか、トーマス HD も落ちたか。
Trying to rise to the top as Cammy and Seti are now met with Kanata and Macwood. And honestly, I don't think either one of these teams want to stay too much longer here in the zone. They want to try to get themselves that good spot, not too far behind any position right now. But Cammy and Seti putting the shots in from the distance. They know Storm Surge right now might not be a worry, but later on in the game, it might have to be something they keep out again.
moment right there.
そして誰も対抗できね
Giving themselves more time to work with as they are one of the last teams to have to make this rotate right now.
ストーム酔い来るか
Us casters
いや
have the wider look at the map so we can tell how much
まあ
is
来
really
るとは
going
思う
on
けど
here. And
終盤の
this southern area is
サージ
looking
稼ぎがそれでクリアできるんだったら全然大丈夫
Towers.
ストーム酔いに発生までは絶対いかないから5ダメになる
Gotta
中
be
に
careful when traversing through that.
時
As
間的に
KBR, you
合計
see
700ダメージだった
onto
で
Peterbot, him and Jamper.
1ダメが
Good run here on day 2,
どっから
trying to make a
アンチが入
comeback
るか
for
による
themselves.
まあそ
Pumping
の
up
5
a
ダ
couple
メ
places,
で
but
少し経たないと
KBR and
ないから
overall have been
5ダメにな
impressive
ってやっ
game
と
after
警
game.
告が
Their
来てそこから
consistency
100、
is
200ぐらいで
absolutely insane. Their game
ク
plan
ジャナイ
honestly
デュ
has
オが
proven to be
ムー
one
ブ
of
す
the
るかも
best.
え
those
クジ
set
ャ
of
ナイデュ
elims
オ
that now puts them
あー
just
ね
around
確か
that
に
fifth place
どこ折り
marker
返し
on
な
the
いけど
heels of Joe and Z Andy.
ルナペポ今い
Looking
た
to
な
go ahead and
すげえ
wrestle that one away, but the
フルシール
Lock
ド
is
だったし
focusing on them. It's not going to be
ワン
easy
チャン
rotate. The next time we tune in, they might be
ワールドカップで1回ビクロイするあれが見たいね
having a problem.
ペポがやってるルナもやってる
20 seconds away
Oh!
from the surge.
And you're seeing what happens when they don't take that
IW.
off-spawn fight. Both Muzz and Looter are hunting for damage.
IW アリスさんが死んだ
And you're seeing Smite and Larson
エピックオイルも死んだ
have to do the same.
あーア
And
リ
it's
スと
causing
エ
them
ピ
to
ックオイル
use
が
a lot
戦
of
っ
their
てるよ
resources to try to survive this.
リードがワンブレイズしてるよ
Taking down threats in Alice, a team for specifically for this event. As Smite and Larson still trying to peek through every
じゃない
angle
紙
that
スプリ
they
ットか
have, but still
真似するねそれは間違いなく
Surge not
見てるだろう
finding
からね
that
ワールドカッ
comfortability just yet.
They do know that the body
ク
was
ジャクさん
eliminated
は
there,
まあ
though, so
見るでしょう
those tags, they
ワール
will
ドカッ
find
プ
some heal,
ワールドカッ
and
パーと
that
して
is going to be a difference maker. Full med miss here, but they need tags. They need a couple more. Several players nearby. They all have to also commit. Yusri and Juice.
Spray, spray,
are gonna be
spray,
one of the few. Runa and Peppo on the other side of that as well.
They hear the shield
Runa
crunch,
and
they're hearing
Peppo
the
って言ってる
damage being dealt to Larson and Smite, so they know
Runa
that they're
Peppo.
suffering to Surge, so they're in a good spot. They just need to play defensive and not let this team get any chances.
And it was crazy smart of them not to break the Chrome builds in front of them. They know this team cannot edit, so they start to turn the focus to the other duel in the
Runa Peppo が
distance.
取
Now
ってる
a decision has to be
いや
made. There
ペ
it
ポ落
is.
ち
They
た
find a few tags.
ガチか
That will count, and a little moment to breathe here. Now it's either
Peppo
fire or
落ち
stop
た
and heal, and instead they take the fight here. Smite looking outwards, and these are the crucial seconds right now that they have to think.
いやルナも落ちた全員落ちたアジアクソ
Right below it, a lot of those heals, a lot of their
ちげえか
resources being
やっぱ
used
ちげえ
just to stay
か
alive here in this position. So for them in the back of their
ちげえの
minds,
か
they might be trying to look,
やっぱ
when can I get a
そんな
refresh?
簡
Where
単
can
な
I get
問
a
題ではない
refresh?
のか
Because sooner or later, that is going to be a must if they want to continue their consistency.
Might make sense for them to go ahead and look for another fight, but on the other side, King and Ed are still alive in another
ちょっとどっち
situation.
ちょっと
They're really
みかん取
starting
って
to
く
heat
る
up today. All of a sudden finding their footing here in the competition. They're around the middle of the pack, just around that top 25 marker. They can still do big things. They can still show up.
Larson and Smite still dealing, trying to survive. Running out of absolutely everything box to box right now against Scram, trying to find out the damage they want. This could be huge and absolutely necessary for Smite and Larson to take him down. And you got to imagine Scram as a solo jumping into a duo's box. He was probably hurting on Surge as well. But even with that elimination, they are still 105 below.
And the biggest elim, Thomas, HD, and Trippin are down and out. The leaderboard will give us the full picture here. Seti and Cammy are now the only team that can start pushing for Vino and Queasy right now, outside of Colton Incentive. But Smite, Larson have a bigger problems here as they are looking for Surge. They are looking for a fight. The focus comes in, loses his teammate here, and dips into the stone. Not much to work with. They are going to have to step in. It's all or nothing. Great tags there, but not enough to do any serious damage. Larson is down and out now for the count. That is it. 7th place out of the competition.
And that is exactly why, if you're in a stack lobby like this, falling behind Surge is going to be one of the worst things you could do to yourself. It almost makes you feel like you have no options, you have no control over your game. As Kanata trying to take control of his own, Cammy and Seti as well, 154 above, even though they're just living in the zone at the beginning of the game. You can see exactly why, and you can see their game planning unfolding right before our very eyes. As KBR, 22 HP. Luckily for him, he is above the damage threshold, but only
クイージ落ちてないと思うけどアジア全員落ちアジア全員落ちたねこの試合は
King and Ed are still somewhere alive.
ベロクイージは分からんな
in this
見てない
game,
さすがに安定具合は落ちないと思うけど
He
ね
won't be making it too much further. How far can he push the envelope? Vino, Queasy,
ああ全然い
absolutely
いけど
executing,
この最強度が
putting
落ちるわけ
in
ないんよな
an
普通に考えたら
exceptional
な
performance. Not
びっ
just
くりだ
one
よ
day,
なも
but
う
2
毎回回
days
復
in
量
a
が安定
row
しすぎだも
here.
ん
And if there's a team,
なんでこんな回復や
if
んの
there was a
あそ
team
こで
that
あそこ
everyone
降りで
was talking about, it was
あそこ降りってあん
Queasy
な
and
回復
Vino
ないよ
leaning into the competition. We had that
めっちゃ
awesome
毎回回
video
復あるチリチャグロックとか
segment
どうやって手に
where
入
we
る
interviewed the players and
調べたか
asked them, who do you have as the best player here? The player to look out for. Vino was amongst that conversation everywhere.
That was the common denominator. That's for sure. As Lucy and Hydro have that high ground, trying to put damage on the
毎回
lobby.
チリ持ってん
Cold
ね
and Scented, trying to cement their side of zone, picking up not one but two more eliminations to add to their total, and add to their run. As Hen picking up and taking down Aqua altogether. That tag team coming out from him and Vortex, proven to be successful. As you can see, where the leaderboard squeezes, as Thomas and Trippin went down early on. Cammy and Seti taking away that second place spot. And last game we talked about the same thing, 21 points behind. They have closed that gap.
毎回ではないけど結構チリ持ってんだよ
behind Vino and Queasy.
でも
Tough spot
これってね
Like we said, KBR
3P が強いとは
He is by
思うけ
himself.
ど本当に難しいんだよね毎回チリ持つのって毎回というか結構の確率でチリ持つのってレイブケーブレイブケーブね鍵付き宝箱がね4個ぐらいあるんだけどそれでもねめったに出ないんだよあら頭ごっつんこそれでも全然チリ出ないんだよ5回いやどうだろう5回に1回か8回に1回か
This is looking like it might be rocks for Duke. He will need an elimination to stay alive here. Desperately running to the zone and nothing reveals itself to him. And down he goes. But from height to height.
だからこんぐらいの頻度で持ってるってことは鍵付き宝箱6個か7個ぐらいはないとね無理な気するな
Check your watch because you know what time it is right now. 6 moving zone. This is where typically Queasy and Vino try to make a shot for it. And right now it does look like that one's going to come to fruition yet again. These guys know how to play the end game and take control. But Hydro and Belusi, one of few teams trying to fight for it as well. Macwood and Kanata flying through the sky. They don't want to even contest it. They feel safe towards the low ground in that chaos where it's so many eliminations. Even Clown picking up 2. Commandment going down. Cold gets another one. And Cammy and Seti are just sweet, strolling straight through the zone, finding themselves that sweet spot without too much to worry about.
Head's got his eyes on Cold. Cold is hurt. Shot from behind though. He's still on the prowl here. There are many duos nearby, and the tracking on Hen is exceptional.
さあ取り返したら絞りいい意味で絞り
The resilience of this team to continue to play for height.
神セッティはブッシュが強いし立ち回りがね本当にねワールドカップを考えて作られてる普通のグランドファイナルだったらあんなムーブする必要ないんだよただワールドカップ専用ムーブを考えてて
That where it's going to be a treacherous journey as they find themselves front side of zone. That is a recipe for success as Hen, Vortex, all the way back. 6 eliminations, trying to find their way forward. Macwood, Repscar, they're all joining the action.
なかなかむずいと思うよワールドカップ専用ムーブ作れてワールドカップなんてさ今までの情報がなさすぎるからさ無理なんだよそのどういう環境か読みにくいんだよ
His story is yet to be told from contested drop now to an end game. Finally, we get to see what pick is all made of here. Sense and Cold are so live. 5 elims for them. This is where they play best, the low ground.
They have to be careful though. That's going with an elevation change. They gotta start it now or never, and a good shot.
ノワレリとエイムの調子バケットモンスターだな
Everybody having those struggles. Pink goes down to the storm. Cammy gets credit for that elimination.
ノワレリ今日ずっと190だぞノワレリトラッキングだよトラッキングじゃないけどね
2 more points, 6 total overall. Cloud and Repscar trying to meet that total. They get their 6 as well. 4 for Repscar. These guys are lighting up the leaderboard, but the team having free rotation after free rotation. Queasy and Vino pressuring the lobby from the high ground.
They're looking so good doing it as well. Lucy and Hydro.
Why?
And now swatted out the sky. It's over. It's a no-fly zone. and Vino and Queasy are just running away with height. Meanwhile, Sentin finds one of the feeds there. Sentin and Cold might be one of NAE's last hope inside this last lobby. Savage is still alive too, just by himself though, very hurt. I drop hunting nearby. Great way to start to turn around here and put a little pressure onto high ground, but this time there, 111 onto height. Savage demands respect, but Queasy says stop that. It shuts it all down.
Perfect opportunity to stagger himself to the backside of the zone. Spots eye drop up, but he continues to drop down.
いや、神設定が
Taken away
神設定が
and Seti, better late than never as they're forcing everybody down, and they have that free rotation towards low ground if they want to take it.
This is excellent now. Cammy and Seti have a chance here to close the gap and take back first place. They started it off that way, and they want to remain, but Queasy is still here. Don't count him out. Another set of points, and now it's Cold and Sentin versus Cammy and Seti on height. And we also have Janice and Vidil in the mix.
結局ハイグラムーブで
Six total players, but Cold goes down. But Janice and Vidil get knocked as well. 1v2 situation. NAE's the world on Sentin's shoulders. But Cammy and Seti
神のビカルクリップみたいな
victory royale in the FNCS Invitational.
いや下クラッチあるぞ
Meant a legacy. All they have to do is close out this game as Sentin trying to take control, trying to fight for the high ground, but it's not enough. EU strikes again with Seti and Cammy taking their third victory royale.
I don't know how they do it, but they have the face of champions. They go ahead, they sit down, and they play this one out through to the end. An emotionless reaction there as they say, nope, we still have a job to do here. It's not over.
Not over until that 12th game is done and dusted, and that was only number 9. This one is heating up quick as the teams at the top of the leaderboard are trying to take control of everything that they can. They're trying to do everything in their power to not let it slip through, because Monster, at this point in time, nobody at the top can afford a bad game.
これはクイージーベの優勝かもうそろ確定し始めたぞ残り3マッチ
We've spoken so many times the last few days. We're almost approaching getting matching bracelets time. This is crazy. Congratulations.
さあどうなるかソースの切り替えショートの時に作ろうかな二度とは使わない自信あるけどねビクロに2回目か神セッティクイージーバノンあは取りました神セッティビグロイいや拮抗してんねトマス 1D たちが2位だったのが落ちてここで変わりました神セッティおほおほあっちっちだぜおいおいおいでもやっぱハイグラムーブで安定してるねおかしいもん本当にこの順位でだってこれだよこれで13位とかだもんね本当に厳しい世界だよねミリムザゴーはミリムザゴーはまあ仕方ないなこんにちは。いたの探してたよ連れてそういえばさそうそうトーマス HD が2位たちでもうベノクイージー VS トーマス HD みたいな配信見ないんですか見てた今は見てたんだけど今ちょうど試合と試合の間だからリプレイをちょっと見ようかなと思ってる所存でございます。さあ一体何が起きたのかキャナダたちのこんにちはキャナダたちの範囲を漁って怒られたのか何があったのこっからどうしんだそいつはタイヤで降りて落下しかないよね や、ハイドされてますね。ハイドというか、嘘でしょ。ここでロード削られていって、下手に顔出せない。 What the fuck What the fuck 仕方がない圧倒的回復量のさ。これ落ちるわ。我らがミリム君は多分大ダメ出して死ぬんだ。はっ、うまーうまーうまーうまーうまーうまーうまーうまー吹き負けだよこれは。いや、しゃあないしゃあないしゃあないしゃあない。うまーだよ。うまー。これは俺が悪いね。初動がしゃあない。初動がしゃあない。初動がとてもしゃあないな。うまー。プライムだったらもっと違ったのか。いや、プライムでも結局ね、ワンパンできる距離に近づいてないから無理だと思う。ラスト、ちょっと打ち出しがワンチャン早かったかもしれんけど、それでもきつかったと思う、健在と回復量的に。神とセッティ、本当に頭いいな、こいつら。何でもいいから白貝貯めて。いや、プライムだったらミルク君あれ打ち出し早いから、まあ最大火力は出してただろうね。あれアンチガイムーブって良くないんだよ。基本グランドファイナルとかでも俺たちが経験してるけど、アンチガイに出るっていうのはできるだけ下げたい行為なんだよ本当に。だけどアンチガイから移動するのって本当に難しいけど、現環境は気球とかがあって、まあだから環境の理解だよね。それで神とセッティがムーブをちゃんと本当に考えたんだろうね。初動からのムーブを。頭がいいんだよ。頭がいいんだよ。頭がいい。
Well, obviously, you guys have 3 more games to go here, and you have a little bit of a break. What's going to be the preparation for the second half of the day?
We were just too slow off spawn, like to get out, and that's just it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you guys are going for consistency. Eliminations, though, don't seem to be a focus.
2人ともポケットに手突っ込むのやめてもらっていいかな。アジアでもやってる人いる。へえ。あ、今日はいいね。それかあんちゃんリプレイ見てたらたまたまやってるのは見てたかなのかな、わかんないけど。どっちがおー、キャプテンショーターたちじゃん。ワイホさんたち。うん、私の推しさん。私の推しさん。
Then Somerset, welcome.
Thank you.
How have you been enjoying things?
Oh, it's been great. It's just so surreal to see everybody just here together and watching people competing. It's been awesome.
Yeah, I mean it's a very different atmosphere, right? Like when people are getting eliminations,
おはようございます。
hearing the fans go crazy.
Absolutely.
Have you heard the Brazilian corner of the venue right up here? They're right up here. Anytime you see Quitos,
I have actually. I'm all the way on the other side, and I can hear them all screaming. I love the support. It's great.
You can still you love to see it.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard here. We'd love to kind of pick your brain. Somerset, you're one of the best to do it. I mean, one of the toppest tier competitive players. Don't act like we don't watch, because we all know. I want to kind of just get your thoughts here. When we look at this top 10, is there anyone that kind of
でも何が起こるかわからんよ。
I would really like these guys to do well, or maybe even
いや、クイージーベノがこのまま突き放すのか。どこで何が起こるかわからんよ。まだ僅差だよ。
They're all
Yeah.
such good players, and there's
このポイン
always
ト制
something
度
that
とは
makes
小
them
さくない
stand
な
out. So every game, it's just a surprise to see how they play and how they play against one another after they've been doing it for years.
Yeah. How do you keep yourself focused, especially like in a situation like this?
1位と3位のポイント差がまあ大体50ポイントなんですけども、
At this point, you just have to know that
こ
when
れ
you're
は
in the
大会の
game,
トーナ
you're
メ
in
ン
it
トが
to
ビッグロイ
win it, and you
32
have to
1キル
be
2
so
ポイントなの
focused
で、
on
まあ
the
ビッグロイ
right
して
things,
40ポイン
because
トなん
whether
で、
you're an IGL or you're a fragger, there's always a role you're needing
50
to
ポイント
play.
差、まあ
And being able to communicate
1位が初動詞して3位がビッグロイしてやっとじゃない。
especially for moments like these when you're trying to get those impact frags and to just win the entire game, because it takes a lot. There's so many different steps.
Yeah, what all goes into that? Because I know, like, I've watched a lot of you in recent tournaments, especially. Like, what role do you play? And then, like, what are maybe just a few things you kind of have to be mindful of when you play that role?
I'm personally a fragger, but I'm always having to make sure I'm calming everything properly, being as quick as I can, constantly staying close with my teammate. Because if you fall back, you can easily just mess up the whole thing.
Yeah, 100%. I know recently, Taco, you got to cast an event that, of course, Somerset was in. How are you feeling about all this? And, of course, Somerset now being here.
I mean, I think it's awesome. Somerset, you had an incredible performance with your team, and I think Vanessa especially, she's got to be feeling awesome with everything that went down. You guys didn't walk away with the win, but at the same time, I still think that it was clearly a strong indicator of the fact that you know exactly what you're talking about.
Thank you.
I don't even stop. No,
I don't know, like, I'm just like, stay humble, you know? Like,
Yeah. Of course. How do you feel about, like, seeing all the
あ
fans here in person?
CCC とか
They're
ごめん
losing their minds. Like,
見たことすらないわ。
I know you. What's up?
I've actually, it's so surreal because I'm trying to like walk 10 feet and
全
I've
く
got
わ
all
か
this
んない。
like, can I take a
正
picture?
直
And
わ
I'm
かん
like,
ない。
"Hi," like, it's like I'm the one that's
Sí,
more
sí,
excited
sí.
than you, you know what I mean? Like,
よくわかんない。
it's
毎
a
回あんの
complete
か。
opposite experience for me because it's not what I'm used to. I'm used to streaming at home, looking at the chat go wild, and now I get to put like a name to a face and meet all these people that I've known for years and my community that's just been so supportive over the years. It's been
That
great.
is amazing. Well, Somerset, thank you so much. We hope you continue to enjoy all of the action. Kelly, I believe you're standing by. What you got?
I am indeed, Zeke. I'm joined here by Joe and Zandy, the current 8th place team right now in top 10. You got to be feeling good.
Yeah, feeling okay. The last games, couple of games, I haven't got the best. Just need to play good in the next 3.
So what
耳
exactly
赤いよ。
happened? What do you plan to change to make it a better second half of the day?
We're just gonna start double looking everyone.
I mean, it seems even when you guys go down a little bit early, you're still able to grab those elims. So what is the part that you're able to do so well there?
おはようございます。
All we can do is just get kills. Like, can't get any placement points.
何これ音消されてんの？
So obviously there's a lot of people watching, hopefully being able to learn from you guys, wanting to be pros like you guys. When you do have these far polling
学
zones,
校休みま
what
す
is
さ。そ
something
れ
that
持
could
ってるわ
be。a good piece of
ダメ
advice
だ。
for these people watching?
はい、ケビオケビオ。
You just need to make sure that you have enough stage to survive and then go to that side and farm your meds.
Dead side rotation always works, or it works sometimes. Guys, thank you so much for joining me here, Joe and Z Andy, and can't wait to see how you do in the second half of the game. But guys, it looks like it's time to head back to the desk.
アルベドって苦いね。今俺アルベド食ってんだよね。あん。
Players for just giving us that moment of time, just checking with them, see how they're doing, see how they're feeling. We have another special guest lined up. Nick 830.
みんな知ってるみかんのさ、みかんについてるさ、白いやつさ、アルベドっていうらしいよ。この間母上から聞いた。
That's one of the best parts about those events, like the crowd reaction and the hype. Like I was just looking at the crowd when they were showing,
アルベドペロペロしてる今。
and there was people dressed up as Peelies, there was people with signs. Like that is the best part. I love it.
That is so awesome. Nick, welcome. We hope you are having a great watch party with the A team, the A squad, all of the
さすがうさこさん。やっぱうさこさん
How
は
are you
わかる
enjoying
よ
the
な。
competition so far? What's standing out to you?
So I love it. I mean, I tweeted about this, but like the walkout and commentary from
はい、
Monster
汚
and
い食い
everyone
方
was
やめま
just
しょう。みかんを舐めるなんて
phenomenal.
聞いたことがありません。
The
あん。
quick
ち
stats are
ゃ
so
んと噛んで食べましょう
They
ね
add。such another element, and I think the spectator client has improved so much. I mean, there's no lag. You can see everything in real time. Phenomenal. Production quality is great. Zeke, you're looking good, and you're killing it too. You guys got some nice setups. Like I just want to say. And you know, it's been interesting to watch a lot of these top players like Cammy and Seti, Queasy and Benno. And you know, I'm rooting for Clix, Booga, Savage. There's so many. It's like you just can't. I don't know who to root for now.
That's right. Yeah, we just had Somerset on, and we kind of got her like thoughts and insights. I wanted to pick your brain as well. watching some of these players, especially, I mean, you've competed in a number of these tournaments as well. What kind of goes through your mind in these situations, in these like high intensity, like obviously we here get to see everything, but when you're a player, your vision is a lot smaller.
Yeah, oh, and I'm like, I get really nervous too, but I'd say the way to get not nervous is to practice. When you're practicing, you become more confident. When you're confident, you're thinking.
ザオさんたちワンチャンある、ワンチャンあると思うよ。1位はちょっときついかもしれんな。1位はそのベロたちがこけない限りはさすがに無理だと思う。トップ3ぐらいはね全然狙える。あいつら終盤まともにいったら最強なのにジョンジーズまともに取れればな。
And actually, Game 7, I want to like call out that like they did a fantastic job when they dropped down. So I think it was Veno who dropped down first, and Queasy was waiting, lurking from above. And the duo on the bottom drew their attention to Veno, and then Queasy comes in from behind. He stalled a bit after Veno drew their attention. It's just such great teamwork, and like this is what it's all about, Zeke. Like you're seeing the top level plays like that you don't see in like public matches. So it makes it so fun for hopefully everyone watching, and you know it's just great. I love it.
Thank you so much, Nick. We love hearing from you, and of course that insight next level. We hope you have a continued awesome watch party. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Once again, massive shout outs, Nick 830 and Somerset. We love you guys so much. Why don't we check in with our casters, Monster Deep Face, Jacob PR, what you got?
You know what? I like Nick A so much. I might actually just take his jacket for you, Nick. I got you. I'm gonna take Zeke's jacket. We're gonna split it in half though, and we'll go ahead and send it out. But let's talk about some of our favorite moments. Dude, Thomas HD Tripper.
Insane.
We agreed, right? We agree on this one?
Absolutely insane. And what they went through at the start of the day, we were surprised they even stayed alive as long as they did. And that was absolutely important because them staying alive throughout all that chaos is the reason why they are still in contention. And that is just amazing on a stage this big.
Yeah, if there's been a team to stand out, it's moments like this, especially with Game 1 when they can just pull out those clutch points against all odds. But we have so much unfolding here. This is what I love so much about the FNCS Invitational stage. We get to get an update on a special guest for you guys.
Yes, thank you very much, Monster and Jacob. I'm joined by the almighty Vanessa! Vanessa, welcome to the wonderful audience here at FNCS Invitational. How has your time been here so far?
It's been absolutely incredible. After seeing World Cup all those years ago, I've always wanted to go to a LAN, and I'm way into Fortnite more now than I have been, so it's really insane to see all this in person.
It really is. I mean, you guys are fantastic. Yeah, amazing. I mean, obviously you play competitively as well. What has it been like for you seeing all the top 200 of the top players from around the world here to compete? It's been incredible.
It's been insane. I'm trying to steal some of their strats. They keep doing little things. I'm like, yeah, let me keep that in mind for later.
Let me keep it for next time. And also, I mean, community-wise as well, obviously World Cup, now here Invitational 2 years later. How great has this been for everyone watching at home and for these audiences as well?
I can only imagine how good the broadcast looks just on a laptop or a phone or on a PC.
いや、休みじゃないよ。お前学校行け。ニート。
Everyone backstage has been really nice. All the media looks great. Production's just fantastic so far.
休みだったら朝8時に学校行ってもう学校中の掃除でしょ普通に。
Who kind of sticks out for you? Anyone in particular? Or do you think it's still very much an open race at this point?
I think it's kind of an open race. I mean, there's still 3 games left, but with Bino and Queasy close with Cammy and Seti, that's like honestly what everyone's looking out for right now is who comes out on top.
Yeah, who will be on top of EU or a dark horse will come through? You never know. There's 3 games to play. One more time, give it up for Vanessa, everyone! Let's head back to Zeke and the gang.
Thank you so much, Adam. And look, we just talked about Somerset paired up with Vanessa. There was Vanessa way over there. I don't know how we pulled this off. It is absolutely crazy. Now, we've had a couple moments throughout both of the 2 days of competition to do a little bit of a listen-in, right? To catch these raw moments from the player in those high-intensity elimination moments, or even just like, what are we going to do next? Let's take a listen.
Good, we can use that, maybe. I got 2 gotchas and like I got nothing, bro. I'm a broke here. I got 3 gotchas, bro. Nothing, bro. We got zone, by the way. We need to get early search. Yeah. I'm gonna look towards thingy. Gotcha comms here. I see one. 26, 39.
The southeast. He's coming toward us and he stopped.
What if it's a solo, maybe? Big kid coming in behind.
足音聞こえづらこれ。周りうるさ。
Nice, bro.
Nice. It's decent, it's decent. 5 kills. Not bad.
Yeah, drop it. Yeah. Hit him. Back, watch me. Then watch me. Nice!
2人とも同じポーズなんだ。
So if it's far, keep the bubbles.
I don't drop my bubbles.
Yeah, drop your bubbles.
I'm chugging. Come on. Look as well. Attack 200. Nice. I got chugging. Yeah, you two go. More chugs. No mats. Yeah, come here. Just go. Get ahead. We just play for placement. Get 150.
150?
150 on height.
155.
That on me.
Dead on me. Adding. My box?
Nice, bro.
150. Second hand. Para. Drop. Take para. Go down. 勝った時チルしすぎだろ。体温 36.4 だったらなんかこれ休む。それ休むしかないね。まずいね。普通に爆発するよなんか。勝った時レッツゴーじゃなくて、あ、ナイス。あ、いや。当たり前ですよかんな。うん。ぶん投げ。やばい。ねえ、くれよ。黙れよ。
What has it been like being here in North Carolina with these beautiful people here and competing against this stacked lobby?
It's been an amazing experience. Honestly, it's my first LAN, so I didn't really have any expectations going into this. But the whole thing's just been.
Has it made a big difference playing in front of the audience, knowing, I mean, as well, being the player hotel, being around the other players, has it really added to the experience for you?
Yeah, just the atmosphere in general is just incredible. It's electric.
It really is. And Jace as well from OCE. What's it been like for you as well? I guess, you know, all the way from like Australia. Yeah. What's it been like being here in North Carolina competing in front of the crowd and everyone at home?
Yeah, no, it's been cool. It's a new experience because I've never been at LAN before, but yeah, it's been fun.
What do you think you'll take away from this? Obviously, the community have been absolutely loving this as well. What do you take away from this experience as well?
Just experience.
今の間にみかんの皮をゴミ箱へ。
Hopefully next time can win and not come last, but yeah.
Don't be such a pessimist. Always have hope. One more time, give it up for Pause and Jace! Thank you, fellas. Back to you, Zeke.
Thank you so much, Jace. Listen, you're gonna go far. All right, believe in the me that believes in you. Okay, we still got 3 games. Ain't nothing. Come on, Jace, you got this. Fantastic to see now. Our players are slowly kind of making their way back onto the stage. They've kind of had this little bit of a break to collect themselves, talk amongst their duo, potentially a coach. What are kind of some of our expectations? We only have 3 games left to go, Vivid. Now, more than ever, it is vital for these duos to put everything on the table.
It is, yeah. There's only 3 more. You know, when we were playing yesterday, it was like, oh, we have tomorrow. When we started the day, it was like, oh, there's a lot of games left, 6 games. But no, now the halftime, like you mentioned, is over. Only 3 more left to do it. And the top 3 on the top of the leaderboard right now, they are pulling away from the rest of the competition. So not only do you have to perform, but you also have to stop them from gaining points if you want to break into that.
It's 2 things from how I look at it, because as far as the top 3 to 5 are concerned, you don't want to start hitting that autopilot region. And what I mean by that is you don't want to start thinking about, oh, well, this is what it looks like to be first place. You start thinking about yourself having already won. Cammy and Seti, Queasy and Vino, these 2 are just duking it out nonstop back and forth between who's actually going to stay in that first place position. And I want to see the bottom as well. Those teams, I don't want them to check out necessarily, because there are still 3 games. There is still a substantial amount of prize pool money up for grabs and some pretty significant jumps if you can get just 1, 2, 3 more placements.
Yeah, I think that's kind of my key takeaway as well when we watch things like the FNCS for their respective regions. It's not over until game 12. Anything can and anything will happen, right? So for all of you here in the venue, for all you watching at home, if you have a favorite duo that maybe isn't where you want them to be, continue to cheer them on, right? Until that last game, anything can happen. They can find that refresh. They can make it into that top 5 and get the victory royale. Anything can happen. You can see these players are zeroed in. They're focused, Vivid. The pressure is on. You've been in situations like this.
Oh gosh.
What is going through these guys' mind? Do you think some of them are maybe racing? Are some of them trying to calm that storm? Are some of them just like, yo, I'm the best, let's keep that going?
I can tell you right now, for probably a lot of them, the end result, right? Every single possibility is running through their minds. Are we going to end up on top? What if we get second? What if we lose by 1 point? What if we lose by 2 points? What if I got that one elimination in the last game? All of it right now is racing because we are in this little bit of a break. But the ones, there are a couple of them out there that are still thinking strategy, that are still fully mentally reset, and they're locked in for this game. And those are the ones that have the edge.
And look, I know I just mentioned about how we are primarily looking towards Queasy and Vino and Cammy and Seti in that first and second place position, but Cold and Scented, by the way, each of them in that last match with 5 elims apiece. That's 10 elims collectively and a 20-point difference in their actual scoreboard. So as far as the leaderboard is concerned, these guys have just been steadily climbing. I believe they're actually third currently in that leaderboard position. And if we're talking about a dark horse entering the race, I'd say these two are the ones to keep an eye out for.
It's incredible, the storyline, really, because I think that they were, expecting themselves to be contested, actually, and I don't think that they have been getting contested pretty much any of these games, which is why we can see them rising up the leaderboard so fast. But then even coming into today, right, like we were talking about, there was 5 EU teams in the top 10 and 4 NA East, and Acorn and the Edgy were that top NA East team, whereas Cold and Scented, I believe, were in 8th coming into today. But now, in 3rd place as well, so taking that top NA East spot, and they're on a hot streak right now. Like, they're coming for top 2.
Yeah, man, and I think one of, I guess a remander for us as we watch these games, remember these players only have their perspective, right? So to us, when these players are possibly making what we consider a mistake, they don't have all the data, right? We're watching all these perspectives. We have the bird's eye view, so we can see a lot more. So I think for a lot of these players, kind of being able to go back last night, to spend that crucial time to say, okay, let's monitor what happened, what actually led to us ending the day the way we did. I'm happy to like report a lot of these players, pretty much all of them, back at the hotel.
持ってきました。
Every
飯を。
little thing, man.
いただきます。
That's what it's all about, right? Like we
何を持ってきたって？
Hey, listen, some of these teams are
ジャーマンポテト。
they're gonna reset, they're gonna watch the boss.
ママンが作ってくれたんだ。あ、ごめん、間違えた。母上だった。危ない危ない。 Like I mentioned earlier, they did come into the day 4th place position. They were still 次何試合目？次確か5試合目だったはず。あれ？忘れた。Maybe あ、いや、4試合目かな？ 4試合目かな？ 4試合目だね。はい、あと半分。あと半分頑張っていきましょう。さあ、そろそろね、学校勢がね、起き始めると思うのでね。タラボットさん自分のツイートをリツイートしていきたいと思います。はい。そして間なんでね、多分ね。いや、待って、今マウスパッドの上にマウスがないから。音量調整がむずい。お腹空いてきた。食わないとダメよ。ちゃんと。俺最近さ、今日学校のこよくして後で見るね。あ、大丈夫だよ。限定公開にしないつもりだよ。
Insane.
どちらにせよこういう顔してる。
Had 3 games already with 3 left. There was a break between these 3 sets of games, so a lot of these players have collected themselves. And you can just tell, man, anytime we take a look at these faces, they're just thinking like, okay, look, whatever happened doesn't matter. Like, I just have to perform here for the next 3 games.
テレビについて家族みんなで応援します。ちなみにもしかしたらテレビについて俺の配信流すって違うよね。さすがに。
And Cammy was just like, or Adam asked Cammy, hey, like, what are you gonna do on the break? And Cammy was like, I'm just gonna wait for the next game, like, right? Like, some of them are still locked in. That break isn't even phasing them at all. And then Seti's been loving it, right? He's got a big smile on his face all the time, feeling confident.
What I want to see is what the momentum shift is going to be for
俺の配信流したら事故りそうな未来しか見えない
It's not necessarily that the players are going to go cold by any means in terms of their aim, because I'm sure just from the energy in this crowd alone, looking out into that audience as a player, it's got to be an invigorating feeling. But as far as that catalyst aspect, because something to kind of highlight from earlier in the day, for our first game with Game 7, there was a moment with Trippern and Thomas HD where Trippern literally challenged a box fight in a 1v2 situation, gets a trade, and essentially forces out On1 and Baka while picking up an elim in the process. And from that moment on, we kind of just saw Thomas HD and Tripper just really make a strong
テンション上がっていかなきゃ。テンションは上がってるで、常に。常にテンションマックスだよ。
Yeah, there's a pretty big tonal shift coming into today, right? We observed a lot of duos yesterday. Storm Surge was rampant, right? And a lot of them kept kind of saying the same thing. We need to get more aggressive. Today, Duos are realizing that. We have to go absolutely ham if we want. That solves our storm issue. That solves our issue of we don't have maps or weapons or whatever. We just get refreshes, right? We always go into that mid-game zone ready to go. But for some duos, it's still not enough. It's what I'm like. The trend we're seeing is they're getting aggressive. They're finding eliminations. They're doing all the things, but they have nothing left in the tank.
I mean, that's just Fortnite and Storm Surge in general, unfortunately, right? And I love that you've kind of pointed out that aggression. I feel like Vico has been one of those players that we have seen constantly try to get aggressive off spawn in that early game, landing over at the reality tree. I just feel like every single time we tuned in with him, he was like looking for a fight. So he himself knows that he has to go get aggressive, but he's also confident in his aggressive. Coming off the back foot of that, a phenomenal game yesterday. I would be feeling confident too.
I'm glad you brought up Vico though, because even last night in the player lounge, he was so energetic, so excited, and the one thing that I remember him distinctly talking about was, I'm aiming for that third place position at a minimum. He wanted to make sure that everybody there was aware of the fact that he was doing everything in his power to try and elevate himself from that 9th place position where he started out today. And I believe it's still a decent amount of work cut out for him, but if he's able to keep consistently putting up elims like what we've been witnessing, you never know, because we've already seen duos such as Hen and Vortex, for example, where they secured 50 points in one match.
I love the fact that that we're talking about players right now, and one of them that we have to talk about, Zeke, it's Vino.
Yeah, man, just take a look at these stats. I mean, Vino, I will always continue to talk about this player, specifically his evolution. Ever since he hit the competitive scene, he was always known as just the guy that could do one thing. He will not lose a fight, ever. You put him on any team, you got a problem, you send him in. He takes care of the issue, but now he's evolving, right? He's understanding, okay,
俺さ、ちょっとのニキビでも気にしてたけどさ、こうやって見るとさ、ちょっとニキビあっても、ちょっとというか普通にニキビあってもさ、全然気になんないね。気にしすぎだね。全然見る側気になんないわ。ニキビある。
Two thumbs up right there. He's feeling confident once again for the next game. And shout out to Nick A30, right? I'm supposed to be the analyst, and he was the one breaking down one of their plays. It's actually one of their their highlight plays that they do all the time. Where one of them drops down on one side and then the other comes right down on the other side. And Nick A30 spotted that. So shout out to him for having that analytical mind, having the game knowledge. But Cammy and Seti talk about game knowledge, being well aware of their surroundings. I've seen them take high ground twice now when that has like never been done before by this duo.
No, but they understand fully that when it comes to the competitive environment, especially in an in-person event like the FNCS Invitational, you're going to have to be flexible, and that is exactly what they have managed to deliver time and time again. The fact, again, that they have a third of the Victory Royales out of the matches that have been played so far speaks volumes. And again, I think that as far as Cammy and Seti, they're also keeping in mind, we might have 3 Victory Royales, but at the same time, we're still not in first place. That as well, I think, is an incredible metric to gauge things by for just how in control Queasy and Vino just have been throughout each of these rounds.
Yeah, that's right. You guys, this insight is next level. Why don't we check with Mini Miner to get his thoughts on the competition?
Thank you, Zeke. Now, yeah, this is a huge moment in the tournament, right? We're halfway through day 2. Game 9 has been completed. I want to talk about how these players are feeling mentally. How strong do you have to be in these moments as a player on that huge stage in front of this incredible crowd to stay calm, stay confident, and stay effective in your plan? We've seen so many teams switch things up on day 1, and I feel like we've seen less of that in day 2. We've seen teams that are sort of thinking about, you know what, let's just stick to our guns, and let's try and see if it works, right? We're seeing low ground quite often as well, picking up elimination after elimination. I touched on their Storm Surge strategies earlier on as well, and these guys are looking really, really strong when they are in that position. And I think they can take it all, you know. These are one of those teams that if they are getting those end games, if they're getting their consistency with this great Storm Surge plan that they have, they could definitely take it all. Of course, we talk about Queasy and Vino taking the high ground, but that is, of course, very relevant and very reliant, if you like, on their material management as well. So it's exciting back here. The hype is real, and I can't wait to see what's happening next.
Thank you so much for that insight, Mini Miner. Once again, we just had a little bit of a break, so if you're just tuning in, you're wondering what's going on, we've played 3 matches. We gave the players a moment to breathe. We had them step away, collect themselves, and now they are back. Just a little bit. I want to turn attention to the standings. Queasy Vino
あれ、デイ1もあったけど、その6試合中3試合終わった半分が終わってるから、その間にトイレ休憩だの水飲みだのいろいろ済ませてるみんな。
For Queasy and Vino to make a mistake. Now,
見る側もその間に何かやったりとか。
High ground, we're sick of it, and they pushed them, and it worked. Now,
休憩タイム。
let's go back to Mini Miner's point, though. They haven't been managing resources as well as they could be.
Exactly, but I love the fact that you mentioned
エピックは今日の配信の最後にコンペティティブに関してニュースを発表するようです。
Another team
マジか
that was kind of sick of the high ground, even actually so much so that they
これか
love playing the low ground.
重要報告エピックからの今日のこの配信のラストになんかあるらしいよエピックから今日の何かが
And Cold and Scented, I think, have just been working very seamlessly with each other.
次のワールドカップでやってくれ
See this duo's chemistry come to light whenever they're playing.
喉乾いたちょっとママ水あやべ
Scented as well has really been surprising a lot of these other duos, just taking such aggressive instances that I don't think you would naturally expect those challenges right away, but it just doesn't seem as though Cold or Scented are willing to miss today.
And the teamwork is always there. This is one of the things that I
センテッドたちってさ、俺あんま強いイメージなかったよ。強いね。
You can see in almost every single highlight, pay attention, they are always doing the exact same thing. They know what the other person is doing. They know where that other person is at, whether they're going to get that shot in. And it seems like they always get that prime shotgun shot off at the same exact time collectively. So it's like two people just firing that shot at the same exact time every single time, whether it's an edit, whether it's piece control, anything.
It's about that synergy factor, right? This is kind of something we've danced around, I would say, over the past 2 days.
ワールドカップのさ、順位がそのまま実力差になるわけよね。
As long as we can remember, right? Cammy, Seti. Some people have come together for the first time in this competition.
まあ運もあるけど。
For this duo in particular,
その初動を取れるかどうかとか。
are basically the same person. They act as a single entity, right? When we watch duels like Queasy and Vino, it's like, oh, I don't know, I gotta go take high ground, Vino, go down there and deal with it. For this duo, they're like, hey, we need to accomplish a goal.
Yeah.
Let's just go put our heads together and take that together.
And it works so well, especially when they get to that hot or that low. I almost said high ground. That low ground position because Scented has been playing it for so long.
なんか口の中に物を入れながらさ、フェイス ID って認証されないんだよね。リスみたいになってるから。
And you know, right now I think he's like 54 points behind. Definitely within striking distance. That's like one game. If Queasy and Vino and Cammy and Seti both go down early, then Cold and Scented are being set up very, very well.
And that's another thing that I love about looking at the top 10 of the leaderboard and even seeing some of the players that are in those 11th through 20th positions is that there are so many duos out here that we see in that top 10 who are chasing the prestige of their first championship title for an event, and to accomplish it here at the FNCS Invitational, one of the first in-person events that we've been able to witness in quite some time for Fortnite. It's just absolutely insane, and I can understand why these players are just so excited to continue the competition, to keep trying to showcase that this is what we've been grinding for.
I mean, just look at these emotions, right? These are just a handful of highlights from every victory royale we've seen. You could just see on their face. Well, unless you're Cammy and Seti, then
Cammy.
Yeah, Cammy's just
the
like
single clap.
yeah, you know what? One clap, boop. Another day in the office. I mean, we're starting to see a lot of familiar faces here, getting back-to-back victory royales or cumulative victory royales. Man, oh man, it just kind of begs the question: what the heck are we going to see in these last 3 games, man?
You know, game number, let me think, let me do a little bit, what was that, game number 9, yeah, game number 9. So, Belusi and Hyjo, right, they were kind of tired of seeing Queasy and Vino up on the high ground, and they themselves were actually up there, so much so that they had it going into the moving zones, right, and then they lost it to Queasy and Vino. Who would have thought? But then they went for it again later on, so the battle was kind of continuing. And that's something that Queasy and Vino are actually known for, so maybe they're stealing a little bit of a strategy out of their book, because I have seen Queasy and Vino actually lose that high ground on a multiple occasions throughout the Invitational alone, but it's like, you know, a minute later, they're just back on that high ground. So I feel like that strategy where you kind of just let somebody take high ground and you're like, all right, whatever, let me reset, let me go get a more advantageous position, and then just take it right back. That's something that Queasy and Vino love to do. However, like I mentioned, Hyjo and Belusi were the ones that pulled it out that game.
And they're not the only duo that's been aiming to try and keep that high ground level suppressed away from Queasy and Vino. It's just
あとは来ました。
another
叫べま
kind
せん。
of instance where we see Queasy and Vino, they're doing everything in their power to
さあ、もうそろ
try
始
and
まるのか
maintain,
な
but again, we have seen them encounter some material issues. Their builds haven't necessarily been able to match their aspirations in terms of maintaining high ground for games 8 and 9. But heading into game number 10, whenever we do
ベノたちのハイグラムーブがここまで刺さるか。
have to keep in mind these are the players that
ここ
I
ま
really
で刺さる
wanted to kind of
刺さるか
keep
ベ
an eye
ノ
out for the 11th through 20th because I think Clicks and Do, we've been seeing a lot of action
ここまで
coming
刺
out
さる
from
の
that
か
Fort Jonesy
本当
section.
に
Pink and Nas especially. I mean, these
すげえ
are
よ
all names that we have
すげえ
been
よ
watching over the past couple of years just making themselves known.
Yeah, and I really quickly
暇なんだけど。
wanted to turn attention to Thomas HG and Tripper.
え、暇じゃね？
Watch the top
思わん？
three be unmoving. Kind of start
暇じゃ
to
ね？
like Queasy, you know,
俺は
right?
暇
Thomas
で
HG,
す。
Tripper,
はい。
and now for the first time, Cold and Scented have actually dethroned Thomas HG, Tripper, and now we still have 3 games. Anything can still happen, right? But to see them finally kind of have that moment where they're like, oops, we were in top 3, we have to take a step back now to Cold and Scented. What are we hoping to see from this duo, right? Because they got the passion, they got the fire, that's why they're in your top 5. But this is a duo capable of winning it all.
So Cold and Scented aren't too far ahead right now, right? I think
It was
it's
like
only
3 points,
yeah,
4
exactly,
points.
Exactly. So we consider maybe a little bit of a tie right now, right? Just have to have a good game out of Thomas and Trippin. I mean, it was just one game, right? One slip up. I want to see them return to the form that they had in Game 7 and Game 8. If they do that, then I think that they're fine in terms of securing that top 3. Unfortunately, you know, for the NA East hopers, it would be an all EU top 3 at that point. But, you know, what can we hope for?
You still have to keep an eye out, though, for Hen and Vortex. It really seemed as though Hen is trying to remind everybody, hey, I was considered a kind of goated player for a reason, and his fragging potential has really been highlighted throughout these last couple of rounds. And I think especially
あーごめん。
getting
音が二重になったね。
50
一回。危ね。こういう音ができるんだ。あれこれ音大丈夫かな。なんか新しいことをしようとしています。あ、縦横比はいじれないようなので諦めたいと思います。どうにかなあれしたいけど無理か。やめとこう。
Quickly, want to hear from them.
Yeah, big shout out to the community coming together. I saw Bucky sending me some messages like, hey, get me on broadcast. I'm like, can I trust you, Bucky?
Everybody.
But, yeah,
everybody's seeing the biggest stage and they want to go ahead and take part of that biggest stage. But that's exactly what the atmosphere is like. Even everybody in the crowd knows this is one of the biggest moments in some of these players' careers, and that says a lot.
The way I see it is you should have gotten a flight and came out here and hung out and enjoyed this atmosphere because it is nothing like we have ever experienced before. One thing I also want to give huge credit to, let's just think about how well Europe is playing as a whole. One of the questions I think the community was asking was, why is it that they have been so good? It's the practice, all the practice they
ベノの感動動画出たら50万再生くらいいきそう。まあ確かに。いや感動動画ってさ、再生数稼げるのかっていうとね、実はあんま説。感度だけ見たらすぐその動画見る意味なくなっちゃうからね。感度打つのなんて一瞬だし。トゥルルルルルルルルルルルルルルちなみに著作権引っかかるので音は消しますと。これ大丈夫だよね。これ画像が著作権ぶっ刺さるとかないよね。 よし、やめる。あ、来た。おさ来た。やめるわ。
Flips through. Okay. And this right here, this answer is going to be biased because I was like,
マウスだけですか？マウスだけじゃないね。
I was like one of the
マウス
most
クリックと
passive players to ever play Fortnite, right? So aggression to me would have never have been the answer. I
まだ
personally
始まんない
maybe
な。
looking at the positions that I'm setting up on throughout that mid game.
今スキン選んでますね。
Maybe this hill isn't working. The
まだ始まんないって。もう一曲やろう。ゴミみたいに下手くそだけどね。オスで音聞こえないとかやばいけどね。あ、俺は聞こえてるけど。音なしオス。あった。知らない設定にしないと俺死ぬんで。あ、やばい。ゴミ。今1位誰ですか？今1位クイジ。ザゴたち24位。今デバイス関係で遅いらしいです。ああ。それは仕方ない。やらかした。始まりますよ。始まりますよ。始まりますよ。さあ始まります。第4試合、さあレムキム直降り。いや、そろそろミリムザゴが動いてほしいところということで詰め切っていきたいと思います。
Include at the top, Queasy and Vino.
俺の詰め切り知らん？
Really changed. They've
俺の詰め切
stayed
りあった。
consistent through and through.
じゃあ小指のね、右手の小指の爪がね伸びてるとね難しいんですよ。ということでね、詰め切り SMR やっていきたいと思います。
Chapter 3, Season 3, NA East, where Commander Avery started day number 2 in 9th place and had an ending of a lifetime.
That is right. Well, there are just 3 more games in front of us. as we are now kicking this off. Mr. Savage and iDrop are going for an extremely wide split here.
爪ってテレポートするっけ
Giving respect and distance to Onwon and Baka, who have had quite the day, if we do say so ourselves. Putting up the performance. You can see they really earned the respect here at Chrome Jam Junction. And early on, of course, we got to talk to iDrop, and all he had to say was, hey, I've been uncontested. I absolutely feel extremely confident here, but that has changed so far.
切った瞬間に爪がどっか行きましたね。この世を去りました。ミスったな。切る方向。おっとおっと落としきった。ボルテックスニコニコです。これは思わず。でも手いちいちこうか。いや違うか。爪主食じゃないですね、さすがに。
And earn themselves a real drop. That's some of the things you have to weigh, right? These are the decisions you have to make. There's nothing wrong with getting a side drop, a split drop, but realistically, if you want to win, you need to have winning loot. Trunkers has got it.
Yep, going over to Grim Gables, a fight that we know so much off spawn. Larson and Smite, they have the majority of the victories over here, but last game you saw them kind of disengage, not really take that fight, but a fight that we know so well. Cold and Scented taking down Raze. And you gotta imagine
Cold and Scented
sent back to the lobby. The NAE's duo starting off game number 10. Hot.
That's crazy because
いやー強いですね。やっぱ真ん中折りっていうだけでねかなり刺さると思うんですよ。この爪有料先払いで600万。
We want to play for points. Let's play for first. We gotta close that gap. We need elims.
And for Scented and Cold, a couple second place finishes, close calls right there, really smelling and tasting what could be theirs, but falling short a few times. Larson and Smite, they know how bad it was to disengage before. They want to be able to try to take this one, but two separate 1v1 fights. It's all about the individual in a duo competition.
Meanwhile, I saw Vino find an elim as well in the feed.
ここ毎回戦ってんね。
Shots on the other side though. Muzz putting up a great defensive attempt here, but Larson is hurt. Not looking good for Smite and Larson right now, Jacob.
Yeah, he's trying to backtrack, box to box, that individual fight. They want to bring it back to the duo. They don't want to let one person really decide everything as Muzz and Blue. They have the advantage. They have the high ground builds and piece control going over, but a huge shot to really back them up and stabilize right now for Smite and Larson are doing everything they can to fight back from the low ground.
ここの初動ファイトはザゴさん倒した。マジか。待って誰をベロガっていうのがアリスさん倒してる。ザゴさんが倒したとこちょっと見ます。倒してるね。誰だろう。わかんないな。どこで被ってんだろう。
One of the few duos from NA
どこ
that
で
have
被ってん
managed
だ
to
ろうね。
put up an exceptional performance this week. And if there is any takeaway here, it is that every region has such standout performers on this international stage. I am sure there have been such surprises, great surprises this weekend that have been revealed for us.
Yeah, you can see this one being another prolonged fight. More teams slowly but surely rotating in this direction, trying to go ahead and get their own storm surge, so it's not going to be a worry later on in the game as Larson and Smite.
そういえばさ、リブートガンマチさっきから一回も見ないな。リブートガンマチしてるとこ見ないな。また消えた？また消えた？さすがにこの範囲は消えれねえんじゃないか。あ、いたいた。
Smite comes from the side there to back him up. Wasting no time there to fight back. Meanwhile, Ju, U3 starts to step on in. Remember, Ju and U3 are contested by Alex and Bailey, but they have moved out of their drop spot a little early. Smite recognizes what's going on here, and all of a sudden, Larson also doubles down on the defensive maneuvers. Everyone will possibly have to get out of here now. And even then, I think there's an additional team putting their attention into the mix.
あ、別パが来ましたね。しかもかなり寄ってきましたよ。4パーティー集まりましたね。4パが集まる、ここに。マジか。ニコニコしたね。学校行くギリギリまで見ます。いいね。いや、学校休もうぜ。お、得ねれー。
That's not what you want to have happen. And even Mr. Savage getting dropped by Baka, the NA West duo rising to the top on day number 2.
右手の小指の爪の状況でプレーの質変わります。
Tayson finds
With
Aqua as
problema.
well, so all of our contested drops are leaning towards a conclusion. KBR and Zeke, KBR by himself right now. Our big plays team currently in the back half here already has a big task in front of him. It's making up the points.
さあ、学校行く人たちがだんだん起きてまいりました。まあ、じゃあいい感じですか？いや、いい感じではないね。ベノはキルムーブで教えるのか？もうなんかキルムーブしてねえか？こいつらは何をやっている？こいつらは一体何をやっている？センテッドが死んだ
？Current positioned NA East team. Cold is now by himself. This is a problem. The full thirst has already happened. This is a tough spot to be in for our young player Cold. Cold, who has just had an exceptional year, being picked up by Sentin, playing alongside one of the greats in our space, and trying to work his way up, earn his stripes throughout this scene. They are in 3rd place coming into Game 10, and what a position to be in to represent for your entire region.
And if there's any pressure right now, it is solely
いやー、ここでセンテッド持ってかれんのか。頑張れセンテッド。
At this point in time, with how stacked the top side of the leaderboard is, you cannot afford to have any sort of bad game.
ピン刺さんないんだ。危険ピンも刺さんないんだ。
Thatch, Pam still fall there too. Joe and Z Andy just looking around. NA East is getting chopped out of this lobby. But what stands true is Seti and Cammy alive right now, looking very well, baiting out potential.
いやー、白が集め散らかしております。神&設定、とても気色が悪い。あれ、いい意味ね。いい意味で気持ちが悪いですね。考えられたムーブ、周りのやつらさぞもピキピキしてるでしょ。それとドブリューキーでもされるんじゃない？今のが。今のレキクル縮まり切る前に打ったの。当たったけど。トリッペットは1D。いやー、レーザーしてレーザーして1点2点3点。いいエイム。ベストトラッキングエイム。おほ、トーマス HD。回復も武器もとてもいいですね。俺生活習慣ぶっ壊してるから眠くねえわ。いやだって俺11時過ぎに寝たもん。あの後マイプリとずっと LINE してた。気分よかった。ニコニコしてた。ニコニコ。あー、ワールドカップ行きてえな。ワールドカップで顔出しするのが一番かっこいい。わお、チューチューチューチューチューチューチュー。
to buy himself some more time to try to stabilize, but we talked about the pressure of multiple teams looking to get this elimination.
And it's crazy. Their average placement has been around 22.6. It shows us that they are making it far every game, but they are just having a tough time around that halfway mark in the competition. Getting beyond that point is some of the most difficult parts of Fortnite.
Yeah,
and if you're not executing perfectly, one mistake will cross you out.
Yeah, and you got to imagine.
シールドバブルあるけど。
Split Fort Jonesy, you're not really getting too much damage.
まあクラウドのね、ブッシュ。
You're not getting the best loadout. You're forced to kind of either look for tags or
それ
look
ブッシュ入れてわ
for
からんわ
any
な。
sort of resources. Clicks, spotting out the tags coming from the bush, tries to fire back, not being able to connect with anything. But Duke, once again, trying to push up. This team is in complete focus mode, trying to take control of their destiny, shoot to the top of the leaderboards, and that is exactly what you have to do as the game's coming to a close.
Okay, Cole still alive right now, manages to put up a great defensive hold here. It looks like they might have found an Elim along the way as well, or pushed off what was the opponents, and now they're playing to go ahead and get out and play for the regroup, play for the pickup. There's a med kit he's got. Well, Time information in this entire area. Look at that. Sentin will be rebooted. Our third place team have a chance in this game.
いやー、ここで目の前に影が。しかも方向転換突進しました。
Falcon Spy and Bravado Focus is just nearby. They will absolutely know there's a player at the reboot. The information was perfectly handed to them. They have everything they need to execute an ambush. There it is. Spy opens up, and now it's his time to shine here.
いや、これは死だろ。これは死だろ。さすがに。
I've watched him in creative. He is gross.
いや、うまい。
But can he hit the shots when it matters most? Worst case scenario.
胴体ワンパン、胴体ワンパン。落ち着け。いや、一人落としていった。さすが。いや、これ生きてる生きてる生きてる生きてる。おお、いやー、オーマイガー。今の返すのはすごすぎる。今の返すのはすごすぎる。もうマジ絶対死ぬ場面。一人甘えたね。取ってきたやつのリブートしたいんだ。リブートしたところでサージでシュルと判断したか、それともリブートカットが取れていないか。いや、どちらかというとリブートはするな。だとしたらリブート取れてないな。いやー、もうちょい当てたい。
He's only bound 30. You need big tags. You cannot miss these. That's huge. There it is. Very nice. Very nice. He sees another team in the distance. And look at this. Turning up when it matters most.
Doing just enough.
アリスさん落ちたのかな、わかんない。
Tag by tag. Not getting too greedy. This is huge. 29 more. Only 28 below. Pop of the med miss. Just trying to top himself off. The shots continue to get landed.
いや、非常に立ち悪いです。これ移動する側からしたらピキピキもんです。これピキっちゃう。ピキっちゃうけど、これのおかげでサージがちょっと以上になりましたけども、どちらにせよ辛いね。神とセッティが、神とセルナペポー。うまっうまっ。ペポのカウント。
EU versus Asia now. Peppo and Runa.
Peppo and Luna.
Savages. You know what we've seen this week.
白回負けがすごいでしょこれ。見ろよこの。白回負けだよ。移動しましたね、さすがに。
Getting that top once again, 657, finally leaving their drop spot. Literally on replay right now after every single game.
This is what they do best now. They will play extremely passive. They don't need to do much. They will be fine. All they have to do is focus on positioning. That will be the name of the game for them. And also, let's just talk about finally, we get a little bit of a mix up here. The zone pulls south.
追いかけてね、いや追いかけてないと思う。移動したから移動しようみたいな感じだと思うよ。さすがにあのムーブするのが神セッティって決まってるから、神セッティたちと戦いたくはないんじゃないかな、アルナペッパも。
And bad sniper knows somebody is under pressure outside. They not only hear the storm surge, but see the shots getting fired off in the distance. Ed, that's a revive, and I think King is at least going to try and go for it. But Noah Riley and Bad Sniper are going to be the gatekeepers.
神の名前の由来って何なんだろう。ちゃんと神。どうなんだろう。神で神なのか。
Take a look at how Bino picked up his elimination. Just boxes up Janice like it's nothing.
Wow!
It tips him right out the lobby. Look at his face. He knows.
さすがのメロもニコニコ。ずっと難しい顔してたのに。こいつら安定しすぎだろ。はぁ？ Why? Why? ペポさんキルしてる今。ダメだ。はい分かったクイズビの最強。はいペポさんまたキルしてる。はいクイズビのが最強。いやファウス先。 いやマジかよ。ベロとクイージー、ブッシュが毎回良すぎる。あれなんか一匹いる。
Remember, he survived the storm surge with just excellent tags, and still, it seems like he may not have a reboot card to save his teammate, and now he has to rotate out. But we've seen some interesting stats. When you actually pick up your teammate, you have, believe it or not, lower chances as far as the stats go to place higher, and that's because more often than not, you are worried about splitting your loot, effectively lowering your chances. So he actually has a great.
こいつらもブッシュいいね。
Play his game, play it to best ability.
Yeah, it's all about those solo points that you can get here in Game 10. Scented and Cold coming back from the depths. That play, Cold. If anybody can do it, it is going to be him. Just hopefully they don't run out of gas.
全然いいよ。ただペポさんマジか持ってかれた。あ、てかザゴミリも死んでたっけ？覚えてる。
And they are doing just that. I mean, they picked up those 2 elims on Spy and Focus.
生きてるくね？生きてないのか。
Again, you don't see a team get rebooted and just find points like that. This is an incredible situation that's unfolding for Cold and Sensed, like giving quite literally a second chance in this game here, but you have a zone that's going to play out now. Things are going to begin to constrict the zone pulls east, and this is going to favor Cold and Sensed perfectly. Cammy and Seti are already here as well. It couldn't get any better for them.
レドも落ちた。
I like Cammy and Seti right now. The dust is settling. They're not getting overly aggressive, letting these opportunities naturally present themselves as they're gathering all that information. Walks, Robab in the distance, followed by Merstash and Malibu, who are a little separated. And in Vortex as well.
ザワさんたちどんな感じですかね。2日目3試合全部こけちゃってますね、今のところ。理由としましては、まあ初動かぶせられたっていうよりかは、なんか近くにワンパー増えて動きにくくなってますね。そのせいですね、結構。意味が伝わる5時はセーフだ。あー、ニコニコした。プレイで入りました。プレイで入りました。いや、奥チルチルチルチル、帰ってこい帰ってこい。さすがに無理じゃねえのか。いや、いけるかいけるか。張り替えるぞ。いや、無理無理、帰る帰る帰る帰る帰る帰る帰る。いや、味方がかわしてあげないと。ザラゴミリムまだ生きてる。オッケー。ケグケグケグ。いや、今のプレイで判断良かったとは思うけど、ちょっと遠すぎて薄く広がっちゃうから別パーティーが打ちやすくなっちゃったね。その縦方向から攻めたいっていうのは分かったけどね。仕方なかったな、今のは。ちょっと今のプレイでしにくかったね。クイージーベロなんでこんな安定してんの？意味わかんないんだけど。キレッサなんだよ。アリスさん落ちたし。どういうこと？こいつら。こいつら何？能力者？かっこいいってきます。いってらっしゃいませ。クイージーとベロなんでこんな安定してんの？意味わからん。ちょい。マジで。ほほ。アリスさんが持っていかれた。さあ、神とセッティもまあまあ状態はいいが、クイージーベロが状態良すぎて。いやー、対空1人狙われたら落ちきるぞ、これ。落ちきった1人。落ちきった。落ちきった。これニコニコしちゃうね。落ちきったね。対空落とされた人はマジで切れちゃうだろうね。どっちがホールド？ザゴさん！ザゴーメルサッチに落とされた。マジか。ここまで来てザゴーがこけんのか。もうほぼ終盤みたいなとこあるから蹴るとは思わなかったわ。ミニモン死んだ？ミニモン死んだ？気づかなかった。ミニモン見えねえな。 あ、生きてる。ミリムは生きてる。ミリムは生きてる。いや、ミリム生きてるけど、マジで持ってかれんのこれ。マジかよ。本当本当に。クイージー、ベノがハイグラ直ってくるよ。
And I feel like they have the most success in the lobby so far when it comes to making those plays happen. But Sentin and Cold talked about the position they are, third place on the leaderboard. Thomas and Tripper.
いや、やる気満々。この安定の EU たち。まあ、EU たちがね、強いのはもうマジで当たり前なんだけど。さあ、クイージー、ベロン、ちょっとミスりましたね、いろいろ。いや、ジャンパー乗り継ぎしようとしたけど、やめたね。これセンター突入するのかな、クイージーベロン。レレさんまだ生きてるね。さすがに回復するか。さすがに回復か。いや、最悪状況から体力マックスまでいくもんな。あ、じゃあ全然、いや、壁ホールド結構使うな。ミルさん落ちた。うわー、クイージーベロなんかハイグラ取ってる。この取り合いでなんで取れんの。なんで取れんの本当に。なんで取れんのこいつらは。こいつらは何。何こいつらは。Oh no.
From potentially getting taken out the lobby. Too much shot starts to come in now. The focus is here. He has to swing around. This is looking terrible for a second place team. Tripper is nowhere to be found. Thomas hits the launch.
落ちるこれ。落ちない。さすがに落ちない。いや、相方落ちた。相方が落ちた。合流できなかったから。いや、来たテイソンまただかっこよ。クイージーベロ降りた。チャペックス落としてる。いや、カバーがうますぎ。やばー激アツやん。いや、落ちた。ベロン落ちた。神に落ちされた。いや、おいおいおいおい。いや、激アツ。ベノ抱えてチャグ健在めっちゃ拾った。トーマスが状態良くなったぞ。クイージーがニコニコしてる。いや、レンジャー一発。おーい、ここでクイージーでも9位。これでも9位。8位か8位か多分。これでも8位。これでも8位です。全然ハイグラムーブが刺さってます。ぶっ刺さってます。いや、神セッティもニコニコしながら。よっ 190！ 190。今一人の前段兵所だね。トーマス HD よ。ノー。いや、神落ちた。センテッドが生きてる。さあ、上ボルティックス。いや、いい M チリチャグをそんな当てる。どういう ADS。さあ、詰めに行っている。わ、いや、当てたい。チル。当てたいけど、これちょっと不利だぞ。クリックスたちワンチャンあるぞ、これ。
This is huge for Duke and Clicks. They have the high ground right now, but for Bevy and Vortexers, taking out some big names already on the day, using these builds to try to keep that advantage.
いや、ワンニコニコ。巻き返すのか。いや、わからん。ローダ両方。割った。勝ってるけー。 ローグラから勝っていく。ローグラから勝っていく。まずしたとハイグラ資材ないね。ローグラもないけどね。
We're feeling good, you know. We struggled at the start, but we finally brought it home, you know. So.
やけどしちゃうぜ。
I was just hoping that he had more whites because he got the siphon from the full kill, and then I heard a pump shot and he won.
Clicks, I don't know if you heard it, but the audience went
修学
absolutely
旅行
insane.
行ってらっ
Let's
しゃい
do
ま
it
せ。
again, guys. What does it feel, man, to hear that?
Their support's crazy. I'm the best fans by far. Just look at them in the crowd.
Congratulations, guys. 2 more to go, and let's head on back to the desk.
Massive congratulations to Duke and Clicks.
いいですね。クリックスたちが勝つのが気分いいぞ。
We are literally sitting here going, this is literally
あ
where
れ
you want
ク
to
リ
be.
ック
Clicks.
ス
This is
は
what you're
昔からのあ
known
れだから
for.
ね。
Is being put in these
ファンが多い。
situations. Now is your time to shine, and so masterfully
まあ
handled.
その感覚的には弱いけど、あれブーガがワールドカップ今回のワールドカップ1位取るような感じ、みんなからしたらそれの弱いバージョン。昔の人が帰ってきたみたいなイメージで、そういうの盛り上がるじゃん。
ends up going down the bevies, but Clicks is so smart in these endgame 1v1 situations that he recognizes this player could potentially have heals. He hears the splash to go up, makes the push for it, and the little
ここ当てんのかクリックス。
right there and gets the
シ
shot
ル
off
しと
too.
る
So
ら。
clean.
That was just an absolutely disgusting clutch moment, though, from Clicks. He saw the work that Duke was putting in as well to take the brunt of that damage, like you had mentioned, Vivid.
Yeah.
But it was
さあ
just
神
such
セ
a
ッティ
clean finish here, and I think that that's
近づいてまいりました。ベノたちが早めに落ちたんで、
that is going to
ここが12ポイント差。
That's right. We're going to talk about more
1位と2位で12ポイント差、2位と3位で、はい、足し算クラシックですね。これね、数学じゃない、算数です。はい。300、ごめん、記憶飛んだわ、ごめん。なんだろうと。
We're going to talk about the clutch up earlier on. You rebooted, then you suddenly find FKS and Spy coming through.
まあ大体まあ僅差になってきたよねってこ
The
と。
crowd went wild. Walk us through that one.
I don't even know. Sented had flew to the Coney vault.
Yeah.
And I kind of they just caught me alone as a solo, and I just kind of tried living. And I had no more mats left, so I kind of just had to fight and ended up winning.
You did. And obviously, you know, that now puts you in a great contention now. You're currently 3rd in the leaderboard right now, 44 points off the top. You guys, 2 games to go. You must be feeling confident here.
We're feeling good. We're locked in. We're just gonna play our games and see how they go. Honestly.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Colin Sitton, everyone! While I'm here too, give it up for Noah Riley and Bad Sniper! Noah Riley, you guys are currently sat in 7th. We haven't talked to you much this weekend, but what an incredible display thus far with 2 games left.
クイズベノがワールドカップウィナーになったら、これから永遠の参考になりますね。
What do you guys do now with 2 games left? How do you manage the next 2 games?
I mean, we just have to do the same thing we did the last games, keep consistency, and it will be fine.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We're very chill over here, Zeke. Back to you, buddy.
Hey, you know, just keep it fun. Everything's fine. That's what I like to hear, personally. My goodness, this game, though, game number 10 of 12, was absolutely insane. I think the big kind of overall storyline for me was Queasy and Vino, right? Then their kind of counterpoints, Cammy and Seti, right?
Yep.
And what was interesting to me about this was actually, for a long time I was sitting here thinking, yeah, Cammy Seti versus like Queasy and Vino. It's actually a cold and scented versus Cammy and Seti tournament that's happening here. Queasy and Vino are just kind of like happen to orbit around both of them.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, I think that so far, you know, we do have 2 games left, but I think Cold right there in that 1v2 situation, that's got to be like the play of the tournament so far for me. Literally keeping their contention for second and first place alive right here. Look at this. FKS and Spy coming in. They're trying to get these sneaky shots in. Cold literally is in a 1v2. If you look at the minimap in the bottom right, Scented is so far away. So this is literally like a straight up 1v2, and Cold ends up finding both eliminations. Beautifully handled right there.
Oh, look, his name might be Cold, but he just absolutely
what the fuck?
lit FKS and Spy on fire with that display. I don't even know where they came from, because that was almost, that reboot ban was literally the bat signal for those two. They were full on expecting a prime opportunity to try and snag a quick and easy elim, probably look to clean up the other power process, because I don't believe they had any idea specifically Cold and Scented in that instance. But it's that momentum shift that I was asking for during the halftime break. That was a primary example of one of those instances, because as soon as that took place, you could just feel a change in the venue, and you could definitely see it in Cold and Scented's gameplay. And the fact that they went from needing a reboot onto Scented to a literal 3rd place finish for this matchup, that's awesome.
Absolutely, and if we look at these standings, Queasy and Vino still holding strong. They are the I would say the end game boss of the story we're telling here, but Cammy and Seti are actually the secret boss to this story, because they have been single-handedly shutting Queasy and Vino down for games now. It was in fact Cammy that actually knocked Vino out in that game and kind of put Queasy in that difficult situation of like, okay, what do you do now? You don't have your silver bullet, and now there's 2 of us.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, Queasy and Vino, I don't know how they do it. It's like every single time we're in that end game around 5th, 6th, or in that
27か頑張れミウザゴ1日目は調子良かったんだけどな通用してんだよこの最初のから珍しい
to question, is anybody even like looking up in the skies for these guys at this point?
I think that that's just an attestment as well, though, to Queasy's IGLing capabilities, and the fact that Vino himself can also kind of fulfill that role, despite the fact that he's an insane fragger at the same time. But more,
なんでこんなアジアのザコどもが
I think it's kind of cool to see, because he is definitely someone
that
is
definitely
a little bit more emotional, but at the player frustration level, mental fortitude becomes so impactful here, and we've seen him make a comeback before.
That's right. That is 3 games. This means we have 2 left. Here we go. Let's send it on over. Monster D-Face, Jacob PR, prep us for game 11.
That's right. We have the honor to call all the action. We're starting to
さあラスト2マッチへ
Now, I do want to give so much credit as well to Avery and Commandment
あと2マッチ
representing
で
as the last
世界1位が世界1位が決まりますと
Pressure is on for some of these teams that are looking to call themselves champion, looking to get the lion's share of the $1 million prize pool, a trophy that have never been seen like this before in Fortnite, and then that chance to call yourself literally one of the best players in the world after this global competition.
That is absolutely right, and what a better way to kick this game off than a perfect split down the middle, and this is it. It doesn't get any better than that. Last game we saw Clix and Duke have their moments and take a win, and that just tells us anything can happen here. On this stage, these players have been invited to this event for a reason. They are some of the most skilled players we have in the space.
Yep. You can see already Clix living with all the momentum over towards Fort Jonesy. Business as usual for these teams, looting up, getting some resources, starting your game off, and trying to replicate that success when it comes to Clix and Duke specifically.
See it. Get the touchdown. Get their loot together. Rotate early. They do not want to take a fight. Here's a tough spot. Bevies and Vortexers were moments away from taking a victory royale before things change. Miro. What you're seeing is just the cold hands. Unfortunate. Luka does fight back though. He will be able to save his teammate here. And does of course get the siphon as well. Material is more important though, because if Vortexer pushes up, he's got everything to gain.
これ引くのか詰めないと蘇生されそうだが
Luka trying to will themselves back into this one, saving the play for now. Miro still down, trying to hide. Not wanting to get that one. Give it up to Vortexers. That's 2 more points for them. Bugha doing what he can, backtracking.
いやー、いい武器拾ってる。
Up as well, trying to get as many mats as possible. He knows the fight is inevitable, and the
当
shots
て
can
ん
be
のかや
landed.
ブー
Bugha back to back, looking to clean this one up. All he needs is one more shot. But he's gonna find this moment to breathe and stabilize before he goes at it again.
And it looks like we will see all of our faves start to have their moment here. Bugha does need to, of course, finish it now, and he does. They went back to drop.
ここでメロの角入ってしまったが、まあ全力ダッシュ行ってもメロの角は間に合っ入っちゃってたから仕方
Finally
ない
go down there, but it's not gonna be any trouble for Bugha to get that reboot back up. Vico and Mariah.
いやー、ビコー
Towards the bottom. Catch, retake, and novice off guard, but
いや、これはでも紫プライム引いたのは運が良かったね。非常に。まず白プライムですら運めっちゃいいのに初動で引くの。紫引かれたらまあしゃあない。相手もちょっとね、かわいそうだね。ブーガもうまいけど。
That is crazy. They had such a great game prior, pushing them so far up, and now all of that zapped away. Momentum gone. Hits the reset. All down to now just one more round. And that's something else to think about. Every engagement, as you get sent back, the players have to sit there, wait for the next game, and start to formulate a plan for their last chance at the FNCS Invitational.
ビコいやー、ビコきついぞこれ。
You have to get through this one right here. Vico and Moran playing so smart.
いやー、きついきついきつい。
They were taken out a little early to the hands of retake and novice.
これビコ死ぬな。
Something we've seen too many times before. Meanwhile,
死ぬんじゃねえか。不利じゃねえか。多分長引いて死ぬ気すんの。相手うめえ。
so much momentum as well in the back half of the tournament.
This could be the key, though. This off-spawn fight right here could be the key that unlocks what we've seen yesterday. That potential we know they have.
生きてると思うよ、さすがに。わかんない。
As they're just trying to go ahead and stay towards the
今
low
のとこ
ground
記録
right
出てない
now.
気するけ
Stay
ど。
in a position that they think is advantageous to them. The shots coming in on the side.
おえ
Take that piece control over. He peeks through. Looter gets out just in the nick of time. You can see them with that bubble shield flirting with the opportunity.
クラウンだ。
See it play out. That bubble shield.
メロブーが落とされた。
How it's going down. Let's see if Smite's gonna find a huge tag there onto Looter. It's gonna buy him a little bit of time here. Now remember, Smite was in top 5 before the last 2 games were pretty tough.
うまっ
He's fighting all.
フォーバック
Right back to the line.
Shit done!
We'll see you later, Muzz. We'll see you the last game. Smite is here.
No, chill.
Looter's doing what he can. Lands a good shot, but the angles right now, everything is gonna be cleaned up. Larson and Smite trying to replicate that success of day number 1 and bring it here to day number 2 as we check on board. Retake and novice, they were able to catch Vico.
そうだよな、ビコたちのチーム不利だったんだよ、さっき見たけど。ハイドってさ、あんま強くないんだよね。その敵がさ、ハイドしてる方に来ないとずっと物資をさ、敵は漁れるけどさ、自分たちは全く食べれないから、今ザゴたち27位だね。確か。メルスタッチ落ちたくね？おー、ティルテッドー。
Tilted, no Riley, bad sniper. On over to Blimp, trying to steal away the loot from Acorn and Edgy. Walks in the feed, taking down Scram, cleaning it up all together. You know him and Robab love to be aggressive in any lobby, let alone an international stage.
Big shout out to Bad Sniper, of course, representing for the French community. They are some of the coolest spaces that we have out there. One of the coolest communities, always building amazing content. But let's get back to it. Cold incentive.
いや、資材はめっちゃあるね。状態は全然悪くない。メルスタッチ落ちた。メルスタッチ落ちてマリブカが落ちたのかは見えなかったね。
Max up to the wall, man. You just gotta play with what you have at your hands right now. And Hen and Vortex. Hen is having a phenomenal tournament along with Vortex. Honestly, flying under the radar.
何が見えてるんだ。
This is a perfect opportunity to see exactly what they're doing into the distance, finding the shots necessary so they don't have to worry about surge. And thankfully, they not only have the vault, but they have the rotation right above them. So once they feel that comfortability of the damage threshold, they can instantly try and find a good rotation out.
And Hen and Vortex are in 5th now as well. 230 points picked up. a great day 2 showing so far for Hen and Vortex here to put them back in the game. Trippin and Thomas not too happy about that last game. They've gone from 2nd to 4th, falling slightly earlier than their counterparts. So everyone else starting to really pick up when they're letting things slow down. Meanwhile, Pink and Nas still in a fight right now. It's a player on heights. Seems like they might be giving themselves a little bit of distance. This Jason crew who land at the coastal areas. They've been the team giving Peterbot and Jamper a hard time this weekend. Very little room to, I guess, contest here. And Jason Basso are one of the few that have stuck to it all weekend long.
人数が減り早いね。あ、そんなもんだよ。
to run away, allowing Basil to get a couple more shots as he possesses that height advantage. Pink and Anas doing what they can to fire back, not finding any success, landing any damage for them. But first you don't succeed, you try again, and with Basil continuously putting out the shots, that's where they're going to try to peek through. He's going to cover Pink while he begins to rotate out and lead the way. Ziani's down.
Ziani is down. Joe and Ziani are actually 2 Elans up this game because they took down Booga and Miro here at the Chonker Speedway, and now they're being focused by another team in the distance. A big knock there, and they're gonna break all of those, but it's actually Macwood and Kanata looking south, trying to figure out what's going on here. Joe will get the save, lucky for him, and take a look at how much loot. They have excess and much more as they get to double back into Chonker. I'm sure they'll be able to go out and make up for what they lost out on, but time, you don't get that.
Especially right now, the blessing of those Chonker Speedway teams, one of them going down, the other one rotating out, but Scented and Cold.
学校行ってくるわ、行ってろ。さあ、5ミリもね、初動ね、いろんなとこ降りてるからね。いろんなとこで2種類だね。2、3種類かな。あね。
With that last game, clutch up from Cold, they have to be feeling like they could take
クイージーベロがクイージーベロが初めて完璧無視ではない。
Little by little, we're seeing players like Cold really
いや、
come
全然
into
でかいだわ。
finding his own here. What a story it has been for that player there. But Queezin Vino, chilling in shiny sounds, no sweat at all up here. They're like, hey, we're fine. We have launch pads, we have plenty of heals, we'll be just okay. And now they're gonna go ahead and start moving south there. Back on over to No Riley and Bad Sniper. Belusi and Hydro are here, but someone in the distance, it's Bad Sniper who takes down Belusi. And look at how much loot they get rewarded with as well. Now they have decisions to make here, but they already have 2 launch pads. Acorn and Edgy are still here as well, lurking. And Bad Sniper's much smarter than that. He knows there's a teammate behind him. You can see how he's looking back just to double check. He's going to drop a Legendary Ranger for the epic shotgun here. This is interesting. That's because it just does better in close range fights like this. But that end game Ranger shotgun is just amazing. Let's see it.
The distance right now, but they're on the hunt for that elimination. You said it yourself. They know he's a solo, but Acorn and Edgy hearing all this action go down, they want to also take part in it. There's a couple eliminations up for grabs. Bad Sniper just on the move. Hydro goes down. Finally, they get cleaned up. No Riley and Bad Sniper adding 2 more points to their total, getting all that loot, surviving in the storm.
And lucky for us, we do get a quick update with Mini Miner here for Game 11.
Really, really good on the Storm Surge all day. And you might be wondering, how do they have the heals for that? Look at this, Cammy emptying his entire inventory into the base that they've built on the top of this Cammy split area, on top of the balloon. And they're able to take damage now because, of course, they have those extra heals on standby. All we can see, just Cammy getting as much heals as possible, bringing it up into the top of that. And, of course, Seti is, meanwhile, while he's getting his tank,
マインクラフトの素材集めみたいな感覚だろうな、こやつら。
earlier on, he can go all the way back down, use all of those heals that were inside of the base, and they don't have to waste any. So we're seeing them go into zone with 8, 9 surge tags and having max heals. Great stuff from this duo.
He might be Mini.
上位やっぱさ、みんな初動フリーなんだよね。
Giving us all the information we might have lost. I know a couple people at
初動
home
フリー
might
で
be
取れるか
jotting
運
that
ゲー
one
なんだよ
down.
な。
Oh, that's how they're getting the surge. That's how they're looking so well when it comes to end game with all those resources. As Mixon takes down Fatch, Hen's going to be by himself, and I talked about his incredible run. Now he's going to have to really put that to the test with 75
damage
above the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge. That is not much at all.
You can see Hen just sitting back there by himself right now. Needs to continue to earn his way up as he wants to hold this lead. Managed to claw his way towards.
まあ実力はね、実力が最強レベル前提だけど、やっぱ共通して初動フリーなんだなって上位。
Is the full spectrum of the best strategies and plays that can be developed. Scented getting a little greedy there to get a flopper, but it seems like it was worth it, and that's because they can tell that they are just above the surge. And this is where I always say,
さあ、アジが以下です。まずいです。クイージベノ初めて多分きつそうだぞ。マジャ感じたからかな。いやー、クイージベノこけてるこけてる。世界大会鳴らさない知らない。めっちゃいるよ、めっちゃいるめっちゃいる。ほとんど知らん。なぜかっつうと、あんま人の名前を覚えないから。わー。
This might be the moment that changes it all. Queasy and Vino are extremely hurt. That's going to use all of their chug splashes. They're below the Storm Surge, and it's even more desperate now. Pink and Anas versus Vino and Queasy. It's on.
Taking that beast control.
Wow!
It was. Big shots to be fired. Queasy drops down low, but they clean him up. 1, 2, 3. They are out.
They are showing us why. They are in the lead. This is a force that cannot be stopped.
I would hate to end up in front of them because they are looking like a runaway train at this point. KBR beat phenomenal run staying alive.
いや、神セッティ。神セッティがさ、こんだけ移動しないのさ、こいつらからしたらイライラするんだよ。でも、神セッティたちは白海がめっちゃあるから、どうにもできない。ザゴーが死んだ。
And Brazil must be so proud. KBR and Z have managed to hold top 10 and PHN and Quito.
いや、神セッティたちのムーブすごいな。ここまで対策できねえ。ここまで強いムーブなんてないぞ。よかった。
Z's gonna feel that one. KBR ditches his teammate. He's gonna take the bulk of the shots first. He loses shield and no, picked out the sky. Sammy.
おほ、ダウン入った。こいつらのムーブ、キモ。見逃倒した、マジか。頭いい、こいつら。
It looks like it might be the TSM duo. NA West, 6-time champion Epicwell. Reed is becoming under pressure as well. Dropped to about half HP. Multiple players taking focus of him as well.
そうだね、人の減り方はすごい。まあ、キルボがないとって感じだからでも。
For him, it's about finding that spot into zone, going ahead and building more than just a 1x1. And the reason why you want to do that is because if nobody spotted you there, you don't want people to know that you are solo.
神セッティ、マジで神ムーブだな、本当に。あの発想さ、レイブケーブでもできんのかな。できんのかなっつったらできるんだよな。レイブケーブ、クマちゃん上が大チャンチ入ったら、ガソスタみたいに当てれない。ガソスタは周りが多いから刺さる。レイブケーブ周り全然いねえもん。しかも簡単に突れるから。うわー。
Sacrificing some of his own shields just to get the damage, but once again they fall below.
ザゴーミリムどうなんだろうね。ザゴー抱えてないからワンチャンマジか。ザゴーさん生き返ってるマジ。もう敵がうめえ。
Sometimes that's all you need right there, and there it is. Tripper looking around in the distance. He's worked his way up. Trulis and Chicho are willing to open up a big box there.
いや、トリッピンがヘッドくらい出した。段下げろ。死に切った。マジか。トーマス・イースリーたち。
King and Ed work their way towards the loot. It is a matter of time, and it looks like our 4th place team, Thomas HD, does just enough to be in the game, but he falls there. And
No,
the
bro.
look on the camera tells us that they are devastated to fall in 4th.
4th place just fall, like you said, and Scented just went down as well. Cold gonna have to clutch up big by himself. These are the final 2 games. Every moment matters, including this one right here, where Hen is just under pressure from Trulex and Chicho. Trying to stay alive, trying to find a way to stabilize, backing up slowly but surely, but those pieces are going over to Chicho and Trulex one by one, and they know that he's by himself. This is theirs for the taking. This is going to be interesting because for them, they also don't want to get too far behind the rest of the lobby when it comes to the zone. They have to make a decision quick.
ジャンパ取らないの
See how it's going to play out. Looking very tough. Let's go ahead and watch how Hen.
うわ、見るマジか
Because now what this tells us is that things are starting to open up on the standings. Look at this. Hen finds King, walks in, plays for the elimination, and he actually gets that one too.
さあ、クイジーベロが初めてクソ武士だぞ。まあ、全然クソじゃないんだけど。きつそうだぞ。いや、クソだな、クソ武士だ、これは。きつそうよ。きつそう、クイジーベロ。さあ、上位が入れ替わる。上位が入れ替わる、これ。トーマス HD たちも落ちて、クイジーベロたちもきつそうな状況。ただ、ジャンパめっちゃあるよ。
Yeah, especially since game
ルナペ
after
も生きて
game
たね
after game, they had
ザ
that
ゴーも生
recipe
きてる
for
ね
success and such a drastic change. They might have not been too prepared for it, but these guys have dealt with almost
ルナペポは
everything and
万全っ
adapted
ぽ
on
い
the
ね
fly. Their flexibility is insane as Cole
わかんない
is
落ちたか
trying to get that information
落ちてないと思
on
うけ
these
ど
players that are in the backside of zone, trying to wait for that perfect moment to strike. The Trulex and Chicho spots another duo right in front of him, picking and choosing his battles here. And with Chu going down, I don't think that's a battle he wants to take anymore.
Cold is now by himself in 3rd place, 282 earned points in the competition right now. The zone could not be better, though. He gets the half in, half out, and you know he is so happy about that. You know, sometimes you just need
ミニムさん角入ったかもね多分入ってた気するわかんない入ってないのこの場面で死んだら基本角入るけどね蘇生は通らないな
That damage onto Muzz and Looter really is propelling them this far into the game because they don't have to worry about Surge. All they have to worry about is to the front side of zone time and time again.
It's so crazy. After every tournament, we always look at where was EU, where was NA, who was in the top 10 representation, and we have truly had such a fair balance, a fair representation on the stage here. It's been amazing. While all this is going on, PC and Vino continue to earn more this time on the international duo, the mixed duo of Chimp and Scram. So they knock down Scram, they catch him in the spider's web and through the trap door, the trap hole.
いや
Chimp gets caught as
リフレッシュうまいけど
well.
敵もよく当てるなこれ
Punches his fist there. He says, "Man, I missed that one."
そしてサージがこれでもきつい回復もめっちゃ少ないさあ半々して これでもチェンザイが300ないさあベノリ紫ショットガン託した
Some replicated success into this one as Kanata, Macwood under pressure, trying to trade the shot. 693 above the damage threshold. That is
ベノたちってあれだよね上に上がる関係ねえだよね
Duke had their moment last game. Macwood and Kanata might just be doing it here right now. I have not seen them in a better position yet. They have the maps, they have the launch pad, they have the positioning.
マリブが落ちたベルスたちも割られて
Which is play for high ground. And take this all home and get their win today.
And honestly, I see it's 6-moving zone. Normally I would say it's Queasy and Vino time, but this has not been the most friendly game for them. They might not be in the same position. They might have to adapt just like Spike and Larson. No! Accidentally phases through the build. Luckily for him, nobody was on the inside, but the pressure is there. Larson forced to slow down just a little bit as they continue to fall below the damage.
クリックスは結構状態がいいけど、サージがいいか。元気だね。あれ、シルフィさん、寝たんじゃないんですか？起きたんですか？そうか、あなた学校でしたか。すいません。
I called it. If I know Mac would Kanata well, I know that they absolutely want to make a statement.
ここで根元はされるのか。知らないか。知らないけど根元はされるんだこれ。さあキャナダたちがハイグラを維持。
Position up, poise up. Cold is still alive, earning points. Queasy goes for height. We're up here. Let's do it.
With or without resources, that is their play. Call it their signature move. 5 eliminations, but now they find a way to stabilize. They have done it, Monster. They have secured the high ground and taken it away from Kanata and Mac.
マジか。
With the launch pad going out,
リテクしに行くのか。
that's gonna be recycled for sure. Everybody has to go up and down these terrains. This one, Monster, is a literal roller coaster.
We might see a
さあどうするどうするどうするどうする。
touchdown and go for a Jamper and Peter Bot. They want their win too.
どうするどうするどうするどうする。おお。わお。ベノが落ちた。
Queasy is left by himself.
And Cold gets another one as well. The solo plays are coming out big, and those are absolutely necessary because he's still in third place. He's still in contention. Cold's trying to do it again. Spots another player out. Finally, his run comes to an end, but he did so much. And to get this far,
クイージーが生きてるな。ナペポログラマジか。クイージー死んだ。うわハイグラごちゃごちゃ。もう優勝候補。うわペポが生きてる。ルナがやばいね。隠れてるね。ペポが行かれた。ペポが行かれた。ルナがやってるルナがやってる。ルナ生きてるぞ。さああのアレリ後ろからジャンプパッド。いやさすがにハイグラ行く余力はない。カスだらけで死ぬ。ルナが生きてる。ルナが生きてる。いや落ちたけど落ちたけどトップ3かな。トップ2トップ2だね。いやトップ4トップ4。さあ神たちがここで伸ばしてきた神たち。
This is going to come down to it. They could get their 4th victory royale. The only team going to stop them comes from NAEs trying to rise up, and it does look like they are out of builds.
But they find a little bit of loot here. Larson goes for the med kit. He's trying to get as much HP as possible. Seti now starting to run out of material on the high ground. This is it. It's going to come down to nothing or everything here. As he has no mask, great tag there, and a trade, and open exchange. It's not looking good for EU right now. Into the zone they go.
いやきついけどどう返す。おお神たち勝った。ここでさ勝ち切った神たち。わお。ランキングをロード中。さあ逆転しました神たち。4匹ロイ。さあ神がセッティ。もう立ち回りがうますぎる。中盤のサージ稼ぎが圧倒的すぎる。それが刺さってかベノクイージーがサージ稼ぎできつくなって終盤余裕なくて ハイグラ取り返されて、ついでに足の引っ張り合いでテイソンとかも脱落。さあ神セッティ、クイージー、ベノ、センテッド、コールド、どう動くか。トーマス 1D もまだある。神セッティ。結局何でもできるようにならないとダメだね。
Okay, well, there you heard it there, folks. One game to go. Cammy and Sally, everyone! Woo! It's getting hot here, Zeke. I'm excited, man.
For the first time,
4尾くらいですよ。4尾くらい。
Queasy and Vito are asked to step aside, and it's not even an ask. It's Cammy and Seti kicking in the door and saying, "Hey, we want first place."
さあクイージーベノ、ここで最後の最後で逆転されてのラストマッチ、精神的にもきついでしょう。この朝早くから大会してるんだ。ワールドカップ、ワールドカップ。向こうだと今5時ぐらいなのかな、夕方の。わかんない。いや落としきる。ここのキルポがでかい。いやー、ベストトラッキングセッティ&カミ。エムよこいつら。キルポがでけえ、セッティも最強。C ぐらいか。そんな遅いか。これアンチ外に出てさ、しっかりレンジャー当てるんだぜ。リロードしてやりきって。こいつ体力10、これマジですごいかんね。これ本来なら負けてた。これ神とセッティ、ザゴミルでも多分死んでた。この判断、ラストリロードしきって本当に 0.00 何秒とかで当てて、おおチルしておる、チルしておる。落ち着けと、落ち着けと。ここで逆転、12ポイント差。いやどっちが勝つのか。まさかのコールド&センテッドが逆転してくるのか。両方なんか裏で買収とか起こって誰か DM グリフとかしねえのかな。そういうのとかになんないのかな。あいつら潰してこいよみたいな。なんかティンの来た。
Kelly is standing by. She's with Queasy and she's with Vino right now.
That is right, Zeke. Joining me right now, I have Queasy and Vino. And guys, you gotta talk to me about that game, the early game fight that you had and survived. I didn't think it was possible, but you're able to clutch it out.
A lot of people just fighting around us. This kind of makes it really scuffed. We
あ
did
ったら
manage
ブーイ
to
ング
clutch
だろ
out
う
the
な。
game. Well, at least a
ちょうど
decent
有益
amount.
当たるらしい。
Seeing
みんな
Cammy
下の
won,
方。
which is unfortunate.
ザゴミル
It comes down to
25
the last
頑
game.
張れー。ラスト
Competitive.
It's obviously a bit rough after game 11, having first place for so long, going to second, but it's the final game, final opportunity. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. We'll see what happens, I guess. Not much more to say, but yeah.
Fair enough. I totally understand you guys wanting to focus up right now. And I believe we're going to be moving on, everyone, to talk with Cold and Scented, the team that is currently in third place right now. Hey guys, how's it going? How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good, thanks for asking. You know, you guys started or ended off day one in 8th place, moving all the way up to 3rd place right now. How you feeling about that?
I'm excited, I'm happy, I'm hyped. We just figured out our mistakes from yesterday and just didn't make them again today, and now we're doing good.
What's the plan for the final game right now? How are you feeling? What's going through your mind?
We're playing for 3rd. We're playing with sticks and stones while 1st and 2nd has God loot compared to us. So we're playing for 3rd. Just gonna, hopefully we can keep our lead on Thomas, and that's about it.
All right, guys, good luck in the final game, and let's head on back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly, for those interviews, getting those raw emotions, getting the thoughts of the players. Now, we just want to take a moment and kind of remind everyone, of course, we're looking for the duo that's going to walk away in that 1st place, but for everybody else, they still want to place high in this tournament. There's a lot of prize money on the line, so if they can even move up that leaderboard even one space, we're talking thousands of dollars in difference of prize money. But let's go back. Let's focus in on these two teams. Titans at the top, Wheezy and Vino. Now, we can't lie, right? That game was kind of insane for them. Kind of for a moment there. Finding an elimination, being 200 above Surge, right? They get put in a situation where in Storm they get pushed, okay? Against Scram and Chimp, and even after that fight, ending with only 8, being only above
さあ始まりますラストマッチってことでね、セッティ
I mean, playing like that, Queasy and Vino, you know, backs up against the wall, tough rotate for them. They mentioned a lot of scuff fights going on around that just because the lobby how it's going to play out throughout these last couple of games. Everybody just wants to fight, right? They want to get as many points as they possibly can. Elimination being worth 2 points. That's how you got to go for it for sure. So Queasy and Vino playing well in game 11. About to see what they got in game 12.
Adam, what's this you got?
This is it. The big moment, everybody. Make some noise, please.
さあ次このトロフィーを取るやつが決まると
My, oh my, you heard it here first, folks. You gotta jump into Fortnite December 3rd there to catch the end of chapter event. Now, I'd love to talk more about it, but we gotta focus back in on the competition. One last game. 2 duos are sitting there, face to face, neck and neck, 12 points separate. Queasy and Vino from Seti and Cammy. How can this go down?
This is their moment, though, to really, for either of these duos, but as far as Queasy and Vino are concerned, a little reminiscent even of yesterday. Granted, it's not the finals necessarily that's on the line like it was in yesterday, or today, excuse me for yesterday.
セッティの感度は1600の 4.8 ですね。はい、俺 3.8 です。
And yet in game 5, they were
無理
able to bounce back and find a victory royale instance. So it doesn't really matter what kind of frustrations this duo might be facing on a game-by-game basis. It's evident that as soon as they enter the next match, as soon as they get that fresh start, they are immediately locked in and prepared to try and make the most of any situation that they're given, because despite all the scuff fights surrounding them, they've still been managing to find consistent points. They've still been managing to stay consistently in that top 2 position to now be vying between themselves and Cammy and Seti for the title of FNCS Invitational Champion. It's definitely still an incredible
ちょっと待ってちょっと待って ADS 感度60なんだけど意味わからんこんなあ手打ちなんて絶対に当たらないやっぱ会場寒いのかいやないと思うけどなさすがにゲーマーにとって手の冷えはやばいぞ命取りどころのされてない
I'm very worried, though, right? We just kind of took a look at them a moment ago, cold and scented. It feels like for these 2 Titans that are kind of have now, you know, set themselves apart from everyone else. Cold scented, Thomas HD, Tripperin. They're looking to isolate these duos and slow them down at all costs. We've seen cold and scented fight Cammy and Seti time after time, and then there's times where they walk up to Vino. Vino says, "Whoa, all right, sit back down." There's time where they look at Vino, they go, "Hey, Vino, no, you sit down." This is being traded back and forth. And it will all come down to a single moment.
あるねキモいな言い方が言い方きめえなチャプター3終わるらしいよからまず始めようぜチャプター4かどんなマップなんだろうなうんいや変わるんだってよきめえうえぶん殴りたくなっちゃいます会場 PC 冷やすためにクーラーガンガンで寒いらしいですよまずいっすねそれは非常にまずいっすねカイロ持ってったもん勝ちじゃないですかちなみにあれね俺ワールドカップがあるって決まった時から俺家でカイロ探したからねちなみに俺はもうワールドカップ行く準備できてるいや彼ら来たりそうカイロがね大事まあちなみに俺はもう
so composed.
ミルム君クーラー持ってってました。まずいっすね、非常にそれは。どうやって手で持ってきて食べてるんですかね。そのせいでアジア勢調子悪い説。いや、それはない。それはない。それはない。全くない。全く感じない。だって全員同じ環境だもん。かんないかんない。
And I think Mini Miner pointed out their Storm Surge strategy. I think the biggest takeaway for this duo is they have not had to deal with Storm Surge. When you go into mid game, even late game, you're like, yeah, we're 800 above Storm Surge. Cool, man. Do whatever you want.
カイロとクーラー、手で持ってきるクーラーでもあんなこと思った。ナイス、ナルさん頑張ってください。任せろ。次の世界大会は出るよ。楽しみだね、次の世界大会。俺がここにいるぜ。楽しみ
！Is to make sure they have the breathing room to adapt and make the right choices moving into those last few moments of this last game. Here we go, game 12, almost here. Jacob, MDF, let's set the stage.
Whoa!
Thank you so much, Zeke. Here we have it.
The final
game. Let's give it up one more time as we start to gear up for this.
選手って嘘な人多いんだ。いや。結構あれクイージーと神たち以外みんなあれ絶望ニコニコしながらやってると思うみんなニコニコしてるのはあれ神たちだけだよ今のとこじゃあね、最後にTJからやってるアジアその中間らしく熱いの無理だしへえあ、そうなんだその知識は大事だねそれは不利だそれは不利というかまあそのつまりあれでしょアジア中間ってことはアジア中間ってことはあれでしょアジアより不利な地域もあるってことでしょあ、でもアジア中間だったら全然いいんじゃない不利でもいいってこと割合的には真ん中らへんってことでしょまあまあまあそんなもんじゃないそのアメリカ勢が有利っていうのはあるかもしれないけどまあそんな個人差あるしなここボロ負けしとるやん大丈夫そう
Nothing on top for anybody to work with, and they immediately change their routes. They don't want to go ahead and contest.
熱帯地域ね、熱帯地域辛いだろうね。What? 神設定やばーあっつあっつかっこよかっこよかっこよマジでかっこいいんだよマジでかっこいいんだよマジでかっこいいんだけどこいつかぶせに来やがったやば
He's trying to bait the revive so that way Cammy might peek. Breaks through the wall. Shot's gonna be fired.
To win the biggest fight of their careers. Cammy and Seti put it all on the table. And you know what? I absolutely respect Queasy and Vino for giving it that chance. The heart of that team is unlike any we have ever seen before.
やばいやばいいやこれはねクイージーとベノに拍手クイージーとベノに拍手これは
Cammy and Seti are your FNCS Invitational champions.
We have never seen anything like this before. Let's put our hands together for at least the number 1 and 2 teams that came into this and got
マジでかっこいいんだけどああ本当に
We have never seen a better head-to-head in person like that ever before. I don't even think we've had that in mind. That was crazy.
They know it too.
Absolutely knew it.
The celebration coming out, the emotion, the passion raining through, and even though they kind of cemented themselves the top spot, they're not happy at all. They wanted that first place spot, but you still got to give Vino and Queasy a huge round of applause for doing what they did all weekend long.
That was the most craziest thing Vino and Queasy could have done, and it just shows you the heart of our competitors, the courage of our players in this space. What a moment.
things are gonna open up now. Sentin and Cold walked into this thinking to themselves, hey, we got third. Well, not anymore, boys. You have some room here. The runway is open. The floor is yours. There are still tens and hundreds
マジでやばい。本当にやばい。本当にかっこいい。実行できないんよ。ワールドカップで。ザゴミ流死んだ。マジか。ラストマッチ。ラストマッチで。本当にかっこいい。今まで初動ずっと安定してたけど。しかも一人落としたしね。マジで。全然その無謀な突でもなかった。本気で惜しかった。本当にかっこよかった。感動した。感動した。本当に感動したんだけど。本当に無謀な突じゃもなく。ああ、本当にかっこいい。ワールドカップのラストマッチでさ、普通だったらグランドファイナルですらチキるよ。俺もだったらチキたもん。だって実際ザゴミルに俺たちかぶせなかったし、チキるんだよ。クイジーたちがかぶせた。普通できない。普通はできない。本当にかっこいい。本当にかっこいい。1位潰し。本人たちが潰しに行って、そう 3位どころじゃないよ。3位4位もっと順位が落ちるかもしれない。ただ1位を取り行くんだよ。ああ、本当にかっこいい。こんなのね、主人公本当に。ああ、もう本当に感動した。本当に感動した。ああ、本当に熱い。ああ、本当に熱い。本当にすごい。こんなことできるやつ本当に。今までずっと初動なんかちょっと不安定とかならまだしも、こけててじゃない、超安定してたのに1位を潰しに行って、なんなら1人持ってってマジで惜しい状態でラストの打ち合い一発外しちゃって、あれクイージーとベロが勝っててもすごかったけど、どちらにせよかぶせたことがすごい。本当にすごい。かぶせることがすごい。本当に俺本人たちに本当に感動した。
Brazil versus EU. High ground, you got EU as well. Traumas and Trippin just trying to wait for that perfect moment. They could have taken the shots on the King long ago, but they're just waiting and biding their time to try to go ahead and take out the same player at the same time. But it looks like they're baiting that opportunity. If any of them comes up to the top of that building and tries to take that balloon as an exit out, just hovering over them, surveying. Patience is a virtue for Thomas HD and Trippin. That battle for third could come down to a moment like this. You bite off more than you could chew. You go down early. You lose out on that opportunity. And you got Muzz, Alice, both of them getting a little bit more active in this game. And overall, game number 12 is going to be a menace.
And they're still lurking about here, looking for anything. Meanwhile, the rotates are going through. Let's jump on back over to Joe and Z Andy right now, who are trying to close out this duo, but no, they don't manage to find it. Somehow, Vortex is just slippery enough. And you know what? That gives him a chance. He has a chance at still holding on to 5th place. 6th is down. 7th is down. Smite and Larson did not do it.
That's unfortunate. The only teams right on the cusp as well is team from Brazil, Quitos and BH Sin. They still have a chance to jump up. Some big placements as well. I'm looking at them, about 221 points. And in Vortex, you talk about them sitting in 5th place, 239 points. So it's still within grasp. As Cammy said, he just feeling it from all over the lobby. They already know they won, but they don't want to just stop playing just because of that. They want to get as many points as possible. They want to open that gap wide open, so that way when that legacy is cemented at the end of game number 12, they can say, we just dominated everyone in the world of Fortnite.
Things are going to settle here. The dust settles for Sentin and Cole. They have the elim that they need. to go ahead and step their way closer and closer to that prestigious second here. But of course, they have a lot of work to do as well. That will probably come off the backs of a super high placing game. So there's a massive, massive uphill battle that they still will have to perform. Tripper and Thomas HD are looking to catch up to Cold and Scented. That's their task here.
See the high ground right now. They're trying to take the shots. They see somebody trying to fly through the sky using the rift, and that might be a decision they might regret because you have two of the most accurate players aiming at you to take you down. Vortex is going to be that lone player alive, and it almost makes you wonder if he has that reboot card, he could make magic happen, but it all depends. And that's a big if, and you can kind of see it spotted out. He's trying to go to the slower side of zone, or the slower side he thinks that would be.
And this is a good move for him to go ahead and just keep a low key. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Jamper are like, hey, we got a lot of zone here in front of us. What do we want to do about it? They go ahead and double on back. They get themselves 2 eliminations there, possibly onto Pink and Anas there on the outskirts of the zone.
神とセッティ
Raging on Pink and Anas officially lose the opportunity to break towards top 10. They were getting so close, and unfortunately now fall short. What's crazy about Seti and Cammy now, they have 2 options here.
見てよかった。見れてよかった。見れてよかった。見れてよかった。ワールドカップ。本当にかっこいい。本当にかっこいい。本当にかっこいいな。かっこよすぎ。かっこよすぎ。こんなんできるやついない。まあ普通に伸ばしてビクロイしようぜ。であいつらがキルして伸ばしてたらまあしゃあない。まあ2位でもいいだろうが普通なんよ。あいつらがこけたらラッキーなんよ。もう倒しに行った。かぶせに行った。初動ってさ、どんなめっちゃ研究が必要なんだよ。初動ってさ、かぶせんのって超簡単じゃないんだよ。相手は極めてるけどこっちは全くの素人っていう状況なんだよ。その状況で1人持ってくってマジですごいと思う。かぶせに行くメンタルもな本当に強い。効果すら効果も本当にめっちゃ練習が必要なのに。本当に感動した。
They can steal away. Look how close they're 5 points for 7th place, 14 for 16. This is literally within reach. They can make the run of a lifetime and put Brazil on the map when it comes to Fortnite.
You have to respect the entire Brazilian region.
They won't go down. They won't be denied.
They are just so good. They have stepped up. They have performed. They have given us such a show. Clown and Refsguard now, though, have to play defensive here. This is the first time we've seen a far northeast zone like this, so this is going to get very dicey for most of the lobby. If you were, and I hate to say it, Vino and Queasy, you would have quite literally had the zone here.
That would be something to love, but business as usual when it comes to Cammy and Seti. Staying as far back into zone. They make sure they got all the storm surge they need. They started the game off, taking down Queasy and Vino. So this is just all bonus at this point as they continue to hold their spot, not wanting to let that team below them survive because like we talked about, they have nothing to lose at this point. Janice and Fadil have everything to gain as it does look like they're finally going to try to get out. Thomas HD goes down to Alice. Triprin and Thomas got their game on the run, but Cammy goes down to Janice. Oh, back to back. That's going to be huge for Janice.
Kami to Setti.
Your FNCS Invitational champions. So now with first place going down, it's going to be
神とセット落とされたよ。
for everybody else left in the lobby.
これワンチャンさ、センテッドたち逆転ないのこれ。いやないか、ないな。さすがに68稼ぐのには無理だ。68は15キルビクロ以上しなきゃいけない。20キルビクロしなきゃいけないから無理で、その本人たちは上位2人が落ちてることは多分知らないから、匿名で
as they put in all that hard work.
あ、マジでかっこいいな、本当に。
Ryan's going to take down Video, so it looks like
あー、やばい。かっこよすぎて入ってそう。
as well early on. I did see that one, so it's going to be Janice versus Marine that far back in zone. And honestly, that's just a few placement points between the both of them. You really want to try to survive there as Booga finally goes down.
伝説を作ったよ、あいつらは。あれだよ、その、なんかさ、なんかその、ワールドカップで天空城してみたとか、そういう伝説じゃなくてさ、本当に伝説を作ったぞ。本当に伝説を作った。本当に勝ちに行った。本当に1位を取りに行った動きなのがマジでかっこいい。いや、これも神とセッティがムーブを変えたんだよね、これ。ビビったのか。いやでも多分1位も確定だね、神セッティ。あー、ベロたちが1位だよ。もう神セッティ、ベロ、クイジーも両方1位だよ、これは。かっこいい。本当に純粋に拍手を送りたい。あー、かっこいい。あー、本当にかっこいい。惚れた。惚れた。ここまで惚れることあるってぐらい惚れた。うわ、立ち割り。立ち割り。もう映画だよ、パパさん倒してる。あー、かっこいい。あー、本当にかっこいい。あ、マジかっこいい。あー。
That player and team try to stabilize. They're going to use that as a way to go around them and in front of them to the zone and try to hold them out of it.
Let's see if they can continue to do just that. Smart play is all that Joe and Z Andy need in order to make this top 10 and earn themselves so much more this weekend. But of course, there's a big task in front of you. See the names starting to house up here. Scented and Cold know what they have to do too. King and Ed are just housed up nearby. That would be the wrong move to walk to that box, I'll tell you right now.
Not a box I would want to enter, as Cold and Scented have one elimination so far. Not having to worry about Storm Surge until now, but they know there's at least one team behind.
ザゴミルも落ちた。マジか。
Gathering that information.
マジか。
What that plan is going to be, and you can see a lot of our top competitors from around the world all boxed up, just waiting for that next zone, which is going to come in just a few seconds. And let's see who's going to get that reward. It's actually going to be a good portion of the lobby. This is actually a good zone for everybody here to try to make their way in, except for maybe one or two teams.
That is right.
あー、かっこいい。
Starting to become very contentious here.
あー、拍手だ、声援だ。あ、バレだ。
A real problem. There's a little too many players on their heels here, and he doesn't want to go first.
まあ、これの中盤ちょっとどうでもいいんで、一回さっきの見に行く。もう一回見よう。もう一回見よう。もう一回見ようぜ。もう一回衝動見ようぜ。クイージーベロあたりに落とされてマジか。ああ、マジでクイージーセッティ。ファイナルモーメント、ここら辺まではみんな普通なのよ。さあ、ラストマッチ見るかだったのよ。
Competition here in person with all of you in attendance. We absolutely love to see it. Here we go. One last ride. Let's do it.
50-50 right out of the gates on game number 12, but there's going to be nothing on top for anybody to work with, and they immediately change their routes. They don't want to go ahead and contest the same building where Mr. Savage had that best drop at that time. What is this? What is this? Queasy, Vino are trying to take it by force.
You only win in one way, and that's taking that crown. Vino is here. Queasy is here. Down goes Seti. It's a big trade. It's a one-on-one. This has to be one of the most explosive head-to-heads we have ever seen. Vino has to get this thirst here. He knows now it means everything. We might as well seal this deal. Why wait?
Bubble shield going out. He's trying to bait it. He's trying to bait the revive so that way Cammy might peek. Breaks through the wall. Shot's gonna be fired. And they do it. Become Legends are on top.
Become Legends has officially managed to win the biggest fight of their careers. Cammy and Seti put it all absolutely respect Queasy and Vino for giving it that chance.
マジで感動する。本当にかっけえ。いや、これラスト外したの本当にベロ悔しいだろうな。あっつ。当たってれば勝ってた。ラストプライム外したのが多分緊張によるあれだろうね。本来なら当たってた。いやあー鳥肌も鳥肌も。ルナペポ生きてる。まず神をそもそも俺は初めて見たけどリアルは。いや違うよ、2000万じゃないよ。世界1位だよ。2000万なんてどうでもいいんだよ。世界1位だよ。フォートナイト世界1位が世界2位か3位になったんだよ。1位か2位の差。それは本当に悔しいと思う。本当に悔しいし、本当にガチで1位を取りに行った動きで、本当にあと数ミリ動かしてればその数ミリでトロフィーを持っていたかもしれないっていう、その手が、その大パンした手が。かっこいい。本当に勝ちに行って奮闘してだったな。あーかっこいい。今夜は眠れねえぜ。
For the last game of the evening here in Raleigh, North Carolina, here at the FNCS Invitational. Kingen,
it's going to be scary for the rest of the lobby, though, because they have high ground, they have front side of zone. Anybody launch padding, trying to get past them, is going to feel the pain, and that includes the same region.
ラストベノがショットガン外したんだよな。あれが本当に惜しい。本当に悔しいだろうな、ベノは。そうやな、ルナペポ応援しよう。あとアリスさんは生きてんのかな。いやー落ちた。コールドエンセンテント。1位、2位、3位、4位、5位落ちたってよ。もう1位確定しました。カミ&セッティ。いやもうベノたちも1位だろと。こんなんかっこよすぎだろと。おりゃかっこいいよ。かっこいいよ。あーかっけえかっけえ。鳥肌どころの差じゃないよ。もうルナペポね、いいね、生きてるね。あークイジとベノ本当にかっこいいな。
The FNCS Invitational here. PHN has lost Kitos on this very dangerous rotate. He will have to use both the chunk spots here to heal up. KBR is by himself too. He has to save King or Azit here. Meanwhile, in the distance, King gets thirsted by Acorn. He's out of the game.
He's trying to do what he can. Chili chunk splash yet again. Trying to use that speed boost, but the high ground's gonna be fought for. Kanata and Macwood, they don't want to go without victory, but they get chopped down, sent back to the lobby. Joe and Z Andy with their 7 elimination are poised to try to take.
喉痛い。叫びすぎて喉が痛い。いやルナさん。いやまだペポがきっとクラッチしてくれる。
And take a look. Now he's looking around. He finds Alice. Oh no, that's Alice on the other side of the wall. Impress the Japanese and American duo. The combination of here. Very special event.
ニチャニチャしてるよ。やばいよ。
Look at the focus on his face here. He is waiting to land this shot. There it is.
うわ
Knew he would hit it if you let him. He gets the third.
こいつアリスさんじゃん今の。かわいそうアリスさん。相手がうめえわこれは。
It's all or nothing to the low ground now. That's a fresh build. That's an enemy. He doesn't want to be there.
He is the best player right now when it comes to taking the top positions away from those players that were
ペッポさんも落ちたか。ペッポさん今落ちた。惜しかったアジア勢しゃあない。ドンマイ。アジア勢はきついな初動が。初動だった。初動だった。アジアはね弱くない。終盤行ったら通用する。ミリムザゴだってさクソブッシュで終盤行ってさ2位とか4位取ってんだよ。あいつらの終盤研究はマジですごいと思う。
the placement points that they could garner here as they enter into the top 6.
And they have a combined of about 15.
いやー神設定勝ったか。
Zeke gets brought down after being saved by KBR. And now, Malabuka and Murstache earn themselves more. This might be the most he lives in. No! KBR falls there to the hands of U3, but now it's all up to Malabuka.
さあ、ありがとう。集団がぐちゃぐちゃと溶けてきます。
But they have to stop the W keyers of EU, Murstache and Malabuka.
That's an insane amount of splashes between the two duos left alive. Robob trying to put a wrench into the mix, but this comes down to a 2v2 EU versus NAEs, and both of these teams have all the resources in the world to make this one go forever. So it's about thinking outside of the box, making the move that matters most as Acorn gets tagged up. Has to find some height to re-heal. And they're both out of build. Both of these teams are out of build. This
いやーマリブカとわー
gets chunked out. He gets dropped. Malabuka on Murstache trying to take game number 12 away from NAEs, and it's down to Acorn, the last member. We talked about his splashes. This one's gonna come down to a heal off. Does he have enough to take the game? Menmis coming out. 5 more splashes. He has so much time left in zone, but Malabuka and Murstache, they have splashes of their own. Acorn trying to put down the shots to try to minimize the effectiveness of it. They're still in zone.
頭いいそれで車線切るの。
Acorn has run out of opportunity. He goes.
おー
Murstache take game number 12.
And just like that, the 12 games are over. But your champions of the FNCS Invitational are Seti and Kevin. Congratulations.
With 4 victory royales in this global competition. They didn't change up their strategy too much throughout 12 different games. It didn't matter who bought it.
ね今いたね。
Because you can have that blueprint, but if you don't know how to execute, it's going to be all over. And give it up one more time for your FNCS Invitational champions, Seti and Cammy!
Congratulations! They have done it. An incredible weekend. Incredible opportunity, and they did not miss a beat. This entire room is on their feet, and they deserve.
もう伝説のラストマッチだわ。これは伝説よ。
Two of the hardest players in this space. And you know what? Becoming legends must be so proud. Congrats, Reno.
They became legends for sure. On the grandest stage of them all, emotion, passion running wild. Let's throw it to Adam so we can get inside the minds of our champions.
Thank you very much, Cammy and Seti! Wow. What an incredible display this weekend. Before we go any further, we must ask, how are you feeling being FNCS Invitational Champions?
Very good. I have no words. We both worked so hard for this, and it's just an amazing moment.
It's amazing. Like, I waited for it so much.
トロフィー輝いてるね。
Alright, Cammy, you see Queasy Vino dropping on you. Your teammate goes down. It's a 1v1. What's going through your mind?
Like, I just wanted to eliminate him. And as quick as I can, I don't know, because I was thinking that he's low, but I think he missed one shotgun shot, so that's why I killed him.
Seti, I mean, you go down, it's just your teammate, and this is what makes the difference to win. What are you thinking?
I believed in him for like till the end, and he's just an amazing player, and I knew that he's gonna win, and it was just amazing.
You seem incredibly emotional. How does it? I mean, all these people here, these lovely people, we're here to celebrate you guys. It's been not just the last game where we saw the most incredible events. The last 2 days, 4 victory royales, consistency all round, incredible Fortnite for the both of you. I mean, this has been something very, very special.
Yeah.
Elaborate. What have been the most special parts of this? What is it about your teamwork that's really stuck out, which separates you from the rest of the world here at Invitational?
I think it's because we play with each other for the past few years, so we have the chemistry of like gods, and that's it.
Obviously, we could tell the chemistry there, and I feel like there's a lot of chemistry in the audience right now. Is there anything that you want to say to your fans, family, friends, everyone watching around the world?
I want to thank everyone watching from Poland. Polska górą.
Polska górą! And anything else said to you'd like to share with the world?
Yeah, I just want to thank all to like every fan, my parents, my girlfriend, and all the BL boys. Thank you so much.
Amazing stuff. We're going to ask you to lift your trophy one last time. Give it up for your FNCS Invitational 2022 champions, Cami and City! That was awesome.
Once again, massive congratulations to Cami and to Seti from one in-person event to another. These guys are racking up accolades like they are eliminations, like they are
世界にハイ選手を広めたぞ。BL というクランを広めたぞ。
This is Fortnite. This is in-person events. This is FNCS, and I couldn't be more happy for Cami and Seti. They are some of the hardest workers on the European region, constantly putting in the grind, scrims, zone wars, you name it. They are grinding it, and oh boy, I couldn't be more happy for them.
What a ride. What a ride. 12 games of 4 victory royales, right? We were coming into this event expecting them to play one style. They show us both the amount of preparation that for sure went into this. Look at it. They are holding that right there because of that hard work.
My absolute favorite part, though, aside
どっちが持って帰るんだろうね。
is just the
いや、
competitive shock.
なんか裏に2個目ありそうですよね。
Yeah.
なんかね、2個なかったら辛いけどね。
They are in fact the FNCS Invitational champions, and I don't blame them because
それでも半分こするのかね。
they just kept grinding back to back to back, cranking out all of these games and just never once wavering. It is just so much pressure, and yet they still overcame every single instance.
We have an opportunity.
裏に2個目あるのか、それか一刀両断するかのどっちかだよ。
I'm telling you, we'll
それ
go
チームか。
down in Fortnite.
てかなんならあれじゃない？確か海外だったらさ、シェアハウスとかゲーミングハウスとかじゃないの？
Only leading by
で同じところに置くとか。わかん
For
ない。
Vino and Queasy, they decide, what do we do? Do we play out a 25-minute long game? Do we hope that the RNG's are in our favor? Do we hope that we have the surge?
いや、
No.
クイジ
Let's
ベ
take
ロ
the fight to them. At
か
their
っけ
PO, at their front door.
Huge respect for Vino and Queasy. It takes some courage to land on first place team and do it in that fashion. They knew that that was what it had to be. We know Cami and Seti, they're so effective in that end game. They knew that they weren't going to go down early, especially looking at their surge. But huge props to Vino and Queasy. They've been one of the most exciting teams to watch. High ground, mid ground, they've dominated it all.
Yeah, Queasy and Vino definitely earned the respect of the Fortnite
いや、
community. You can already
Queasy
see
Vino か
it
っこよか
on
ったな。
social. Everybody's like, wow, respect for that. I mean,
本当
from
にかっこよ
season
か
to
ったな。
season, we have seen this exact same situation. There's a leader, and second place is close behind. I have raised this question multiple times, and every single time everybody turns me down. Do they go and land on the team in second place?
しかも効
Or
果
right now, vice
いやどうなん
versa.
だろう。
And everybody's like, no, and it never happens. Queasy and Vino here to change the script, and they try to pull it off in good fashion.
これな、これがな。
goes into these sorts of instances. You can just read the hesitation that was running through both Cami and Vino's minds in this moment. Vino undecided.
ここで終わらそうと。
Do I rush? Do I wait? And unfortunately, like Cammy, and I believe Cammy was the one who mentioned it directly, that it was an unfortunate missed shot there from Vino at the end. But at the same time, I am so glad that they delivered us a finale like that.
Yeah, and we can, of course, like, shout out to Queen
感動だ。
Queasy and Vino. You guys came second place. That is nothing short of amazing. You know, please keep your heads held high because you came in second place against 6 other regions, against your own region. That is a testament to their skill set. Of course, we can't deny, though, Camiseti, a massive W for them, for this duo. This is what we love to see, but also when we consider the other duos here, PH, Zin, and
次の世界大会は来年だ。
Vamos, Brazil, they had this opportunity. You guys are the MVP of the audience. Take a look at your standings for PH Zin and climb in a situation where they start all the way in 8th place.
世界中の人がリスペクトするわ、これは。
They say, look, we can make it. Top 5, it's within our grasp, and they do it.
So many people would have counted this duo out. So many would have looked to them and thought, you know what, they're not capable, but they have. They've done it.
リスペクトだよ、こんなの。本当にかっこいいもん。負けてとても悔しそうにしているのも本当にかっこいいし。
For PHC and Kitos, they have been some of the most, or the least expected duo to pop off, but they absolutely deserve it.
100%. I loved watching those final moments. I saw 2 duos go down. I was like, wait, they only needed, I think, 3 points to jump up, and sure enough, they do jump into that 5th place spot. So congratulations to PHN and Kitos. Top 5 at an international
どっちから行こうって話したのわかんない。
Just a great way to represent
ベノ
your
だとは思うけど
region.
ね。
And I also loved how well maintained the mindset was there from PH Zin in those final instances, because he was a solo for the latter duration of game 12, and yet he still managed to stay alive just long enough that it was within his reach to jump up into that 5th place position. And so just a huge congratulations to him as well to secure it.
あれはもう
If you would ask
緊
me,
張したね。
how is this event going to go? In fact, what Ghost Blake, a player we interviewed, asked me, who do you think is going to win? I said Queasy Vino, of course. I never would have imagined that this would have all gone down the way it did, that it all culminated in a game 12. Let's just land right out the beginning and take it all. And for take a look at the prize money, $200,000 going to them. And I want to even look back at PH and Kitos, right? Going up from 8th to 5th, that's a 30K difference.
It's a huge difference, and that's ultimately what this is all about, right? Those extra placements, those extra points that were being squeezed out of that last game made all of the difference, and that's what this is all about. This is what these final moments are about, and of course, this duo popping off.
You know, I mean, if we're on the Brazilian train, we have to also look at Zeet and KBR, who are also in top 10. Brazil is showing up at the
そう、
Invitational.
絶対に外さないんだよ、あのレベル。外すわけがない。前提前提でしょ。このレベルなんて。ただ、本当に急に初動やられた。ごめん、全然嘘だ。かぶせに行って、もうこの一発に全てがかかってる、1位がかかってるっていう緊張でずれたんだよ。
Thank you for putting on the most unbelievable display these last 2 days. It has been incredible. One of the boldest plays we've seen, I think, ever before. Walk us through the last game and what was going through your minds going into it as well.
I guess Queasy will say it best.
Queasy said best, yeah.
So, first of all, I think I was like fully committed to it, and Veno was like, I think his nerves were getting a little bit in, you know, and then he said like, let's do it, and then we just full sent it. We somehow outdropped him. I don't even know, and yeah, then I like made a big mistake. Like I peeked the second guy, which I shouldn't, and then the rest is history.
The rest is history. But what an historical moment it was. I mean, we mustn't deny as well that you put on such a great display this last 2 days. I mean, you must be very proud as well of what you boys achieved here at Invitational. No. You go back to the drawing board. I mean, the thing is, bold play is what it's all about in Fortnite, and you proved that you have that in your locker, and it was incredible.
Yeah. We played well. We could have played better. Seti played amazing. Shout out to Zane Cammy. They're good friends of mine and Queasy's. There's
Let's hope there's no hard feelings there. We tried to make a play there. At the end of the day, they
アリさ
won.
んとミリ
I
ム
think
ザ
one
ボ
thing we've
ー
noticed
と
this week, entire weekend, we've
Napipo.
experienced is the community, the players, everyone together. I mean, shout out to Cammy and said as well. You guys played incredibly, they played incredibly, and it could have gone either way at the end there, Queasy.
Yeah, I agree. It was all up to that last game, but they got the better of us.
Hey, there's always next time. Obviously, this experience as well for you both. I know you must be deflated, but I really appreciate you guys chatting. What's your experience been like, though, with the rest of the players, the audience, screaming for you guys? I mean, it must have been such a great experience being here.
Yeah, it was a great experience. I can't
そうだね、世界大会でグリフね。
It's been amazing. Thank you so much
まあ
once again.
誤解を生むからあんま言いたくはないんだけど、ワンチャンされてたかもっていうのはある。そのアジア人とかなんかで。ごめん、俺も詳しくは知らないんだけど、最初の方に目立ちすぎたせいで。
Honestly, they move so not only graciously in the interview, like it's a tough position to be in, but at the end of the day, they allowed themselves to make history. They did something that I don't think many people will have the heart to do.
Yeah, much respect to those guys. Gracious in defeat. These guys are humble. These guys came here to win, and even though they didn't, I can guarantee you they're still leaving with a smile on their face. They're still leaving with their heads held high. Every single person should, including your FNCS Invitational champions, Cammy and Seti from Become Legends. You got to think Reno at home is probably laughing and screaming and all of these emotions running through him as well.
And I'll say it for him. I know he wanted to be here. He couldn't make the trip, but I'm sure he is so elated right now. Listen, Cammy and Seti, these guys drill at the facilities day in, day out, and you heard what they said. They have been playing together for 3 years. This type of competition that they were able to put up these numbers against is no simple task, and they did it. And they haven't just been doing it here.
まあ確実じゃないから何も言わん方がいいよ。確実ではない。どちらにせよ。外部のものがどうにか言うものじゃないけど、まあでもどちらにせよザゴたちはそれグリフとか関係なく初動が難かっただろうね。
What an amazing set of casts out of the two of you. 12 games, and my goodness, unlike anything we have ever experienced in our life.
最初のに目指しすぎてなぜアジアが1位なんだってなってるのもあるかもしれんけど、まあどちらにせよそのあれアジアサーバーがちっちゃいからスモールリージョンだっけな、わかんないけどちっちゃいから初動取れなくてっていうのがね本当にきつかったと思う。ジョン・ジーズワンパだったら無理やりかぶせに行ってたんやあいつら。でも3パだったらね倒せようが倒せまいが終わるから仕方なく引いたけど、結局上位がみんなもうフリーで取れてるやつらだから何が起こるか分かんないね。クイージーたちもずっとフリーだったし、神たちもラスト以外ずっとフリーだった。トーマス HD とかもセンテッドたちもセンテッドたちはまあずっとあれ近くにいたからたまに戦ってたけど、結局でもその降りるとこ自体はかぶってなかったし、対面も選べるぐらいのそう上位がみんなな。
Yeah, just shout out to the players. You know, these
いや、
international events.
ザゴたちはいい経験になったと思うよ。
You know, throwback to World Cup at this event.
ルナペポもね。
3 years ago, which is why we're talking about.
いいなぁ、楽しかっただろうなぁ。まあ悔しいだろうけど。
We did the player walkouts with the actual crowd in the venue. That was the instance where I think you could really see all of the excitement being read in these duos' faces, and all of the players, regardless of their placements, they were just so happy to be here. It was just so obvious how locked into the competition they were, how much they wanted to just proudly represent their region and just showcase the fact that they are capable of competing, and I love seeing this international debut.
That's right. I mean, that's such a great point, right? To just be able to come here and just say like, hey, I remember this region, let's do this, let's do that. It's incredible, you know? And sure, maybe a duo didn't land exactly where they wanted, but these are some of the very best across 7 regions that were all brought to one stage to compete. Here in Raleigh, North Carolina at the Raleigh Convention Center amongst fans, I mean, y'all truly put on some of the greatest Fortnite, I'm telling you. Please hold your heads high wherever you landed. You deserve it. And I'm telling you, even if it's not where you want, come back. We'll do this again soon, and we'll absolutely put on some more Fortnite action. Before we say goodbye, are we got any more closing thoughts? Oh, Kelly, are you gonna stand up here? Kelly, okay. Yeah, hi.
Why not?
Hello.
Yeah, come on. Sure, why not? You're pointing at me? Yeah, why not? Tokata, yeah, you guys can stand here.
Am I still gonna be here?
Yeah, we're all here. Right. Mini Miner, you might as well come up here, my friend.
Okay.
My goodness. Let's get final thoughts real quick. Taco,
1位
go
取る
for
ため
you, then
に
we'll end back
かぶせ
over
考
here.
えてベロが
I
行
just
こうぜって言って
absolutely
くれたら
loved
しいです
every single moment so far, and I truly cannot wait for the next Fortnite event.
Shout out to the crowd. The crowd was amazing. Every single time Adam hyped them up, every time anybody hyped them up, anytime anything happened on the screen, they were all out of their seats cheering for everybody. Loved that, and the players were also
そう遠くねえぞその未練はははは。
This is incredible.
俺もワールドカップ行きて
You guys did an amazing shot here on the
ただ行けるか行けないかは分からんけど俺は人生で今まで一回も後悔したことがない。あそこもうちょい頑張っとけばなっていう後悔は人生で今まで一回もない。何も惜しまなかったから。俺はまあワールドカップ行けなかったとしても最善を尽くす、全力を尽くす。それで行けなかったらまあ運が悪かった。俺は人生に後悔は一度もない。次は行くぞ。次は行くぞ。しかも今回有利な点がマイポリが世界と関わってきてくれたから。
Your journey will begin February 2023. Now, if you want to keep up to date, FN competitive,
世界の知識を盗めた。
great place to keep up to date.
実際マイポリから通話じゃなくて LINE のメッセージだけでかなりね、あ、世界って違うんだよ。マイポリさんってそう現地にいるから。お、配信終わった。現地にいるからいろいろ盗んできてくれた。しかも撮影係だからいろんなやつも関わるしね。デュオじゃなくなる可能性も、いやデュオじゃないとしても団体競技トリオかスクワットだろうからどっちにせよ俺はマイポリと組むよ多分。いやマイポリが組んでくれたらね、さすがに組んでくれるとは思うよ。捨てないでマイポリタン。これも勝ちきれたらねって思うよね。いやかっけえ、面白かった、楽しかった。よし、じゃあ配信終わるか。配信終わろう。じゃあ俺は次は配信できないから、次のワールドカップは誰かの配信を見てな。俺は現地にいるさ。はは。ということでお疲れ様です。